All right. I think the live streams are all open. If you are watching on the vertical YouTube live stream, put a V in the chat. If you're watching on the horizontal YouTube live stream, put an H in the chat, and then I'll have verification here that we've got all the streams rocking and rolling. And I think Creed's got an announcement for us. Welcome back, Creed. Hey, before we move too much further, let me make sure that the audience can hear you. I'm testing a new audio setup right now. So, oh, thank you for the verification. If you guys can hear Creed, let me know. Creed, go ahead and say some stuff.
Hello? Hello?
Can you say more stuff? Creed?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can anyone hear Creed or just me? It takes a second for the YouTube comments to catch up. They're like 22, 23 seconds behind. Okay, they can hear you. Perfect. So the new audio setup works. Fantastic. So, Creed, what's on your mind tonight?
Oh no, I was just here to tell you that I've deconstructed. I'm now an agnostic, and I wanted to thank you.
Hey, I mean, thank you for coming and having some cordial conversations with us. I think we must have talked 4, maybe 5 times now, and I think you've been polite every time.
Yeah, no, I'm about to leave. I just wanted to let you know that I was supposed to come up there last night, but my phone got screwed up.
It happens. Well, I mean, listen, Creed, best of luck on your journey deconstructing. It's a long process, you know. For me, it was probably 10 years. So
Mm.
it's like you get to a point where you're like, I feel like I'm done and I believe what I believe now. But the reality is, I'm not sure you ever get finished with it. Although once once you hit atheism, it's hard to go too much further than that. But nevertheless, I mean, a big W for being receptive to critical thinking.
Yeah, the last one I had was the last call I had was it was kind of the wake up call for me, I think. And he told me he's not coming back. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah, that
appreciate
seems to be
everything,
the
something.
case. Well, Creed,
Appreciate.
thank you for coming up and saying hi and filling us in on your situation.
All right. Well, probably the last time they hear from me. Thank you now for everything.
Cheers, buddy. W. Creed, I hope he continues the journey because there's those of you who've been through it know that there's definitely more to the journey. Like there's more to be had still yet, even though he's agnostic now. We never really stop learning. It's always a process. And shit, there's a good possibility my journey is not over yet, and there's a lot of shit I need to learn, and I might change my viewpoints in the future. But until that evidence arises, I'm where I'm at, you know? Let me grab a couple super chats. Friends, thank you so much for being here. If you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the guest request by clicking the link in the description of the video or by putting the link on the screen into your phone or computer, tinyurl.com/guestdz. If you're watching on TikTok, you can guest request in the old fashioned way and we can get you another conversation. SPF SFP, SF Privateer. There we go. Thank you for the super chat. It says the lady priest who spoke in tongues live. She failed her prophecy. Your viewer count was supposed to go down, but it went from 900 to 1100. Actually, thank you for that. Not only did it not go from 900 to 1100, but I'm running 2 streams now, which means I'm actually averaging about 2,000 people on our YouTube stream. And I don't know, TikTok's up and down. Sometimes I'm at like 400, sometimes I'm up at like 800. TikTok's really unpredictable, but it is what it is. But you're right. Yeah, that I forget what her name, Pastor Bell. Pastor Bell was the prophet that said that God was going to give everyone a revelation and my views would go down as proof. There we go. Well, you win some, you lose some. When you follow Yahweh, you lose most of them. Games, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, what do you think is the best and worst argument for Jesus not existing historically? Also, you and Godless Engineer should do a debate on the topic. So, the reason why I don't debate this topic is because I haven't really sat down and spent the time like putting together arguments for it, right? Now, I personally believe that Jesus was a historical figure, and to me, I think the best evidence is that they wrote about him in the Talmud. The Jews, the people who theoretically would have disliked Jesus the most, especially if he was fake, they have no reason to write in the Talmud about what they did to Jesus. That doesn't make any sense. Um, so like to me that's silly. Plus, if you say that Jesus didn't exist, then you have to explain the disciples because there are people in history that claim to have met the disciples who claim to know Jesus. So now you can't just get rid of Jesus, you had to get rid of the disciples as well. And then once you get rid of the disciples, you had to get rid of Paul. Like there's so many dominoes that have to fall to get to the mythicist position. I just can't see myself getting there. Yeah, you're right, Chris. They really dunked on Jesus in the Talmud. They hated this guy. Bernadette, thank you for the $10 super chat. Bernadette says, "Welcome back." Well, shit, Bernadette, welcome to the live stream. I'm happy to be back, and thanks for being here. Thank you for supporting, and thank you for being a member as well. And Chip says, "Huge W to Creed." I agree. Creed deserves a huge W for all the time spent in critical thinking on these topics. And also from Melanitis, thank you so much for the 25 PLN. Says, "Hey, Prophet, how to deal with responses like, oh, it's not literal, it's written by men, it's the Old Testament. Guys, remember, rock hard for Doug." Well, I'll tell you, all of those are unique cases, but when people say it's not literal, I would take them to passages that they can't deny are literal. And then I would press them. Well, if it's not literal, if it doesn't mean what it literally says, what is the tool? What's the metric that we can use to determine if something is literal versus non-literal, right? Once we start determining what the metric is, then we can apply the metric back to the passage. And typically, they usually prove to be false, that it was literal. Written it by men, well, that's just an admission that it's not from God, so you can nail them on that. And then when they say this in the Old Testament, I'd say, cool. Well, Old Testament or not, if God did it, God did it. Doesn't matter which testament it's in. If God did it, God did it. That's all we're asking right now. Did God do it? You know. Handsome Cat says, "We needed you," linking up with Dawkins and O'Connor. Well, Handsome Cat, I would love to link up with either of those two. I don't know if I'll get the opportunity to, but I will try. I would love to get on a live stream with Alex O'Connor. We'll definitely do what we can. Larry, thank you for sending out 5 DC Debate memberships. Big W, my friend. And last one from our friend Jim. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jim. The football season is upcoming. In your Bible draft, which book would you first pick and which would be the last? Thank you. Go Chiefs. Oh, Ian, thank you for the raid. Jim, good question. In my Bible draft, my number one pick is the book of Ecclesiastes, and my last pick would probably be the book of Zephaniah or Revelation. Both those books are just chock full of failures upon failures upon failures. But Ecclesiastes kind of rings true, you know, talking about how it basically it's an ancient treatise on nihilism, really. Whoever wrote it didn't believe in an afterlife, that's for sure. Okay, let me get our first guest in here. Looks like our first guest is going to be Ryan from our YouTube queue. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find a link to join in the description of the video. It's also on the screen. If you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request and you'll be pulled in just like any other guest. All right, give me 1 second. We're going to get Ryan into the discussion. How you doing, Ryan?
Hey, not too bad. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Before we go any further, can everyone hear Ryan on TikTok and YouTube? Make sure everyone heard you. I think they heard you on TikTok. Yep, they heard you on TikTok. Let's see now. I was experimenting with an audio. Oh, they heard you on YouTube. I was experimenting with an audio setup only because a while ago we had a situation on Video Ninja that was problematic for our friend Ian, and I was looking at some workarounds to make sure it never happens again. It looks like I think my workaround works. Anyways, Ryan, welcome to the chat. Are you a theist or a non-theist or somewhere in between?
Yeah, I'm a theist.
Sure.
I'm brand new to your channel. I've never listened to you once before in my life right now. I don't actually even know your name yet.
Oh
My
shit.
son has chatted with you a little bit, and he was like, "Hey, Dad, you really need to talk to this guy. You'd have a great conversation, and he's on in 10 minutes." And so I was like, "All right, I'll hop on." So anyway, literally, I've never watched a single thing you've done yet, but it'll be fun to have a little conversation, I guess.
I think it will. Well, Ryan, thanks for being here. My name's Justin. You can call me Justin, or sometimes people call me DZ. That's short for Deconstruction Zone. Deconstruction Zone's way too many syllables. And I'm an atheist. And so right now I'll open with the standard dialogue that I give everybody, which is for the God that you believe in, which I don't know. Is it the Christian God, the Muslim God, the Hindu gods?
I would be a Christian. Yep.
Sure. So for the God
Sure.
that you believe in your opinion, what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for that God existing?
Yeah, I guess to me there would be maybe multiple lines of evidence in my thinking. I would appreciate historical evidence. I would appreciate evidence of changed lives and people. I appreciate evidence from creation as I see it, those types of things. So standard things that you're used to with evangelical Christianity would be where I'm coming from.
Sure. So, of the items that you mentioned, how about we pick the one that you think is the strongest, and then we'll kind of talk about that one. We can move on to the others after if you want. We're not on a time limit. We got all night. I don't know about your time
Sure.
limit, but let's pick one and let's go down the rabbit trail and see where it goes. So, which one you want to run
Okay.
to?
And really quickly, from my understanding, my son was saying maybe that did you come from a Christian background and then deconstructed from there? Is that correct? And so
Yeah.
you have a faith background that, anyway, I'm trying to figure out a little bit where you come from too. Do you want to give me I'm sure your listeners know, so you can keep it as short as you want. But anyway,
Yeah. So I'm an ex-Christian. I was a Christian for about 20 years. I didn't have like a very evangelical family.
okay,
I came to evangelicalism in my teen years, but I had 12 years of Catholic school, and then I became what we would describe like a born again Christian in my teens, and then eventually I went to Bible college and seminary, and now I'm an atheist.
gotcha. Um, cool. Where did you end up doing Bible college and seminary? Out of curiosity.
I went to Bethel University, although at the time I went to Bethel a million years ago, they were called Bethel College. Now they're Bethel
Oh,
University, and I went to seminary at Ashland University or Ashland Seminary.
okay. The Bethel one that you went to, is that which Bethel? I guess I'm familiar with a couple of them.
Not the one in Minnesota. I went to the one that's in South Bend.
Yes. Okay. In Oregon.
No,
Yep.
Indiana.
No, no. Oh, Indiana. Okay. Because I was familiar with another. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a
Very
couple
good.
of them. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I come from that world a little bit. So
Mhm.
have served at Montana Bible College for quite a few years. So that's kind of my background in that. Anyway,
Mhm.
very cool. Yeah, I guess which would I pick as far as the strongest? Then this might sound like a cop out in a sense, but I guess I tend to look at like that holistic picture of a lot of different pieces that all fit together as parts of it. Because I guess the way I would look at it is like I think there's always a counter argument to every argument you can make, and I don't think there's any single piece of evidence that's a like slam dunk Christianity is true type of thing. Um, in fact, I don't. I just think you can logically disagree with every proof of God's existence or line of evidence and thinking in that way. So anyway, I just want you to know I have respect for your position and have thought through those issues, myself, and
Yeah, it
definitely
sounds like
understand.
you have. So like when I was a Christian, I used to engage in these discussions as well, and I came in just like you with a whole heap of well, here's some reasons why you could believe, but none of them are proof. But I think for the sake of our discussion, probably what we'll need to do is look at, say, you think the strongest reason is, and then we can move on to the next one and the next one. Because unfortunately, we can't talk about all of them at once. That's kind of
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
William Lane Craig lays down the Kalam, but the Kalam is a standalone argument. You can't argue the Kalam
Absolutely.
while arguing miracles. Um,
Yep.
so we kind of let's pick one. We'll go through it and then we can move on to others. And
Sure.
my standard rule here is, I'm as nice as my guest is, and as long as my guest is nice, you can talk as much as you want. You can direct the flow of conversation. It's just like we're sitting in the living room having coffee. So feel free to kick your shoes off and have a good time with us.
Sounds good. Well, my style is nice too, so we'll have a good time. I don't know. Let's talk about maybe resurrection, historical
Sure.
Jesus stuff a
Mhm.
little bit. What brought you to a point of feeling like resurrection? Obviously, I would assume you were at a point where you felt like resurrection um, didn't happen. So which would you say, like, of the other positions did you land at, and why?
So I think there's a couple issues with the resurrection, and I would probably start at like the burden of proof. So, for
Hmm.
example, when I was a young Christian, I would engage with atheists online, and I had one that I made really good friends with, and he said something that really changed my outlook on how I deal with reading the Bible. He says,
Hmm.
"What you do, Justin, is you look at the Bible as though it's all true, and it's my job to prove that it's not true." Said, but you'll never be able to do the inverse. You can't start with, "Here's a Bible, can I prove it to be true?" You'll never be able to do it. And to me, that was a lot of eye opening. And we would probably say the same thing about the resurrection, right? If your starting point is it's true and you have to
Hmm.
disprove that it's true, I don't think that's an honest starting point, only because you're asking someone to prove that something didn't happen in the past. That's like an impossible ask. That's unfalsifiable. But if you're proving that something did happen in the past, now we can give a little bit of evidence for that and say, well, listen, we can't prove that it happened, but here's some evidence that would push us in that direction, right? So, for example, with the resurrection, Origen classically stated that the resurrection isn't that unique. In fact, and then he went on and listed quite a few people from the time period of Jesus that, in fact, resurrected from the dead. He said the thing that separates Christianity from these other pagan religions is that the Bible prophesied Jesus would be resurrected. That's the thing that sets it apart. But that argument alone for me, and I'm sorry I'm being wordy, falls apart because I don't think there's a prophecy about a resurrection whatsoever. And on top of that, if we're just admitting that there are other people in history that resurrected, then I fail to see how Jesus' resurrection was unique. I would be more inclined to reject all resurrection accounts than to believe that this one resurrection account is special.
Hmm. Yeah. What do you do as far as when you encounter just historical? Um, I mean, I don't know you, so it's hard to know where you come from. But like when you would take the evidence, in a sense, presented, say, just whether you obviously you have extra biblical sources that talk about Jesus being at least believed to have been resurrected. Obviously, they don't claim that he was resurrected. But then, of course, your biblical sources would um, claim to be people who, you know, eyewitnessed Jesus being not being resurrected as in the act, but as resurrected, etc., like that. So, how do you just deal with the historical evidence of that and say, you know, empty tomb? Do you believe the tomb was empty or wasn't empty? And what do you do with the explanations for that one?
So I would treat the resurrection narrative the same way I treat the other resurrection narratives, right? So, for example, if I read you in Herodotus Book 4 about the resurrection and the disappearance of the body of Aristeus, right? And then I take
Hmm.
you to Pliny the Elder and Apollonius and Diodorus and Plutarch, and they all agree that many people witnessed the resurrection of this individual so much that they set a statue up and dedicated him as a god in the afterlife, right? I would ask the same question, like the same virtue by which you would say, despite these historical evidences of Aristeus resurrected from the dead, I don't believe that he did. I would just say the same
Mhm.
thing. By the same virtue that you dismiss Aristeus, I will just dismiss Jesus.
Mhm.
Right. So I think the
So
difference is I'm treating the biblical resurrection account the same way I'm treating the other resurrection accounts. So I'm treating them all with the same fairness.
I see. Um, do you think there's any difference? And I'll freely admit I haven't studied all the other resurrection accounts. So in that sense, um, my question would be an honest one in the sense of like, do you see that the historical treatment of those is on par one with another, or do you see that there's any differences between biblical and other resurrection accounts?
So that's actually a really good question. And here's where I would separate John out. So for example, I think if you take the synoptic gospels, they read a lot like Roman history. They read a lot like Suetonius's 12 Lives or 12 Caesars, reads a lot like Tacitus. It reads like Cassius Dio, where you've got like this history being told, but there's also like this layer of mythology.
Hmm.
And to the people writing, the mythology was very real. And I think one of the reasons why it's real to them is because there's not a way for the author to validate what happened. And sometimes the author claimed to witness it as well.
Hmm.
And so I think the three synoptic gospels read a lot like Roman mythological histories. However, I think John is different. I think the multiple authors of John that are identified in the 21st chapter, I think they're attempting to do what the other three gospels did, but they're also trying to they're attempting to do theology, right? So whereas you read Mark, Mark obviously has somewhat of a motive. You can find it in the Gospel of Mark, but it seems like what he's really attempting to do is tell the story. Whereas
Hmm.
in John, you find all these underlying motives, the reordering of events. Jesus's death is on a different day because it needs to coincide with the slaughtering of the Passover lamb. Like he's moving stuff and rearranging stuff in order to make theological points that the other gospels don't make. So that's a long-winded answer, but I say that to say I think the synoptic gospels are more true to Roman history style writing, whereas the Gospel of John seems to be similar, but who's ever writing John is trying to get you to believe something.
Hmm. No doubt about that, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, how, like in your view, what do you do with guys like, Paul and Peter? Obviously, Peter talks about being eyewitnesses of the accounts, seeing, touching, etc. Paul obviously is then the apostle as abnormally born. He talks about himself not seeing Jesus in the flesh in that way, but then having this resurrection experience of Jesus in his Damascus Road experience, etc. So just like, how do you work with those guys and then compare to those other stories, I guess, like that? Do you see similarity, difference? Yeah, how do you work through those guys?
Yeah, so there's some big questions about the disciples, right? And I've got a lot of questions about the disciples. And one of the things that I used to do, I used to assume that like the disciples that we know about in the Bible, those are the actual disciples, those are their actual names, and that the story written about them seems to be vaguely true in some sense, right? I don't know if that's the case, but I'm willing to grant that like some of the narrative must be true. Like Jesus must have had disciples. We read about them in Sanhedrin 43a. The Jews talk about killing some of his disciples. So he must have
Mhm.
some disciples. But as for what they witnessed, because I think this is the more important question, and not did Jesus have disciples, but what did they witness? What did they see? And I'm more inclined to believe that the resurrection of Jesus happened like other resurrection accounts. So, for example, we talked about the resurrection of Aristeus. We just kind of touched on it, but there's a really famous resurrection from the first century. It's the resurrection of Nero. And this was such a widely held belief that Nero resurrected that Rome had to start executing resurrected Nero imposters. And there was one of them that was so convincing that he went to the Parthians. Nero was really well known for playing music and doing dramas with the Parthians. Some people would even joke that he was more Parthian than Roman. But the fact of the matter was the Parthians loved him. And so one guy showed up pretending to be the resurrected Nero, could play the harp like Nero, looked like Nero, and they believed him. And they literally assembled the army and marched over to Rome, believing that they've got the resurrected Nero at the helm and they were going to make war with Rome and put Nero back on the throne. And then they got slaughtered by the Romans. So
Mhm.
what happened was, I think just like the Nero imposters, just like other imposters, I think there's someone came along. Jesus said he was going to rise from the dead. People were already talking about it. In fact, in the Olivet Discourse, if you read Mark and the others, Jesus even says that there will be some that come claiming to be me, saying, I am he. So Mark is already setting you up for this idea that people are going to come by claiming to be the resurrected Jesus. I think somebody did it. I think somebody showed up and said, I'm the resurrected Jesus. It was just enough to convince one or two of the followers, maybe Mary Magdalene plus Peter. And then told the other disciples, and they were willing to believe it. This is like akin to the minimal witnesses hypothesis that was put together by Paul Logia, except he believes it was a vision and not an imposter. But I think an imposter can explain it too. I mean, if you read the writings of Julian, the heretic emperor, wrote in the middle of the 4th century that even now, as in the olden days, Christians hang out at dead people's tombs, hoping to have apparitions. And so it seems to be embedded in Christian practice that they expect to get apparitions of the dead. But I don't think that's what happened, honestly. I think it was just an imposter.
And so you're saying in that sense, like your position would be that based on the Nero imposters, it would be a likely potential scenario that there was also an imposter of Christ. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there's a quite a few scenarios in the past where like people were impersonating the dead. And we know that people are robbing graves as well, so they can do this. And so if I'm asking myself, what is the best explanation for the facts? Well, it seems to be that we already have historical evidences of people pretending to be dead people and people being convinced by it, right? But we don't have any evidence of God raising people from the dead, right? So all I'm asking myself is what's the most reasonable answer to the evidence? And I think the most reasonable answer is that what happened with Jesus is the same thing that happened with Nero or Zalmoxis. Zalmoxis was a little bit like Nero, except he intentionally tried to deceive people about being dead. He told everyone he was going to die and resurrect, and then he just disappeared for 3 years, came back and said, I resurrected, bitches. What now? And, some people believed him and some people didn't, right? So, like, to me, I'm looking at history and I'm thinking, oh, well, if I'm being fair, then I would treat the biblical resurrection the same way I'm treating the other resurrection accounts.
Okay. So what would you do in terms of um, obviously like the historical record that we do have from the biblical writings, which I mean would be a different topic a little bit in terms of like the historical accuracy, the timing of those, when they were written, etc. But what do you do with those in the sense that the actual accounts given would seem to suggest that the very first response, like of the Sanhedrin, was the disciples stole the body, and that story was widely circulated. Obviously, they would have to come up with some story if the tomb was empty. If it wasn't empty and his body is there, then the easy response would simply be to say, "Well, go check the tomb yourself. There's the there's the corpse." What do you do with those? What are actually written as the historical accounts?
Right, and so
Just
when
what's
we
your
talk about, like, the empty tomb, right,
yeah.
there's a lot of questions I have. First of all, no one can validate that anyone knew where he was buried. I'm not convinced that he was even put in a tomb, right? So when we talk about things like the empty tomb, There's a lot of thing like Christians will just presuppose that there was an empty tomb. I don't even know that to be the case. I know he died, and I know that people believed he rose from the dead, right? Those are things I think we know. Those are like what Habermas would call like minimal facts, right?
Right.
Um, is a minimal fact that he was placed in a tomb? I don't think we can say that. I don't think we know he was placed in a tomb. Most people were like in a mass burial, especially if the point was to shame the person being crucified, and that seems to be the goal. If we look at there were, I'm not saying it's not the case. That people could be taken and placed in a tomb. If you had money and you had status, you could make it happen for the right amount and for the right person. But when we talk about people who committed severe acts of sedition against the Roman Empire and who committed blasphemy against the Jewish laws, to me, I find it implausible that the Jews would then be like, "Oh yeah, go take them, put them in the tomb." I feel like if when I read the Talmud and the way it talks about Jesus, it literally says Jesus is today sitting in excrement. Like they really hated this guy, right? So like I
Yeah.
find it implausible that the Jews would just go, "Oh, Joseph of Arimathea, yeah, go ahead, go ahead and take him down." You know, that doesn't make any
Right,
sense to
except that
me.
was Pilate, not the Jews, that would have given that permission. So, but yeah, keep going.
Well, no, that's the thing is, so they were crucifying him where in Jerusalem, right? Well, outside the
Right.
walls,
But
right, right.
Pilate's the one that has to do it
Well,
as far as the authority and permission.
Pilate has to give them the command to be crucified, right? But it was
Right.
the tradition of the Romans to leave the body up. It was the tradition of the Jews to take the body down within 24 hours, right? So if
Sure.
if we're leaving it up to the Romans, they would have left his carcass up there till the birds ate it. If we're leaving it up to the Jews, we know when a Jew was crucified, a lot of times the Romans would allow them to take the body down according to Jewish custom because for the
Sure.
most part, the Jews were allowed to rule their own people using their own laws, and as long as it didn't
Right.
violate Roman laws, right? So, yeah, I agree. If Jesus wasn't Jewish, the Romans would have been completely in charge of what happened to his body. But the fact that he was Jewish would lead me to believe that he probably had he would have been taken down within 24 hours, like most Jewish executions were, and he would have been placed into a mass grave. Was he placed in a tomb? I don't know if we can say that he was. And if he was, I'm not sure we can even say which tomb. If he was placed in a tomb, how did he get out of the tomb? Bigger questions there. Was there a grave robber? Was there did he just walk out? Did he get revived? Because he wasn't fully dead. He was only up there for a couple hours. Did he just come to and walk out? Like uh there's so many plausible answers, and some of these sounds silly, but there's a story of Calero, and I forget who writes about it. I can get to it later if it's important, but there's a woman named Calero who gets executed, or so it was thought, and they place her in a tomb, and then her grieving lover comes to like cry and pay homage at the tomb. And then turns out he gets there and she's gone. And they're like, "Oh my god, she resurrected." What a crazy thing. She resurrected, right? And but what actually happened was grave robbers, we find out later, grave robbers came by, took the body and sold her into slavery. They found her many, many years later, sold into slavery. So there's a lot of ways how somebody could end up in a tomb and end up out of a tomb without assuming that there was a resurrection.
Sure. Justin, in a story like that, like the one you just told me, when roughly did that happen? Is that an ancient story as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. In a story like that, um, compare for me, like, what do you do with say, the literary evidence for that story? Like, how many authors of it, how many copies are there, et cetera, et cetera. And you can see where I would go with that in my own mind versus historical accounts around Jesus, et cetera. So do you accept the historicity of the accounts of that story, or of the Talmud, for example, itself, or of the writings of Pliny or Herodotus, etc., etc. You know, like when you read those, do you generally read that with this air of like, well, yeah, they wrote it. It probably historical happened. Obviously, every author is, you know, prone to mistake and is fallible and all that. Not saying everybody's perfect. Sometimes it seems pretty obvious to write or to see that there's a large motivation in some writing of some kind that may slant the history, quote unquote, of it, in that type of thing. So how do you compare those writings and say the Gospels?
Yeah, well, I treat them the same, right? So when I get to even the writings of Josephus, or I get to the Roman histories, Greek histories, and they say things that are more mythological in nature, I say, okay, well, that probably didn't happen. But when they tell stories like so and so went to war with so and so, yeah, I would say that probably did happen, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I'm just as critical of those histories as I am with the biblical history. And I'll be
Yep.
first to admit the Bible does tell a lot of history. Some of that history is true, but I'm treating the mythological portion the same way I treat the mythological portions elsewhere. And
Yeah.
now, if you're already a Christian, you already believe in God, right? Well, if you have the God belief, then you can work
Hmm.
backwards and say, well, I have a God belief, so I can believe in miracles, right? So therefore, but at that point, the question needs to be then, why these miracles? Why are the miracles of the Bible the only true miracles? Whereas like the miracle healings of Vespasian aren't real miracles. And that's
Hmm.
where I think we end up getting into special pleading, because I've never heard a good argument for why I should believe the miracles in the Bible, but not believe in the healings of like Hanina Bendoza.
Hmm. Yeah, and I guess my own perception on that was I guess I would say, and I would imagine we're probably similar in this. I would say you probably got to take every miraculous account on its own merits in some sense, right? Because I have no trouble believing in miracles as a theist. So in that sense, I have no trouble believing that extra biblical miracles have also happened at various times and places. Doesn't bother me at all. So all I would have to do then is say, am I skeptical? Well, yeah, because miracles by their own definition, right, would would tell us that they would be exceptionally rare and such. Otherwise we wouldn't call them miracles. So in that sense, I think I would say, well, you take every potential miracle on its own
Mhm.
merits. Did they or did they not happen? But it doesn't rock my world in the sense that, yeah, I'm okay with other miracles having happened. Um,
Sure. So like
if by
in
definition I accept them, right? Yeah.
so in like the writings of Livy, when it says that Serapis was taken up into heaven in like a flaming sheet, do you think
Hmm.
that miracle happened?
I don't know because I haven't ever really done any looking
Mhm.
into it as far as the situation of it, motivations of the author, et cetera, et cetera. So my default position would start with skepticism towards it, and I would say, I doubt it. It would be my first thought. At the same time, I would say, well, I don't discount the possibility of a miracle since I don't struggle, like, I don't come at the world from a naturalistic viewpoint. So, in that sense, I would say, well, could it have happened? Possibly. But I would need to then research or whatever, try to do whatever evidential work I could. Now, in some cases, of course, claims of a miracle just don't have any evidence for or against, really. And so then you're left with a historical person's word. They say, well, such and such happened. You're like, okay, there's nothing we can do to get back to that event historically. Obviously, a more modern account of a miracle, claim of a miracle, sometimes, at least in present day, you could at least maybe go and try to do your own research. But yeah, by definition, miracles would be very rare. So my default position would be skepticism.
Sure, and I think that's my default position as well. But
Yeah.
to make the waters a little murkier, Serapis, the one who ascended into heaven on a sheet of fire, is actually a deity. And in the writings of Tacitus and Suetonius, this deity empowers Emperor Vespasian to heal a blind person and to heal somebody with a lame leg in front of a multitude of witnesses. So, if this healing is true, it would mean that the god Serapis exists.
That would be an interesting way to think through it. From my own biblical worldview, the way I would approach something like that is to say, I do believe that there are spiritual powers. Not, I believe that there's only one true God in that sense. I'm a monotheist, so I don't believe there are many gods in the big G sense. At the same time, I do believe that there are many gods, if you will, in small G sense, but that there are spiritual powers that are out there that can and do miraculous kinds of things. So that doesn't, like turn my world on its head or something like that to think that, oh man, could there be, in the name of a different deity, miracles done? Yeah, I would be okay with. I mean, that can fit within my worldview, I guess. So I'd still go back to the account and say, well, did it happen? I don't know. Was it a made up story? Yeah, my default is skepticism towards that.
Yeah. So you
Being
do
real.
believe in lesser gods then?
Yes.
Okay. So Serapis could be a lesser god.
Yes. I would
Okay.
think so.
Can a house divided against itself stand?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Well, why would God like create and empower these lesser gods?
Well, by gods, what I would understand from, if I look at biblical sources, what I would understand these gods to be would be spiritual forces that are created by God. So we had, according to the Bible, spiritual forces created, some then remained good and are called angels, some are fallen and are called demons. And so you have those. Some of the texts, and these are places that you can't, at least I don't believe you can stand on them with a really firm thing. I wouldn't go to die over these kinds of issues, but it does seem that there is a hierarchical structure in the spiritual realm. The Bible doesn't pull back the curtain and give us a ton there, but it does make reference a few times to, a chief deity, a chief, or the Book of Daniel mentions a couple of those types of things, and they're just little passing remarks that give you this hint that there's something there. Some of the local deities that were known in, say, Canaanite religions, like the god Baal or Ashtoreth, etc. Gods like that. I think there's a strong possibility that in various localities, for example, we know that Baal was worshipped in many, many, many
Mm,
localities, and in each of those localities, he even had a local name, right? Baal Barrett or
mhm.
etc. Those types of things. So, in those localities, it's very possible that there is an actual spiritual force that is behind that worship of that particular local deity in a place. And so, in that sense, that's how I would have seen that. So when you ask the question, why would God allow other gods? In that sense, it's like, well, I wouldn't call that a house divided against itself in the sense that it's, you know, God divided against himself, but that you have the spiritual realm of created beings who are not in and of themselves God, but can do some godlike things and are certainly worshipped as gods sometimes. I think they
Well,
would like to be worshipped.
so I make the point because I want to draw a direct comparison between that
Sure.
and Mark chapter 3 when Jesus is claimed to be casting out demons in the name of Beelzebub.
Right.
And Jesus says, "No, certainly I'm not casting out demons in the name of Beelzebub, because a house
Yep.
divided against itself cannot stand." Right. So he's saying,
Yep.
"No, no, no, no. I can't be. be doing this thing.
Yep.
Which means it doesn't make sense that the god Serapis would exist, and the god Serapis would be doing these good things like healing people, like curing blind people.
Sure, I see what you're saying. So your assumption in that would be that if there was a God, quote unquote, small g, empowered by a what I would consider an evil spiritual force, that it wouldn't ever do something good. Is that
Right.
right?
Yeah, I'm presupposing that these other gods, these lesser gods,
Yep.
in your worldview are probably malevolent.
Yeah, and I guess what I would say is I would be careful about using the word malevolent because if you go back to a biblical worldview, you find that it also says Satan himself disguises himself as an angel of light,
Mhm.
and in many cases, a deity other than God, in that sense, worshipped by God, um, might very well want to do other good things in order to be winning the loyalty, allegiance of people, do what they would perceive as good things for them, do things that would win them worship. Because if they desire to be worshipped, if they're spiritual forces that want that, then it doesn't bother me at all to see them doing quote unquote good things, being benevolent instead of malevolent to people at times, because if they get worship and service out of it, then it works.
Right. Okay. So Jesus's statement then in Mark 3 just wouldn't it wouldn't be a sensible statement then, because Jesus is suggesting, I if I was sent from the devil to cast out demons, I would be working against myself. I would be self defeating. Right. So if
Right.
these other deities exist and they're malevolent, we should see them doing malevolent things, not good things. But I see what you're saying. You're suggesting that they can do good things, pretending that they're good even though they're not, which then in turn makes them malevolent on a secondary level. And I can agree with that. I'm okay with that. That
Okay. Yeah.
coincides with Deuteronomy 13 when God says he'll send false prophets to test his people, so on and so forth. Obviously, they're going to be pretending to be doing good things even though they're not doing good things. So I can actually be okay with that particular
Yeah.
um, but let's not get bogged down in the other gods discussion, because I don't know if that does anything for either of our sides. It's
I would
just kind of
probably
a
agree.
it's just kind of a point of interest because every
Yes.
Christian has a different opinion on whether or not there are other gods. And what do we call a god? Is a god something that's uncreated? But anyways, that's a different discussion. Okay, so
Yep.
one of the reasons why I don't believe in some of these miracle claims that we're talking about, and I certainly don't believe in the resurrection, is because when I go through and I'm looking at like the gospels, I'm seeing the gospels say things that are just like patently not true. Now, for some Christians that's okay. Not every Christian holds to biblical inerrancy. So if you
Hmm.
don't hold to biblical inerrancy, it's not necessarily a problem.
Hmm.
But the question I would have then, if the gospel authors just say things that are untrue, like how many untrue things do they have to say before I think to myself, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't trust them?
Sure. What would you give as an example of a couple of the untrue things? What would your thought be?
Well, I think there's different layers. So there's some really small untrue things where they've got Jesus saying that no man has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man, which obviously is false because Elijah ascended into heaven in Second Kings chapter 2. And then you've got other things that appeared to be mistakes. Like in Mark chapter 1, there is a quotation that is cited to be from Isaiah when it actually comes from Malachi. And then you've got more ridiculous fake quotations. For example, in Matthew 27, it says that according to Matthew or whoever wrote Matthew, when Jesus was betrayed for the 30 pieces of silver, it was to fulfill the prophecy that was written in Jeremiah. And then it goes on to quote something that's from Zechariah. And that quotation from Zechariah has nothing to do with anybody being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver, which means like either Matthew's making something up or he's out of his mind.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And so, um, in your view, having some of those things would then discredit the core truths of the Gospels, so that you would then say, when it came to the core message of it and the historical quote unquote facts around Jesus and his crucifixion and resurrection, then based on the facts that I see some errors or foolish mistakes or whatever category you drop those different ones into, then you would go, based on what I perceive as those, I would discredit the whole thing. Is that accurate? Or
I think that's a starting point. So when we start looking at the mistakes in the Gospels, you can walk through the Gospels and say, okay, there's a mistake here, there's a mistake there, not the end of the world.
Mhm.
I think for me, the thing that really puts a lot of weight that's too heavy to lift onto the argument is that when you start looking at the more important stuff, like, okay, when it says that Jesus fulfilled these particular prophecies, which obviously is the justification for him being the Messiah, and then you go through and you read the prophecies, it's actually pretty clear he didn't fulfill any of these prophecies. In fact, most of them aren't even prophecies, they're just random out of context quotations, right? So we've got these gospel authors that think randomly quoting Psalm 22 makes it a prophecy, and then they misquote the Old Testament over and over again, or they misinterpret what's in the Old Testament because they couldn't actually read Hebrew. Like in Matthew 22, they put some words on Jesus's mouth about Psalm 110, about David, they believe David wrote the psalm, and that David wrote about having two different lords, which is indication that Jesus is not just the Messiah, he's not the son of David, he's also the Lord. But if you just read it in Hebrew, it's clearly not about. First of all, it's a prophecy to David from somebody in David's court. It starts out, Neum Yahweh, an oracle of Yahweh. Le Devim is more. It's to David, and so like I'm looking at this thing and I'm thinking, oh well, Psalm 110 is obviously just a prophecy given to King David, and if you read the whole thing, it's all about King David. In fact, the most important part, that he'll put your enemies as footstool under your feet, that comes true. First Kings chapter 5, Solomon tells you it comes true. And so, like, I'm reading Psalm 110, and I'm like, oh, this is clearly just a prophecy to King David. And then I go to Matthew 22, and Jesus is like, no, King David wrote it, and it's about me. I'm like, this dude doesn't know how to read Hebrew. But if you're reading it in the Greek, which he obviously was, you could get that opinion because in the Greek, it seems to intimate that the same thing Jesus said, the Lord said to my Lord, because they were doing in Greek the same thing we do in English, right? So in English, we do the Lord rather than Yahweh because we want to respect the divine name. Well, in the Greek Septuagint, they were doing the same thing. You see Hakirios all the time in relation to Yahweh's divine names. But if you're reading this in Greek and you have no understanding of the tradition and you have no understanding of the underlying Hebrew text, I can see why you would come to Psalm 110 and say, oh, David is saying there's two lords. But to me, this is like just a fundamental misunderstanding of the underlying text that if Jesus made this mistake, I think he's silly. If someone put this in Jesus's mouth, like Matthew is writing this story about Jesus and Jesus didn't really do it, well, then that makes Matthew a liar.
Gotcha. What's your opinion about, and I guess I'll ask it this way, but the idea of dual authorship in the sense of, a multi-layered meaning, because most of these prophecies would be things that were written about a historical figure, for example, David or Solomon, and then the messianic tone of that is going to be picked up and carried further, recapitulated into a different sense, is how prophecy is typically read in that sense. So, for example, like in Psalm 22, you mentioned that one. Jesus quotes that obviously from the cross, but just Psalm 22, verse 1, when he cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me? But when you read the entirety of Psalm 22, I guess I would believe that when Jesus quotes that from the cross, he is then actually referring to the entire psalm. in its context, which those people, his audience, would have known and very much understood. And in fact, if you take the historical gospel accounts seriously and you say there were actually people standing at the foot of the cross saying those very words, hey, if you are the Son of God, come down and save yourself. And those words like are lifted as a very direct allusion, almost quotation from Psalm 22. So when they would look at that and say this is a prophecy about Christ, it's not that David knew exactly what he was writing about Christ, but the way some of the biblical scholars would say it is that he wrote better than he knew, in that sense, at that time, because there's a divine author at work behind the human author, and so that's how you would end up with Psalm 22 functioning prophetically. Unpack that a little bit from your thoughts.
Yeah, so I think it's circular. So let me, before we address Jesus quoting Psalm 22, let me address dual fulfillment, because I think that's what you started with. So to me, I think dual fulfillment I could accept. Say, for example, if Jesus fulfilled 10 prophecies in the original context in which the prophecy was given, but then he fulfilled 5 more in like a dual fulfillment sense, then I'm like,
Okay.
okay, sure. Right. Yeah, I can buy that. But the reality is, he didn't fulfill a single prophecy in the original context. Every single one of them has to be interpreted as some sort of a dual fulfillment or partial fulfillment or a type and shadow. Sometimes just a linguistic illusion, like when it says that he moved to Nazareth to fulfill the what the prophet said about he'll be a Nazarene, which is just a grammatical allusion to Isaiah 11 when it says that he's going to be a branch, branch of David. So like I could accept like some level of secondary interpretation if I had a body of prophecies that he already fulfilled in the original context, but I don't. I don't have a single one of them. Now, with Psalm 22 specifically, I think Psalm 22 is a circular argument. And I'll give you the explanation of why I label it as circular. Because we're saying Jesus has authority because he fulfilled the messianic prophecies. Okay. When we look at the messianic prophecies, what gets listed are non-messianic prophecies. And they're like, well, no, they become messianic because Jesus said they're messianic. Okay, well, if his authority is because he fulfilled these prophecies, but these prophecies aren't prophecies about him unless he grants them to be prophecies about him, then it's a circular argument. I can make the same thing about me. I can say, Isaiah 59 is about me. I will bring forth descendants. It's not a prophecy about me. Well, it is because I said so. Right, so these become circular arguments, and I don't think they're good arguments. They only work if you presuppose that Jesus is already somehow God. And I don't think that's how these evidences work, because you wouldn't do the same thing with Muhammad, you wouldn't do the same thing with anybody else in history. You wouldn't presuppose that everything they say is true, and therefore everything that gives them their authority must now match what they say because they have the authority. You have to start with the cart after the horse, not the cart before the horse. So before I give Jesus the ability to interpret scripture, I need to go to the plain reading of the scripture and demonstrate that he has the ability first. And I can't do that because there are clear messianic prophecies. Jeremiah 33 is one of the most clearest. Isaiah 11, Isaiah 2. We've got more like the second half of Ezekiel. If you've read Ezekiel, you know about the New Jerusalem, New Israel. The one from David comes as foretold in chapter 37. So like we have very clear messianic prophecies, but when we go to those, Christians will tell me, well, no, that's going to happen when he comes back. Okay. Well, the actual messianic prophecies didn't come true. Those come true when he comes back. But can you show me something that did come true? And they can never do it. They can only point to types, shadows, partial fulfillments, dual fulfillments.
Okay. I'm kind of tracking with you there. So, for example, in Psalm 22, like if we track that one for a little bit, the way I would look at it is you've got a psalm that is written of David, and if we take 2 Samuel 7, and we understand David that now understands that God has made him some incredible promises, and has told him, these are these things that I'm going to do for you. And some of those promises seem to clearly extend out beyond what could be promised to any normal physical human being in that sense.
In Psalm
You're
22?
gonna in 2 Samuel 7 to David.
Oh, 2 Samuel 7. I'm sorry.
the
I thought we were on Psalm 22 still. I apologize. That's my fault.
I'm coming back to Psalm 22. Sorry if I confused that. I'm just saying that. So I would read Psalm 22 then in light of David's understanding that he has from 2 Samuel 7. God's made some pretty incredible pronouncements, promises to him. And so that there's some level of maybe understanding from David's part in terms of like, I don't know how all this is going to work, but some of this is there. So Psalm 22, I would say, is more of an example of what I said earlier, maybe the he wrote better than he knew type of a text, because I very strongly doubt that David would have written these things about his own physical enemies, his own situation. He's the king, he's being attacked, he's struggling. So when he says things, like a pack of dogs has surrounded me and lions, etc., he's speaking metaphorically of his enemies that are all around him, that are attacking him. I don't think in that moment that David is thinking Messiah, right? So I would agree with you that in that sense, I would put that one in the category of somewhere, like I said, speaking better than he knew, maybe versus a more direct one that you were talking about.
Well, I don't
there.
think it's even prophetic, which is we'll get to that in a second. But I want to address 2 Samuel 7 because there is a prophecy in 2 Samuel that gets credited to Jesus quite often. But I think if you just read it, it's clearly not, right? So he says in verse 14, I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, I will punish him with a rod, such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings. But we would agree in Christian doctrine, Jesus didn't commit any iniquity, right? So this seems to be talking about an earthly king who's going to take on the throne of the kingdom forever. But to me, this is just a failed prophecy. God said it would happen. It didn't happen, and it will never happen. The throne no longer exists, right? But if you're a Christian or a Jew, your starting point is, well, it can't fail. It must come true. So now I have to make these words mean something other than what they originally meant.
Sure, I can see how you can see it that way. I would just come at that from the simple standpoint of, again, that you have a prophecy that's starting out with David and his immediate descendants who are going to be going, but then the prophecy extends to saying, and there's going to be this everlasting throne. And so I have no trouble with the part about he punishing with the rod of men, applying to the physical line, the physical descendants of David who are going to come, and then the way that the everlasting line is going to unfold ultimately then will be through Christ, who then becomes the everlasting king who lastingly is on the throne, instead of an eternal succession of one king after another. So in that sense, it doesn't bother me that he says, I'm going to punish him with the rod of men, because I see physical descendants of David. That very thing happens. And then Jesus comes as the ultimate son of David, who now will be the eternal reigning king. So in my mind, that doesn't present a problem at all.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. In 2 Samuel 7, you have to go in and say, well, this part was about physical people and this part was about Jesus, right? You now have to go through and dissect it and say, well, this was talking about something in this original context. This part didn't come true, so we have to apply it to Jesus. Like, so when it says he will build a house for my name and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever, You're
Mhm.
saying, well, that must be about Jesus because it didn't come true with the lineage of David. But when it says, I will be a father to him and he will be a son to me when he commits iniquity, well, that couldn't be about Jesus because Jesus didn't commit any iniquity. So to me, this is like, I would classify this as just like talking out of two sides of your mouth. Well, like, what tool do you have in your toolbox to go to a text and say, well, this part obviously doesn't mean what it means. It must mean something else.
Sure. And I guess the simple tool that we have in our toolbox is, when you have a literary work, then you go and you say, okay, um, does the author of that literary work help us understand himself in or herself in other places? And in that sense, as the Bible unfolds, you go, oh, okay, we see more clearly in some of those instances, how then that gets worked out. And so it helps us interpret itself in that way. You read the Bible on its own terms, and it helps you to, understand those different places. So I wouldn't call that doublespeak. It would simply be, just good historical exegesis of the whole and looking at the parts then.
No, I don't think so, because the Mormons do the same thing. The Mormons go into the New Testament and the Old Testament and reinterpret it through the words of Joseph Smith. And so I would say, like, for the same reason that you would reject Joseph Smith's double and triple interpretation, I would reject the New Testament's double interpretation. I would say, no, the New Testament's wrong for the same reason the Book of Mormon's wrong.
Yeah, I can see what you're trying to say there. Obviously, there's not every interpretation can be the right interpretation, right? So you have to go back and say, what was the what's the correct interpretation of any literary work?
Right.
What did I write, and what did I intend by that? If I wrote my wife a love letter, what was my intent, and how did I write it, and so what did it actually say and mean? And you got to do the same thing with scripture. So I would definitely not say that any interpretation is right, and it definitely is easy to jump on things. And I'm not saying that nobody's done that in the name of Christianity, but I would still stand on the fact of, the way I would read it. You can follow those things out, and according to textual evidence, where you do your careful study and work, you walk through that and you go, okay, that definitely makes sense. And um, again, you have many times a single intended meaning from a original human author that may not know how that's also going to play out in a future sense, which is why I think sometimes you see those. Anyway, that could be
Yeah.
a long, long discussion, probably more than we would have time for here. I don't know what your time frame is on these kind of discussions, but
Well, I'm here till, like, midnight tonight, so I got plenty of time. So, when it comes to, like, the exegesis of scripture, so, like, one of the burdens that you have from the New Testament point of view is justifying their method of exegesis by saying, these words meant something in the original context, but we're gonna apply something new to it, and I think 2 Samuel 7 is, kind of a murky case. I think a better demonstration could be found, say, for example, in Isaiah chapter 7, the ever so famous virgin birth, right? If
okay.
you just read Isaiah 7, it's quite clear that this is about a child that was born during the reign of King Ahaz. You can only apply it to Jesus if you do some sort of a dual fulfillment or some sort of a types and shadow type of thing, right? And
Hmm.
the question I would have is, why would I do that? Why would I look at a prophecy given and fulfilled hundreds of years before Jesus and then to say, "Oh, well, it's got a double meaning." Why would I do that?
Sure. I guess in my mind, the reason you would end up doing that is because other things about Jesus would be fulfilled, validated in a way that then you would say, ah, and the entirety of Isaiah pointing forward, looking at what is happening here, Jesus is lining up, fulfilling these things, and therefore, um, so obviously, if the historical gospel account is true, and that would be a big assumption, obviously, that if Jesus was born of a virgin, then you would look back and you'd go, wow, that's pretty cool in Isaiah. But if he wasn't, obviously, then you'd be like, and there's a big stretch.
Yes.
So
So you got to the point that I made earlier, which is if Jesus fulfilled a bunch of other messianic prophecies in the context in which they were given, then I would be charitable and I might go to Isaiah 7 and be like, "Oh, I see what you did there. I see the double fulfillment you did there." But it can't be done. You can't go to any prophecy in which Jesus fulfilled in the original context. There are a couple that the gospel authors try to claim he fulfilled in the original context, but if you read it, he clearly didn't. Like Zechariah 9:9 is one prophecy where the authors are clearly trying to indicate that this was about Jesus, but when you read it, it's not. It talks about an actual king that cuts off war and makes obviously Israel victorious, which Jesus didn't do. They got decimated by the Romans shortly after, right? So like unless someone can point me, here are some predictions that Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, made that Jesus fulfilled in the original context of the prediction. I'm not inclined to go back and look at other prophecies and say, well, they must have a dual meaning. And if that's the case, who gets to determine what the dual meaning is? Can I just go in and create a third meaning and say that the third meaning is about Joseph Smith?
sure. I understand your thinking in that, and I would agree to an extent of like I think we got to be really careful with where that line of reasoning goes in the text, because you can get into some pretty crazy wild stuff. What's your view of the messianic thrust of the suffering servant and that whole motif, and how that's played into Jesus? Because obviously he himself pointed strongly towards those aspects and said he's going to suffer and die and be raised, etc. Those things. So, and it seems that he pointed his disciples more towards those things, even though their own expectations of the Messiah were very much, hey, conquering king coming, etc. So, what's your take on that?
Well, I think at the time of the Dead Sea community, like the community of Qumran, they started to reinterpret Isaiah 53 as possibly about an individual. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's quite a few interpretations in them about a teacher within their sect that they're applying Isaiah 53 to. So we know by the time of Jesus, there were some people that were like, hey, maybe this is about an individual, not about corporate Israel, even though the bulk of the Jews still believed it was about corporate Israel. And I think the reason why they believed it about corporate Israel is quite obvious, because in 2nd Isaiah chapter 40 to 55, the servant is identified 8 different times as the nation of Israel. And if you read the whole thrust of 2nd Isaiah, the goal of freeing the Israelites from Babylonian captivity was in order to exalt Israel, and through the exaltation and the rebuilding of Israel, God will be exalted, because all the nations are going to see God vindicating his people. They're going to look at his people and be like, oh my gosh, look what this God did to these people that were downtrodden and forsaken. You know, we thought they were forsaken, but look at them now, right? And so I don't have a good reason to get to chapter 53 and all of a sudden think, oh, well, this must be about an individual rather than about the nation of Israel, when all of 2nd Isaiah has already told me that God's going to free his people. He calls his people the servant, and then his people are going to be exalted, and then all the nations are going to flock to the nation of Israel because they've just witnessed the exaltation of the Israelite people. I can't find a good reason to get to chapter 53 and then just switch gears and be like, nope, this is actually about someone who comes hundreds of years later, has no context to the actual prophecy being given.
I gotcha. Okay.
And
Yep.
and so and the other thing too with the corporate Israel interpretation is this interpretation matches what we find in Jeremiah. It matches what we find in Ezekiel. It matches what we find in the other prophets, right? Like in Zechariah chapter 8. The Jews get exalted, and it says 10 people from every language, from every nation, will grab hold of the cloak of a Jew, asking to go with them because they have heard that God is with them. Like, this is the general scope of the redemption of Israel. Like the redemption of Israel is the catalyst for the other nations recognizing that Yahweh is the one true God. I don't see anything in here about the Messiah being in the catalyst. The Messiah seems to come along after the redemption of Israel, after they've already been redeemed, after the nations are already recognizing that there's something special about Israel. And then what's the Messiah do? He comes, he sits on the throne, he restores Israel. Israel gets completely restored, and all the nations are like, "Oh my gosh, did you see this thing?" And so, like, that's why I think my interpretation from a contextual standpoint makes sense. But if you want to make it about Jesus, and this is what most scholars do, most biblical scholars of the Old Testament variety that are still Christian will go in and say, yes, the original context was about Israel, but in a secondary sense, we could apply this to Jesus. But again, that gets me all the way back to what I said before. Until someone can demonstrate that Jesus fulfilled some messianic prophecy in the original context in which it was given, I just don't feel like it would be wise to make up secondary interpretations and then just apply it to Jesus, because I can see this happening in the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you read through the Dead Sea Scrolls, they did this in the Pesher of Habakkuk. They did this in the additional Pesherim, where they went through and they're recognizing that the prophecies didn't come true. The Greeks are kicking their ass, and they're like, okay, well, now it turns out that the Babylonians are the Katim, and these people are actually these people, and they just reinterpret it, and they're like, okay, these don't mean what they originally meant. They must mean something different because the prophecy can't fail. And to me, I'm looking at the New Testament. The New Testament's doing the same thing that the Dead Sea Scroll community is doing. They're going back to the Old Testament and saying the prophecies can't fail. So how can we twist these? How can we bend them enough to make them about our Messiah rather than admitting that our Messiah failed?
Okay, gotcha. I got two quick questions for you in this. One would be, how would you track through, for example, and categorize, if you will, maybe the I would call it a prophecy, but if you go back to the story of Abraham with Isaac, and we have a symbolic story there, obviously, with the sacrifice. Obviously, he didn't go through with the sacrifice of Isaac, etc. But then this provision of a ram, and God says, it's really clear, it's in future tense, on the mountain of the Lord, it will be provided. So there's this future expectation that's created out of this story. And of course, they had gone to Mount Moriah. It says that site is later identified as the place where the threshing floor of Aruna the Jebusite is, where King David makes this sacrifice to stop this plague that he's brought on by his own foolishness, etc. But there's this atoning thing happening, which then becomes the site of the later building of the temple. And obviously, if you've been to Jerusalem, the exact location of that is impossible to know, because in the geography, it's not like I live in Montana, so I think mountains we hiked a peak. I know what peak it was. It has a name, and I've been to the top of it. And Mount Moriah isn't quite like that. The whole Temple Mount and all that's more like a ridge with little bumps on it. So
Right.
the exact location, but I think the point of it being, at this place, at this site, down to the level then of Jesus ultimately being crucified somewhere right up there on that same hill, mountain, whatever you want to call it there. What would you do with a prophecy like that, which would seem to be more a literal fulfillment of a expectation tied to a very specific place? Any thoughts there?
So I don't think it's a prophecy for the future. I think it's a prophecy that happened in Genesis 22. And the other thing I would say is, I don't think this, first of all, I don't think Abraham existed, but I don't think that's the conversation we have to have right now. But
Okay.
if I admit, or not admit, but if I grant that Abraham could have existed and that he could have had a son named Isaac, right? If I grant all that, I would just look at the passage itself and show where it seems to already get fulfilled within its own story. So in verse 13, it says, Abraham looked up and saw a ram caught in the thicket by its horns. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called the place, the Lord will provide, as it said to this day, on the mount that the Lord, on the mount of the Lord, it shall be provided. So I'm seeing this, I'm saying, oh, because God did provide for Abraham, Abraham decided to name the mount God will provide. So it's not, to me, I'm not reading this as a prediction for the distant future. I'm reading this as Abraham having faith in God, that God will not force him to sacrifice his own son, that he'll find a way to provide. And then he does.
Okay.
Right.
I think you could read it that way. I mean, you could see the potential for Abraham to just say, kind of like, on the mountain of the Lord, it will be provided. For those who seek, it will be provided, in that sense. And you could see that as the end of it. Where I would tend to go with that is to say, I would probably have interpreted it that way and seen it that way, except that then the Bible seems to pick up that thread and carry it forward and stitch it back in a number of times, making very specific allusion back. And this place where that happened seems to then pick up and build momentum, obviously, in the even the, and this would be where I'm not sure, but I would call it in a foreshadowing sense, the type and fulfillment sense. But here you have that story, the original Abraham Isaac story, then figuring prominently forward, and you see that there's a type antitype fulfillment later than in Christ. So anyway, but it seems to be a historical progression through with actually that place, and the statement then it will be provided seems to take on more meaning as the story goes forward, I guess, is the way I would look at it.
Well, I'm looking at the Abraham narrative, and I'm a firm believer in, I'm going to call it the fragmentary hypothesis. You're probably familiar with the documentary hypothesis. I like the subset of the documentary hypothesis referred to as a fragmentary hypothesis, which is similar, except that rather than assuming that there were 4 different like editorial classes that were assembling documents and doing the editing, it's more fragmented, where there were many people doing stories and editings that were eventually compiled along the 4 lines of the Yahwist, Elohist, Deuteronomist, and I forgot, a priestly class. So I'm looking at this, I'm saying, listen, these texts appear to have been written after the 9th or the 8th century. That's the evidence we have. We don't have any evidence that this was written prior to King David or Solomon. In fact, biblical Hebrew as we know it didn't even arise until the 9th century. So by the time this happened, the temple, Jerusalem, was already the most prominent city in the Levant. This was already their place of worship. I'm looking at Genesis as these are the origin stories that explain why things are the way that they are now, right? That's why we have so many, like, this is how this got named. This is how that got named. This is how our clans got their names, right? These are hallmark signs of mythological storytelling for ideological explanations. So I'm thinking, when I'm reading Genesis 22, the reason why Mount Moriah is so prominent in Genesis 22 is because it was prominent already at the time that these texts were being written and compiled to explain their backstory. And so I don't think most of Genesis is real. I think it reads just like Babylonian mythology, which is why the first 11 chapters all have Babylonian parallels. Every story in the first 11 chapters, I can find you a parallel in the Babylonian or the Assyrian literature. So to me, I just don't find, this is why I said I don't think Abraham even existed. I don't find the fact that there's connections between the Abraham narrative and the religious center in Jerusalem, because they made the story to explain the religious center in Jerusalem. But that being said, you've got a fair point when you bring in the New Testament, because the New Testament, Jesus being crucified in Jerusalem, while I think is the most likely place to crucify him, you can rightly say, You can rightly say that there wasn't a fictional story. If he was crucified, he was probably crucified where it said he was crucified. I'll definitely grant you that one. Um, so I don't read Genesis 22 as first of all a prophecy about anything. That would be the first thing. But I also would say the connection that people are making theologically, I think that connection is fictitious because Genesis is a story being created to explain why we have things the way they are. Just like that's why there's so many doublets and triplets. Like, she's my sister triplet. Why do we have this story 3 times? You can't tell me this happened 3 different times. It's obviously a story that was so widely circulated that it took on different tones in different regions. And then when they brought the stories together, they're like, shit, it sounds like 3 different stories. And so they just had to include all 3 of them, right? And
Yeah. Hey, are you familiar, by the way, with the work of a guy named Robert Alter? He's not a Christian, but he wrote like The Art of Biblical Narrative and Art of Biblical Poetry. You're familiar with him? Do you remember his chapter on type scenes?
so
I just found that extremely fascinating. Such a helpful read from a, just understanding biblical narrative perspective. Yeah.
So I do grant you that if you're a Jew, like even if you're not like a Hasidic Jew, if you're just like an Orthodox Jew or a strong adherent, you might be inclined to believe in types and shadows, because in order to believe that the prophecies didn't fail, you almost have to go to types and shadows, which is why we see so much of it in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is why we see a lot of it in the intertestamental literature. Because the alternative seems to be, oh, this stuff is all made up, right? And so, I'm from my viewpoint, I think it's more rational to look at this and be like, oh, yeah, it's all made up, because
Well, what's interesting about Robert Alter's work in that, if you ever go back and read it again, it's fascinating. But the idea of a type scene that I love is that you have this original event that happens, and he, for example, really likes to use the original event of the finding of a wife at a well. And you remember the original,
the motif, yeah.
we got to find a wife for Isaac, etc. So he would look at that and say that was like the original type scene. And so it's like this paradigmatic event that happens. And then now as an unbeliever, the way he looks at that as then future of these scenes, why does this theme keep recurring? Why do we keep finding wives at wells, etc.? Well, he looks at that and says, from a literary standpoint, you would go back and you're stitching your grand narrative together with these type scenes. You're rehearsing this original event, and expectations are created in the original event that then can signal either that the grand story is happening and being fulfilled, or something goes very wrong. For example, when King Saul is first moving in one of the early narratives about Saul, is that he goes out to find his father's donkeys. And we're like, what in the world is this story doing in the Bible? Why is that even in there? Well, it's interesting because it starts tracking with the type scene. The character has to leave the home country, and they do it very clearly. It says they leave that physical political boundary and move to another area. And then they meet these girls coming out to draw water from the well, and you're like, oh, King Saul's about to find his wife. And everybody's expectation is set up for this. And then all of a sudden, everything goes wrong. Saul becomes the bumbling idiot who has no money, doesn't know where the prophet is. When he finally meets the prophet, he mistakes him for somebody else, makes a fool of himself. It's his servant who's got the money, his servant who's got the ideas, the whole thing. And it's like it immediately signals to the readers, whoa, something's gone wrong with King Saul. This isn't tracking according to the type scene the way it should. From a believer's perspective, you would look at that and see the same thing, except you would also say, add to that a layer of a God who's in control of history in that sense. And as a believer, you would say, and God likes to remind us of these actual historical events by, in real history, bringing up some of those things and rehearsing us back to them in actual real history, so that we would go, aha, and we see God stitching together history. And of course, that's the difference between believer unbeliever perspective, whether you just take that as a pretty cool narrative device, or you take that as like, oh, in actual history, God likes to leave his fingerprints across the generations, etc. Justin, I've got a question for you.
Well, can I
Um,
respond to type scenes? Because I think
oh yeah,
that it's
do.
a good
I'd love to hear it.
topic, but I want to hear your question next. To me, I like the work of like Daniel Hawk. Daniel Hawk picks up on typologies, but he addresses them as more like what we would call classical storytelling scenes, right? So the reason why we have these repetition of types is because there's something that everybody can adhere to. It's kind of like the various motifs that show up in Disney movies. They show up in the Disney movies, like the knight coming in to save the damsel in distress, not because God is at work, but because this is something that culture holds value. It's something that all cultures, all people in culture can look at and say, yes, I like that. That's a cool
Yep.
thing, right? So when I'm looking at some of these repetitious scenes in the Bible, I'm looking at this and say, yes, they're setting a scene that everybody knows so they can tell the story. And
Yep.
in order to go beyond that, you have to presuppose that the God already exists. But if you don't already presuppose that the God exists, you don't have a reason to go beyond that. So like a lot of these arguments that you would get from Christians, or you would get even from Jews that are conservative, to me, they're all like sharpshooter fallacies. They're starting with the conclusion that their God is real, and then they're going back into the text and saying, okay, here's how we can interpret this to make sure that it supports our God hypothesis, rather than starting on the opposite end, like an atheist, where you just open up the Bible and say, okay, I got the Bible open. What evidence in this book would demonstrate that the God does exist? I think that's a much more difficult place to start with. And if you start from there, I don't think you ever get to the other end. I think you just remain an atheist forever, because then you end up having to bite so many bullets. Like you've got to bite the bullet of Jesus didn't fulfill the messianic prophecies. You must believe in types and shadows rather than direct prophecies. You must believe, like you have to believe that God was okay contradicting himself on whether or not the law was eternal. Even Jesus believed that the law was going to be in effect until the end of the earth. And then Paul comes along and says, nope. Acts chapter 15, nope. And so like you've got to affirm some of these really weird contradictions in order to say that the book is true. But you wouldn't do this unless you already believed that the book is true.
Sure. I can see why you make that argument, and it makes total sense. Obviously, when you coming from where you're at in a worldview perspective, it's like, yeah, I would definitely expect that, and Robert Alter would agree with you in terms of the type scenes and how he would interpret those, and it's just a fun thing. My question that I was coming up with, Justin, too, is just I'm curious from a personal perspective, and I don't know you at all in that, but what would you say, having gone through a experience of espousing Christianity for a while, then coming to a place of deconstructing that and arriving at a place of atheism, would you say at this point in your life, what would there be, let's say, since you enjoy biblical prophecy as a subject, if you saw some biblical quote unquote prophecy, um, let's say that is there something that could happen today that you would go, oh wow, interesting, those messianic prophecies that those guys were talking about that they keep pushing off as future for Jesus, that he didn't actually fulfill in his first coming, but all of a sudden something I see now happening, would that ever, is there something that could happen that you would go, whoa, that causes me to reconsider, that brings me back to go, crazy, I didn't think that was the case, but wow, there it is? Or secondarily, would there be some experience that would, if you whatever saw a vision of the risen Christ like the Apostle Paul did, or something like that, is there an experience that would potentially say, wow, I would reconsider um, my atheism, and that would rock me? Anyway, I'm curious in that.
So
Have you thought through that? What would your response be?
yeah, and I've been asked this a lot, right? So, for
Okay.
example, if you look at the messianic prophecies, and I think Isaiah 11 is a really good messianic prophecy that lays out in one chapter, I think, kind of an explanation for what the Jews were expecting, or what, at least, what should happen when the Messiah comes. You know, all the Israelites that were scattered around the world, they're all of them are going to be regathered, right? Then it says, on that day, right, the Messiah is going to stand up and he's going to be a beacon to all the nations, and all the nations are going to come and inquire, right? And
Mhm.
then this is really a really cool scene, and then you get the world peace. You know, you get this idea that the little children will play with snakes and they won't be bitten. The wolf will lie down with the lamb. There'd be this world peace. Like, if that kind of stuff happened, then I'd be like,
Mhm.
wow, that is kind of an unexplainable turn of events, right? If
Mm.
some guy appeared from the clouds, like Daniel chapter 7, and then did all this, I would be really impressed. Now, to me, that wouldn't make the Bible 100% true. There's still a bunch of stuff in the Bible that's just not true. That being said, I would believe that part. I would believe the part that did come true, right?
Mhm.
And then the follow-up question that I typically get is, well, would you worship that God? The answer would still be no. No, because that God is, if you read the whole book, is horrific. Like, if you, for example, you mentioned the purchasing of the threshing floor, that's 2 Samuel chapter 24, after God sends the pestilence for David's sin of taking the census.
Mhm.
So, but if you read that chapter, God executes 70,000 Israelites for the sin of David. Like, that's barbaric. And then just a couple chapters before that, 2 Samuel 21, when God sends the famine, there's a
Mhm.
famine for 3 years, and David is inquiring year after year why God sent a famine, and then after 3 years, God's like, "Oh, it's because Saul did some shit to the Gibeonites." Saul wasn't supposed to kill the Gibeonites. Remember Joshua 7, he was supposed to let the Gib or chapter 9, I mean, supposed to let the Gibeonites live with them in peace, but he didn't. He made war with the Gibeonites. And God was so mad about what King Saul did that years later, he sent a famine on his own people, men, women, and children, and then when David asked what the problem was, he just didn't answer him for 3 years. And then he finally answers them, and God's like, okay, the solution is to kill 7 random descendants of King Saul on the mount before me, impale them on sticks, and then I'll end the famine. And then it does. If you read the chapter, God finally listens to their prayer once he executes 7 family members of King Saul in retribution. So now we're like, there's a God who literally believes in uh what's the word I'm looking for, in blood feuds. God, there's a God that believes in blood feuds. I can't worship a God that believes killing people for other people's crimes is good, and that blood feuds are like a credible means of justice.
And so probably that would that well, I'll ask you, would I guess my second question was like on the experiential side of things, but in that sense, you would probably say no, there, you know, I wouldn't reconsider where I've landed based on my understanding of the God of, if it was the God of the Bible, then I've already rejected him in that sense because you're looking at that saying I don't want to believe in that God. Is that correct?
No, no,
I want to
I'm
understand
separating
correctly.
belief from worship. Like, so if the prophecies
Sure.
just came true, like, at midnight tonight, all the messianic prophecies came true, I could get
Hmm.
myself to a point where, like, oh, maybe he is real. But the idea of worshiping this thing after it justified slavery, after it justified the kidnapping and raping of women, after it justified all kinds of other horrors and even brags about it, that's not something I would worship. He'll have to send me to hell.
I got you. I got you.
But going to hell is the other problem. So to me, hell is the most nonsensical thing in the whole book. The idea
Hmm.
that God created everybody with a human sin nature, and that no human being can be perfect. And all you have to do is commit one sin. And then if you don't confess and believe in Jesus, according to Romans 10, 9, and 10, that you'll end up in hell. To me, this is the silliest thing ever. That you would be punished infinitely even just for one sin.
Yeah, I definitely can had long discussions with lots of folks through that. That's a probably the most common objection that I hear from folks that are struggling in that way. Yeah.
And I think
So
the hard to swallow thing as well is that it doesn't really show up in the Old Testament. The closest you get to this hell concept comes from Daniel chapter 12, when it talks about the great prince Michael coming to wage war. And then it says, the dead will rise, and some to everlasting paradise and some to everlasting shame and contempt, if I quoted that correctly.
Yep.
Which is not quite the same as hell, and it was written in the 2nd century for sure. But by the time the 2nd century occurred, they already had developed this concept of hell. If you go to any of the truly, pre-Greco-Roman ideas, it doesn't show up. We got this idea of Sheol. Nobody's being tortured or in Sheol. No one's being tormented by flames. This seems to be something that was developed in the intertestamental period and then becomes the hallmark of the New Testament. It becomes the thing. Like, you must accept Jesus because if you don't, you'll burn. But this is why Jews don't proselytize, because Jews don't believe I'm going to hell. I just had a conversation not that long ago with Rabbi Tovia Singer. We're going to be getting together again soon. And like, he doesn't proselytize me because he doesn't think I'm going to hell. He doesn't think God's going to torture me for eternity just because I don't believe in him, because it's not a Jewish belief. But in the New Testament, we have this completely different God who's like, nope, if you don't believe in me, I will torture you in flames forever, which to me is not just disconnected from Jewish theology. It's silly.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I guess that's a whole nother topic and discussion, but really so much of our thinking and our conception of hell isn't really even the New Testament conception either. It was really developed more in the Middle Ages, you're and even later than that. I mean, Dante's Inferno and you know understandings of it in that sense, even that really, if you go back and look at New Testament language, you go, there's a lot of metaphorical language in the New Testament regarding hell. Is Jesus speaking exactly literally when he speaks of that, or how are we to read that exactly when Jesus also says things like, if your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out, and your right hand causes? These are obviously hyperbole speaking. When he says those things, he's not advocating self-mutilation. So, how do we take that? Anyway, it's interesting how the concept of hell has developed.
Well, let me ask you
The
some
years.
questions. Do you think, first of all, I don't know if you believe that the Deuterocanonical books should be canonized, but I don't think that's important. Do you believe that the Deuterocanonical books influenced the theology of the New Testament?
Quickly, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by the Deuterocanonical books. Do you mean the extra canonical books that were circulated around during the same period as the Gospels, etc.?
No, no. Well, you would maybe classify Second Esdras as being widely circulated at that time point, although the other Deuterocanonicals were. But the apocryphal were typically the intertestamental works between
Right,
Malachi and Matthew. So
right.
you've got like Judith, Sirach, Maccabees, Tobit,
Yes, yes.
and most of these like we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they're also in all of our early Bibles. Um, but whether or not you think they're canonical, I don't think we have to go there yet. My question is, do you think that these writings influenced New Testament ideas?
Mhm. Yeah, I would think that they most definitely did.
Right. That's why we get like this idea where when it in the New Testament, when it talks about a non-Jew that they
Hmm.
consider righteous, it always says that they prayed and they gave alms. Well, you'll find this as being a hallmark sign of a righteous person in the Deuterocanonical books. Another thing that you'll
Sure.
find in the Deuterocanon is lots of talk about the afterlife. You don't get it much in the Old Testament, but you'll find it in the Deuterocanonical books. And I think one of my favorites is Judith 16:17. It says, "Woe to the nations who rise up against my people. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance on them on the day of judgment. He will send fire and worms into their flesh, and they will weep in pain forever." I'm reading this and I'm saying, yeah, that sounds a lot like what Jesus said, right? It's almost like Jesus probably believed much of the same that we find in the Deuterocanonical books, because he seems to be repeating the theology. So if that's the case, we've got a lot of references in the Deuterocanon to hell being eternal torment in fire. Like Second Esdras 7 has the judgment scene, similar to Daniel 7, right? It says, the pit of torment shall appear, and opposite shall be the place of rest, and the furnace of Gehenna shall be disclosed, and opposite it the paradise of delight. And then there's the judgment, right? So there's this idea that Gehenna is a reference to the pit of hell. It's full of torture and fire, and people suffer there eternally in pain. So I'm reading this, I'm saying, yes, I've read Dante's Inferno. I get that it seems to be its own take on hell, but I don't think it's made it all up. I think most of what we find comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Deuterocanon, even in the Jewish Talmud. We get ideas in the Talmud of what they believed hell was like. But even in the Talmud, they soften it. Like, so the fire of Gehenna, that is opposite of paradise, it said, is only a place of torment to pay for your sins, a maximum of 12 months. Because nobody is so wicked that they would need to be there forever. But it's also not a place to torment people just for their belief systems. It's a place to torment people who are truly wicked. Like, it's a place to pay for your sins. But in the New Testament theology, hell is not about paying for your sins. Hell is about being punished for not accepting Jesus. That's basically what it amounts to. You will love Jesus or you will burn.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, that was a good clarification for where that language may come from.
So to
Good.
me, I think hell is problematic, not just because it doesn't seem to be true to Jewish thought traditionally. It seems to have arisen from their contact with the Greeks, but also just because I think the whole concept is silly. Like the idea that God would, even if you think that it ends in annihilation, which I think, to interpret all of the Bible, you could definitely make a case that annihilationism is true. But even if you're only there for a little bit and then you get annihilated, I still think it's silly because, like, for example, I'll give you an example, and it's going to be a tough one. So I'm not trying to press you. I think you've been really nice, but I think the example makes people uncomfortable. So, like, you would agree that anyone who sins that rejects Jesus would end up in hell, right?
Yes, I think I would.
Right. Okay. So, do you believe in an age of accountability? And it doesn't matter what the age is. Do you believe there just is a time in which somebody becomes accountable for their sin?
Yes, I think I do too.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's imagine for a second that the age of accountability is, we're just going to say age 13, right?
Okay.
Now that's an arbitrary number. It could be anything. We're just, for the sake of moving the conversation, we need to pick a target. So let's say it's 13.
Okay.
Let's say we have a 13-year-old child and they go to school and they chew gum in class. And then their teacher catches them and they throw the gum out. Say, I wasn't chewing gum. And then the teacher calls mom and said, hey, your kid was chewing gum in class. And they go home and they lie to mom too. Like, I wasn't chewing gum in class. And they've just committed a sin. In fact, they've just lied, which is a pretty severe sin. In the Christian viewpoint, that person who just became accountable for their sins, perhaps only days ago, has now committed one sin. Let's imagine now they go to church that weekend because their parents are Christians and they're like, this is silly. I don't believe in this nonsense. Well, God's going to send that 13-year-old to hell for that one sin.
Keep going. Tell me a little more.
Right? So, like, if God punishes the 13-year-old for lying about chewing gum to the same punishment that he gives to Hitler for gas chambering 6 million Jews, to me, this is a silly theology that a God in Exodus, 32 verse 4 says that all of his ways are just, but then everybody gets the same horrific punishment, even if all you did was tell one little lie about chewing gum. To me, this is a really silly doctrine.
Sure. Do you? I don't know. Is it worth diving into that one a little bit? Because that's a deep one.
I think it is. Now, to be fair, I think the Catholics have a better solution than the Protestants for it, but I don't know
I
what your
like
persuasion is.
I like purgatory too.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. And so the Catholics have a purgatory. Some Protestants will adopt purgatory as Abraham's bosom. You might know about this
Yep.
theological concept. And this
Yeah.
is the idea that, well, there are some people that don't accept Jesus, but they're not bad people. So they go to pay for their sins in purgatory and then they can get into heaven, right?
Yep.
So
And
do you have a different variety of this? Did I sum up the variety you believe in, or how should we describe it?
um, yes and no. I guess myself personally, I'll mention otherwise really quickly too. Other Protestants, I'm sure you're familiar with like the work of Rob Bell and Love Wins and those kinds of things. So it would be a slightly different take on that, other than like annihilationism, etc.
Yeah.
Um,
He's
which
like
is,
full on universalist at this point, isn't he?
as far as I know, I don't follow and track that very well. So just more of what he originally wrote in Love Wins is all I'm really familiar with, and that would more than where he's at maybe today. So I couldn't speak for him, and I don't know. Anyway, that's an interesting view. Where I guess where I would come from would be a little bit to say that it seems to me when I read scripture that number one, there's quite a differentiation made in terms of different levels of responsibility, accountability, and punishment, as well as in reward, both ways. So the principles of actual justice and where God goes with that seems to hold. He talks about those, that basically sin and ignorance are held at a much less standard than those who willingly, knowingly, um, sin in those ways. So there is differentiation made there. That doesn't make hell easier to accept in a lot of ways, because we would still say, "Well, my goodness, why hell at all?" Like that. That
Well, I
that in itself.
agree. Yeah, why hell at all? It would be a good question.
So it doesn't make it feel better to say, well, there's degrees of punishment in that. So one thing I would say that you wouldn't want to do in my view is like equate Hitler with your 13-year-old who told a lie. Like I think God would treat those very, very differently,
Right.
in that sense.
Because you
So,
believe like the 13-year-old would end up in purgatory, whereas Hitler would probably end up in hell.
and I believe God's grace is big enough for either one in the sense, like I kind of appreciate the way, I believe it was C.S. Lewis that talked about basically only those who actually want to be there will ultimately be there. The gates are locked from the inside, is how I think he said it. And I appreciate that view, though I can't really point to a chapter and verse in the Bible that would say, "Oh, I think that teaches that." So that's where Rob Bell is picking up on the same sort of a theme as he would say basically, I think the gates are locked from the inside. He's just going to say God's relentless love is going to keep pursuing
Right.
even Hitler, um, and and I guess as I look at it, the passages that speak about Christ's atoning work seem to me to indicate, and this is a big debate within Christian circles, as you know, but I would say it seems to indicate an unlimited atonement, with a limited application. And that's the nuance of Christian theology of how where you go with some of that. But I believe Christ's sacrifice and punishment paid the price for everyone, a sufficient price in that sense, so that he didn't it's not like his payment was this good and that only got enough for this many people or these sinners, it wasn't enough to pay for Hitler. No, I would say that the atoning work of Christ was sufficient to satisfy God's holiness. So nuances like that. The other piece, though, that I think we have to wrestle with deeply is simply the
Well, can I
ultimate.
adjust the first piece before we go on to the second
Sure,
piece?
sure, go ahead.
So I think the first piece and I got friends who are universalists, so I definitely am sympathetic to it. I
Hmm.
think I'm more sympathetic to the purgatory view than universalism, but I think both of them end up with the same problem. And I think the
Hmm.
problem is that the minute you get to a point where the afterlife is now about paying for your sins,
Hmm.
like God is gonna judge you according to your sins, and you're gonna get rewarded. You get punished for your deeds or rewarded for your deeds. Well,
Hmm.
once you get to that point, well, then Jesus died for nothing.
Keep going.
I mean, that's it. Like, okay, so if God's gonna judge everybody according to their deeds, and the Bible says this over and over again, right? If that's the
Hmm.
case, then Jesus didn't need to die for anyone's sins. His death is pretty arbitrary at that point. The whole idea of Jesus dying is that it's through the death of Jesus that you'll get freedom from this judgment, as you might say, right? So, but the
Yep.
problem with that is if you don't get judged for your sins, like if there's an afterlife where some people get judged for their sins but others don't get judged for their sins, and the people who don't get judged for their sins are just the people who happen to believe a particular thing, well, if that's the
Hmm.
case, then God's no longer a God of justice because he suspends justice for people who believe a particular thing, but he doesn't suspend justice for everybody else.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and especially if you take the universalist perspective or a purgatorial perspective, either way, then the idea of it negating Christ's atoning work, I think, is a valid critique of those views for sure.
Um,
Um,
oh, sorry, go ahead. I was about to ask, what was your
was
second
I
point you were
understanding
about
you
to make
correctly?
before I cut you off?
Oh no, was I understanding you correctly? Is
No,
that
I think
you
you
what
I
you're
think you
saying
did,
there?
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I wanted to make sure. Um, I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know if it's a good illustration. So I've not tried this on anybody. So you can tell me if you think this is good or bad. um, I was thinking about the holiness of God, and it's an interesting thought to try to say, what is holy? And I was trying to think of a correlation. And I thought, well, what if you said something is hot? Fire is hot, an oven is hot, whatever. We've had a bunch of 90+ degree days, and we go, man, it's hot outside. Okay, so what's hot? And it's kind of this relative term. 90-degree day feels hot, but how'd you like to camp out in your oven while you're cooking a pizza at 425? Suddenly we wouldn't survive very long at 425. And well, how hot is the surface of the sun? And we like, wow, that's hot. I can't get close to that. Go try the surface of the planet Mercury or something like that. It's like hot is this extremely relative thing. And I think sometimes maybe when we think about the concept of God's holiness, maybe we think of holy as hot, like in this generic sense, like, oh yeah, well, God's, pretty good. He's kind of morally perfect. He's, yeah, I guess so. He's kind of holy without maybe grasping the depth of holy. What the Bible is describing as holy seems to be more like us describing the surface of the sun as hot or something unimaginably so
Can I make
consumingly
sure I
hot.
understand what you're saying first?
Sure, sure.
Are
Yeah.
you suggesting that because God is holy, um, like everything else that's not holy is burned up in his presence? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Mm, not so much. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think sometimes we maybe cheapen our concept of um, transgression, I guess, against a holy God by being like, it's not that big a deal. so I'm not really holy, he's kind of holy. Yeah, it's kind of like we view holiness as, the flame off a cigarette lighter or something like that. It's like, yeah, it's pretty hot. But maybe we don't have a concept of
Mm,
holiness the way that the Bible describes it, in a sense that makes
yeah.
sin seem more serious.
I
And
see what you're
again,
saying. You're saying,
yeah,
the holiness of God is not a lighter, it's the burning ball of plasma in the center of our solar system. It's way more of a big deal than people give it credit for?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
And that doesn't, what I will say with that, and so don't misunderstand me. I wouldn't say that that is an argument that just would suddenly, like, oh, well, then hell's no big deal because I guess God's really holy. So then, big holiness, big, it just like, oh, that evaporates. But I do think it helps maybe put it in a little bit different perspective to say, well, who are we dealing with here? And what is the nature of that? If, and again, that's a if the biblical worldview is correct and that's who God is, um, then it seems that when people encounter him in scripture, the kind of typical response is like the Isaiah response, the woe is me, I am undone kind of stuff. Like, wow,
Right.
holy cow, I just came in contact with the face of the sun rather than a little match lighter, and I think sometimes we um, downplay, or in our own minds maybe just have a hard time grasping what the holiness of God is all about. Anyway, I'm not sure if that's a great illustration or not. Like I said, I've not ever given it to somebody before. Give me your initial take on it.
Sure, yeah, so, I mean, I agree with you, like, the Bible paints God's, uniqueness, holiness, his set apartness as something, like, remarkably unfathomable, right? However, I think, if I, not understand you correctly, you can stop me, but it seems
Sure.
like, this explanation is being given as, a justification for why our sins need to be punished so severely, but I don't see a connection, right? Because, for example, I'll give you a short analogy, right? Like, the difference between, like Eddie Hall, the strongman Eddie Hall, and my mother is a very different. My mother's, in her mid-60s. She's very frail. A good gust of wind would knock her over, whereas I could run headfirst into Eddie Hall at full speed and I would just fall over, right? So if God is Eddie Hall and not my mother, that means what I do against Eddie Hall should just literally bounce right off of him. He should really doesn't care. Would swat me like a fly. Whereas if God is so magnificent, then our offenses against him should just like water off a duck's back. It should not even affect him. He should be so far beyond the pettiness of the world that he created down here that it shouldn't bother him.
Hmm. I appreciate that feedback. That's good. I'm gonna have to think about that and be like, okay, I don't know if, like I said, my analogy might be a bad one from the beginning or
No, it's
whatever.
not
Anyway, thank you
bad.
for
It's a
that.
decent thought. You're not the first person to mention it, and it's a good thought. Thinking like, okay, well, God's so different than us. There we need to recognize how different He is. But I can agree. We can recognize how different God is and come to different conclusions. Um, now, so the other thing too is, to me, when if we're still talking about the heaven, hell, purgatory situation, like I'm kind of seeing this thing, like if Jesus didn't need to die, right? Um, it seems like God arbitrarily killed Jesus then, if he didn't need to die, right? Like, because if Jesus didn't have to die, like if it wasn't a requirement for him to die, then it
Hmm.
seems like Jesus' death is really barbaric.
Hmm. So play it back in reverse then. If Jesus did have to die, what would be a sufficient reason for the God of the universe, triune God? I'm assuming biblical worldview at the moment, but what would be then sufficient reason for that God to have to actually willingly sacrifice himself, the holy in place of the unholy, the righteous on behalf of the unrighteous, in that sense, in order to save and redeem them, what would be the sufficient cause for that God to take such a radical action as to actually sacrifice himself in that way? What would you say to that?
So this is a really good question, right? So this is kind of setting up the idea that like God didn't have another means, right? This was the means by which, right? But I think
Mhm.
if we get to that point where we're saying this was the only way it could be done, now we're limiting God. Now we're saying that God is not all powerful. We're also would be admitting that God couldn't just forgive. But we see
Mhm.
that in the Old Testament all the time. Like somebody, we've talked about King David a lot, but you remember in 2 Samuel 12 when David's
Sure.
confronted by Nathan and
Yep.
he immediately confesses, I'm that man. And
Yep.
and Nathan says, "It's okay. God has already put away your sin." Right?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
we see in the Bible God can literally just forgive people I with or without them being repentant, although I would be inclined to believe that he would want them to be repentant, but no one
Mhm.
has to die. There doesn't have to be a death involved for God to forgive anybody. If that were the case, then we would have to come to the conclusion that either God is really bloodthirsty or he's not all powerful or a combination of both.
Mhm. Nuance that a little bit for me because, as I would understand it, when Scripture says, like, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. The idea would be that even in the case of King David that you gave, when God forgives someone, which He does lots, there's lots of examples of God forgiving all who come and ask. In
All
that
the
sense,
Ninevites, remember in the story of
yeah.
Jonah? Yeah.
And if as a believer, I say, and me too, right? I the promise of forgiveness is the big promise held out. It's what is the good news about the quote unquote gospel. What is the good news? It's what God has done for people in Christ, saying, "Hey, here's the offer of forgiveness. Come, be cleansed. Anybody who wants to, here it is. It's for you." So, because God has done that, what I would say is theologically, what we would say is that David wasn't just forgiven because he asked or but it is in the very nature of God to be forgiving. And all forgiveness then is ultimately the way God enabled himself, if you will, to forgive is that payment of Jesus on the cross is how Christian theology would look at that and say he paid once for all that sacrifice, which the Old Testament sacrificial system was pointing forward to, which people before him were believing in faith. So Abraham, Romans 4, was justified by faith, right? Apart from works of the law, it was through belief in God, and God knew, even though Abraham maybe didn't at that time, exactly what that was going to be, and that was the punishment, payment of Christ to what He did on the cross. And then those after Christ are looking back to that. So all of it was always only faith that was the justification grounds, according to theology, and then the once and for all sacrifice of Jesus that was made at a point in time, which was sufficient for the payment of sin for all time, those committed before and those after. So in that sense, God's enabling the ability for God to forgive David long before Jesus was still because God knew, and ultimately the atoning work of Christ would be given on behalf of David's sins that were in our way of thinking committed beforehand. And of course, we live in linear time and God doesn't. And so, yeah, blow your mind with that one for a minute. What, when on the timeline did Jesus die and when did all this happen? And it's like, well, God isn't bound by our human timeline. So go figure that one for a while. That'll, it's like, whoa, blow your mind. Right. So I think all atonement, all forgiveness was based on that work of Christ according to Christian theology. Would you agree with that? Is that
Well,
a good way of saying it?
yes and no. So, for example, if in fact the people in the Old Testament were forgiven, retroactively because of the work of Jesus on the cross. It means all of the sacrifices and offerings commanded in Leviticus 4, 5, 16, in Exodus and Numbers, those are all superfluous. They're useless. They don't actually forgive anyone's sins because their sins have already been forgiven through Jesus. So that means it's all just a charade. But what a weird, barbaric charade to murder endlessly all of these animals, just to one day say, well, we had to do this because it would remind you of Jesus. But in reality, everybody in the ancient world is already doing that. Everybody in the ancient world is bringing an offering, a sacrifice to their deity when they felt like they offended or sinned against their deity. In fact, identical rituals we have in the Hittite literature, in the Assyrian literature, even the scapegoat rituals exist in the Assyrian literature. You can find the Assyrian scape sheet ritual. Sheep.
Mhm.
There we go. I can't speak. So, like, to me, the sacrificial system, to me, is just like a relic of the Bronze Age and pre-Bronze Age, even the Iron Age, and that the biblical authors have to do a lot of footwork to justify. Okay, why did God do this all weird, barbaric stuff? And the author of Hebrews, chapter 9:22, you quoted, without the shedding of blood, there's no forgiveness of sins. That was their justification for it. But if their sins were forgiven through the shedding of that blood, then it couldn't have been retroactive forgiveness through Jesus's blood. It has to be through that. But I don't even think Hebrews 9:22 is correct because there's lots of instances where you can get the forgiveness of sins without the shedding of blood. We've covered a couple of them, but my favorite is Leviticus 5:11, where it says, "If you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour, a purification offering. You shall not put oil on it," so on and so forth. So you can get your sin forgiven without shedding of blood at all through a purification offering of fine flour, right?
Sure, except what I would see is again that even those sacrificial things were always um, pointing forward to then that ultimate sacrifice that was made on behalf of all people, the once and for all sacrifice. So I don't think it quite they're both true and they both live in the sense that the sacrificial system was pointing forward. And what I would say about that too, from a biblical standpoint, in my worldview, would be to say that like why did God take things that were in ancient cultures like the Hittites and the Babylonians, etc., and use those, mimic those, whatever. And one, the skeptic persuasion would be, it was just now later reinterpretation of the things that they were all doing culturally. They did the same things as everybody else, and that could be true. From a believer's perspective, the way I
Uh,
would see it is
can I
that
get
God,
clarification on your position? Because I want to make sure I understand you
oh, sure.
correctly.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that the sacrifices that are detailed in Leviticus and others, that those sacrifices did not provide forgiveness?
No, what I'm saying is that they did provide forgiveness,
Okay.
but through faith in God, and that the ultimate justification for all forgiveness, to which all of those sacrifices were pointing, was the ultimate sufficient payment of Christ.
Right. But the problem we have is that if God can forgive your sins, either through prayer and supplication, either through the sacrifice of an animal, either through the sacrifice of grain, either through fasting, like we see in Nineveh, if God has
Mhm.
all of these methods to forgive your sins, it still makes Jesus' sacrifice arbitrary. He didn't have to die. It's just an arbitrary thing that happened.
Yeah, I would actually see it differently. I would say that Jesus had to die, and that death that happened in it's once for all payment that was made, then makes it so that God can forgive anybody who comes to him in faith, whether they come through prayer, whether they come through fasting, whether they come through sacrifice. Then that the means isn't what is the thing. It's not the sacrifice or the prayer or the fasting. It's the faith that those things are done in, to say, and so then that the ultimate grounding, the way that God forgave sins in that sense, was that there was a sufficient sacrifice made once for all. And
Mhm.
he did that in real time, in real human history, at a point in time. But again, the eternal nature of God and all that being what it is, then that payment is sufficient. It transcends our linear scale of time, if that makes sense.
No, I see what you're saying. You're saying these sacrifices, these other forms of forgiveness are only valid because of the sacrifice of Jesus, which is both retroactively applied and actively applied. But
Yeah.
I don't think that still gets us to the original problem that I mentioned, which is if you're saying God can only forgive people's sins because he sacrificed human flesh, then you're telling me that God is not all powerful. You're saying God is not capable of forgiving anyone's sins unless he sacrifices another human being.
Um, you could say, I would say, rather than that God is not all powerful and couldn't do that in any other way, at least you could say he didn't do that in any other way and
But he could,
did
right?
demonstrate. Um, I Let me think about that.
Well, maybe I don't want to poison the well by using the word arbitrary. I know that arbitrary is a loaded word. So
Sure.
let me rephrase it in a way that is less loaded because I
Okay.
don't want to let the word arbitrary get in the way. So, for example, when I use the word necessary, I'm referring to something that couldn't be another way, meaning
Sure.
um, I ate food today. It was necessary. I didn't want to die. It couldn't be any other way. Now, realistically,
Mhm.
I could go a day without food. That's not the end of the world. But when we're talking about the death of Jesus, not the resurrection, the death and the crucifixion of Jesus, the sacrifice, right? What you're
Right.
suggesting is that it couldn't be any other way. It means it must be necessary. But if you're saying that this is necessary, it's not possible for God to forgive any other way, then what you've done is you said God has limits. God cannot forgive unless he sheds blood. And then at that point, you have to have a serious discussion about whether or not you believe God is omnipotent.
I see what you're saying. And I guess the way I would respond to that is, it's like, well, um, it often comes up, and maybe I'm not, tell me if you don't think this is a parallel to what you're saying here. But like, I've been asked questions like, can God make a rock so big he can't lift it? Well, then he's not all powerful. And what I guess I would say to that is to say, um, obviously, God cannot, in that sense, do the things that are um, illogical based on reality. The universe that is as it exists, who He is as His character, etc. In that sense, so can God make a round square or something like that? Um, those are illogical, insensical kinds of things to try to say that God is not all powerful. And so I would um,
Well,
pretty
those
quickly answer.
paradoxes, I don't. I think they're gimmicky. I typically don't use
Yeah.
them unless I'm just
So
messing around with
you're not
somebody.
you would see that what you're saying as different than
Yeah,
those,
I'm
correct?
not using a paradox. What I'm suggesting is that if you say that God can't forgive sins, he's not capable of forgiving sins unless he kills
Mhm.
something or unless somebody else kills something. That's not a paradox. That's just a really weird statement about God's lack of ability to forgive because forgiveness is something that you can freely grant somebody. Like I can forgive somebody. I don't need to kill anything. It's weird that I have the power to forgive somebody without death, but God doesn't.
I see what you're saying. I think the way I would respond to that would be to say that, in the reality of creation, how God created humanity, um, in His image, in that way, that the way the Bible unpacks its theology, under when Adam first sinned, um, and you can take, whether you take the federal headship view or the, um, there's a few different views of that. Like, how is his sin then transmitted, if you will, to the rest of humanity.
Sure.
The
Do you believe in
represent
original sin or no?
I do.
Okay.
Um,
So Romans
but as
5, original sin. Gotcha.
Yeah, I would say that that's the case. So Adam acted on a representative basis at the beginning of all humanity, and through that, then this, we would call it that sin nature, whatever, is now passed on, and then each person
Not to
individually would.
not to interrupt, but you do know the Catholics have an answer for this, right? I mean, the Catholics have an explanation for it, for how original sin was transmitted.
I Tell me what it is, because I think I've heard it, but I don't remember.
It's actually pretty good. I mean, it fails scientifically, but it's pretty good biblically. So in the book of Hebrews, Hebrews chapter 7, where it talks about the priesthood of Melchizedek, and it talks
Right?
about how Abraham, while Levi, the other priesthood, was still in his loins, gave an
Right? Yep.
offering to Melchizedek, signifying that the second priesthood of the Levites is inferior to the priesthood of Melchizedek. The general
Right?
idea is that all the seed, because it says all the seed of Levi were in Abraham
Yep.
at that time. The general
Yep.
idea that the Catholics put forward is that all the seed of humanity was in Adam. So when Adam became tainted by sin, so did the seed of mankind. And
Yep.
therefore, all the humans that came from Adam were already tainted because they were part of Adam's body.
Yes. Yes. And yeah, there's a few various variations on that from Christian theologians, but yes, I think that captures a good perspective on that. So all that to say, if God created in reality humanity the way He did in His image, etc., and if as representative of the human race, first Adam falls into sin and goes forward, and that sin nature is, however, passed on somehow to the rest of humanity, then in that reality, the way to atone for the sin of humanity is then for that pattern to be reversed and for a representative of the human race to then perfectly fulfill every expectation of holiness and be able to then reverse, if you will, that curse and do away with that and make then full atonement on behalf of humanity, which, um, depending on who you talk to and read in that sense of Christian theology, I would say, did, like some people say, Jesus bore the wrath of God for every human, as if he like sort of went to hell for us representatively
Mhm.
for all ages or something. I would tend to see it a little differently and say, I think what theology says is that Jesus' payment was sufficient to satisfy the just requirements of God, and in that sense, he was the perfect representative of humanity, who, on our behalf, did what we were failing to do and live a perfectly sinless, righteous, holy life in that sense, and then offer himself on our behalf to God in that way, so that that whole thing could be reversed. So within that scope of reality, God creating it, doing all this, I think you could go back then and ask the bigger prior question, well, why did God create the world that way? Why not a different world?
But well, that's what I'm saying. Could God had created a situation in which he could just forgive the people without killing Jesus? Is he capable of doing that?
I don't know. That's a hypothetical. It's kind of the like, can God create a different universe than this one, and could that universe have been somehow ultimately better than this one? And I personally believe that's an impossible question for us to ask from a finite perspective within this one and only universe that we know exists. So I'm not sure we're in a position to answer.
Well,
Could God have
yeah. I
created a different universe better than this one? Because we don't even know where this universe is truly going and ending and what it all ends up meaning. So I struggle to answer that one.
well, I
So
think it's a
what you think is
question
the
of
answer?
omnipotence, right? So if you believe that God is omnipotent, then you must believe that he could forgive somebody if he chose. Like he could just choose to do it. That's part of the entailment of being omnipotent. If God's not capable of doing that, you can't say he's omnipotent.
Well, or think of it according to his character. Um, can God lie? Like,
Yes.
well, is that impossible? I would say no, it's not impossible. God could lie if he chose to, but can God lie if you ask that according to his character? Not if he's also perfectly faithful, not if he is also absolutely holy. So, in that sense, according to his character, no, he can't lie. Though, can you say, like, is it theoretically possible that he could? Well, yeah, in that sense, but not according to his character. If he's also perfectly holy, if he's also perfectly good, then no, he can't lie. And that doesn't strike against omnipotence. It simply is, again, reality without creating a paradox.
No, but now you're just I think what you're doing is you're saying, well, the thing that Jesus, the thing that God chose to do, he had to do because it's part of his nature. But I don't think you can ground that in scripture anywhere that God's nature requires him to kill other people to forgive them. That's a behavior. That's not a nature.
I would say his nature then is to be perfectly just and perfectly holy. And so to satisfy his justice and holiness, that is at least what, at the minimum, I can say is at least what he chose to do to satisfy his justice and holiness on our behalf. So for humanity's redemption,
Right.
he chose to um, become one of us and chose to identify with us as that special creation in his image. He chose to show his love for us, even to the point of sacrificing himself in death.
Right. So I think we're getting somewhere. So you're saying it's not his nature that requires him to kill people to forgive. It's the fact that his nature is all just. And because he's all just, then he has to make a sacrifice to forgive because justice demands it.
Um, yes, I think that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if I'm answering that perfectly right. The way what I was thinking is that his in his creation of humanity, if he's going to create humanity to perfectly image him, create humanity to reflect him in this special way, and humanity transgresses in this way, then the answer of justice is to step in and become one of us and to sacrifice on our behalf in a way that allows him to be, as Romans says, both just and the justifier of those who have faith in him, because that's the thing that seems so preposterous. And like Romans 1, 2, 3, the beginning all establishes, this idea of everybody has sinned. And then you kind of go, but then we're up a creek without a paddle. So then Jesus is presented, Jesus steps in, and yet we go, how is that really just that these people who are sinners don't have to pay for their sins somehow, that they're offered this free forgiveness? And he says it's through Jesus being both satisfying both the justice of God and yet allowing this grace to come to humanity in that way.
Right. But if you're insisting that God must kill in order to give you forgiveness, because that's what justice demands, then you're implicitly saying two different things. You're saying God has no mercy. Mercy and justice are opposites. They're diametrically opposed, right? So if God has to do this because he's perfectly just, his nature doesn't allow him to not be just, then we can throw Romans 9:15 right out the window when Paul says, according to God, he quotes God in the Old Testament, in shoot, I forget what quotation he's pulling from, but he says, "I will have mercy on whom I have mercy, and I will have compassion on
Right.
whom I will have compassion." That's Exodus. So
Hmm.
if that's the case, you're saying God has no mercy, but the Bible clearly says that God does have mercy, which means if God chooses at his own discretion when he is going to suspend his justice, then what that means is he's not required to kill anybody to satisfy his own form of justice. He could have mercy.
Well, and what I would say is that his mercy and his justice are both always true fully. He doesn't suspend one in order to have the other. He is always just, he is always merciful. And then those two things
Well,
are going
what do you think mercy is?
to give people what they don't deserve, would be one way to say it.
Yes, I agree. Yes,
Mhm.
100%. So justice is people get what they deserve. Mercy is they don't get what they deserve. It's a
Right.
suspension of justice, right? Which means if you're 100% just, you're perfectly just, you can never do anything that's unjust. What that means is that you're not allowed to do mercy because mercy is a suspension of justice.
Well, what I would say is that in a person's character, think of yourself as a person. Are you just? Are you merciful? Are you loving? Are you angry? Are you? And we could list all those qualities, and it's like, well, even in a limited capacity as image bearers of God, I believe we all express a lot of those character qualities, and they are true of us, even if in one moment you are expressing, maybe you're very angry in a moment, and I'm going to say it's a righteous anger. You should be angry about terrible things like human trafficking or something like that, and you're angry about that. That's good. But if we said in that moment, oh, you are not loving because you're angry, we would understand that's a really short-sighted, narrow view of you as a person, because that's not who you are. You are both loving and you're angry at that moment in that sense, and those are both true of you. And I think in the same sense we would say of God, even in a greater, much more perfect sense, he is always all of who he is. His character doesn't change, and so in that sense he is still just while he is exercising mercy.
But
And the way
you
he
can't
is
be
able to do that,
100% just and exercise mercy. Like
I believe he can.
you can be partially just and exercise mercy.
I think that's the beauty of the cross, and what the power of that is what he did is he was able to actually fully exercise justice and mercy.
But they're
You don't agree?
opposites. No, you can't have 100% of both. Like if you're 100% merciful, that means you never give people what they deserve. If you're 100% just, that means you always give people what they deserve. If there's even one moment where you don't give people what they deserve, then you're not 100% just. You're like, I don't know, 99.99% just, right? 100% means always in all occasions.
So I guess I would see that a little bit differently. I would say you are, can you be maximally just
There we
and
go.
maximally
Maximally just is yes.
merciful, because God's character is both. He is a forgiving God, he's a loving God, he's a just God, he's a jealous God. He's all of these things that are true of him. Again, this is, I'm speaking as a Christian theologian in that sense, but all of those things that are true of him are true of his character all the time. He doesn't suspend one in order to exercise the other. He maximally exercises all of those qualities according to his character. So in that sense, he has maximally enacted justice in the universe towards humanity in saying their transgression against my holiness must be dealt with. And so that's justice, and he will deal with that. But he also maximally exercised mercy in saying, I will deal with that in a way that doesn't just, whatever, torture people maximally here, but I will do it in such a way that maximizes mercy by offering free pardon for all who would um, believe in Christ. And so
Yeah,
that's the
that would be
way that
a
those things.
suspension of justice, right? So if my mother went and shoplifted from Walmart and they said, "Listen, the minimal fine according to the justice system for shoplifting is whatever. You have to pay back restitution for the part that you stole, and if it's your first offense, you have to pay like a $500 fine." I don't know what the justice system rules are, but let's just say those are the minimum, right?
Mhm.
Now, let's say the judge walked in and said, "Listen, I know this is the minimum, the just thing to do is to give you the punishment for what you did. That's the just thing to do. But because I'm a merciful judge, I'm not going to do that. You're an old lady. I'm not going to make you do that. If you do 100 hours of community service, it'll all be forgiven. Did my mom get justice or did she get mercy?
You would say she got mercy, but the part you left
Yes.
out,
Yeah.
the part you left out is that in the Christian theology realm, if you want to, expand your analogy fully, then you have to say that the judge paid the fine for your mom,
But he didn't.
made the restitution to Walmart, and
Well, in
he
your
himself,
analogy, the fine was dictated by God. The fine could be anything,
okay,
right?
keep going
Because
with that. Tell
the
me more.
wages of sin is death, right? Like, so
Right.
God set the fine as death. But God didn't have to do that. He could have said it anything he wanted to. He could have said the just thing to do is that your punishment will always be proportional to the amount of harm you caused. So if you lie to somebody else, you're going to get a punishment that is proportional to the damage you caused by that lie. If you commit a genocide, your punishment is going to be proportional to the amount of harm that you caused, right? That's what we would
Mhm.
say is justice, right? And
Yep.
so this idea that God set one punishment for everybody, doesn't matter what the sin is, the result is you die, right? So to me,
Right.
we're already starting off on this idea that God doesn't practice justice and that he does in fact show mercy. You believe he showed mercy through Jesus, but if Jesus is an act of mercy, it is definitionally a suspension of that justice, the justice that demands that you must die, because justice is dispensed on the person that committed the crime. It's never just to punish the person who didn't commit the crime.
Except if the person who didn't commit the crime is the willing person who steps in to supply the payment for that.
But that's
You would
mercy. That's not justice.
It is, but that's the two coming together. It's justice
It's
being
not.
fulfilled.
It's a
It is
contradiction.
for
Nope.
that
It's
person.
a justice
No,
being subverted. Justice is when you get what you deserve. If you don't get what you deserve, then you did not get justice. You got mercy.
I would say justice is when the penalty is satisfied, whenever whatever that is. Correct?
No, justice is the act or the idea of getting what you deserve.
Right. Um, but what
And
is
if you believe we deserve death and that was suspended because of an act of mercy, that means justice was suspended in favor of mercy.
And what I would just say is that the punishment that is the just punishment for that, what you deserve, has been paid on your behalf. So in
But
that
that's not
sense,
justice. That's what I keep saying. You pay for your own sins in a 100% just world. Anything beyond that is no longer justice, it's mercy. And sometimes it's not even mercy. It's mercy for one, injustice for another. Like for example, if you committed a sin and God said, as a result of your sin, I now have to kill your child. Okay, well, listen, you might have satisfied some form of justice. You might have had mercy on Ryan, but this is a whole like topsy turvy world. This is not what we would call justice because the person who did the thing isn't receiving the punishment. So the thing that is just is when the person who commits the crime actually receives the punishment for it.
well, in that sense, I mean, I'm not sure if I can fully explain what I'm trying to say, and I have never had this quite exact discussion before, so I'll try to think on it and figure out a way to say it a little bit better. I would just concur in the sense that I think, yes, it's an incredible act of mercy, that we don't get what we deserve in that sense, and
Mhm.
that is the message of Christianity, that there's this incredible offer of mercy to us based on that. And what Scripture is trying to say, and I don't think I'm saying very well, is that God was able to preserve justice in his own nature and exercise that mercy. And those things are both true of his character and who he is as a God. So I believe that's what the message of the Bible is trying to say, that I'm not saying very well. But
Yeah.
that both of those
So
things are true.
I think
God
we're
cares
still
very much about
stuck. I think we're still stuck because if you're saying
probably so.
God's nature demands justice, then you can't go and then give me instances where God suspends his justice. Either his nature demands it or it doesn't.
And maybe you think I'm being illogical, and I don't know, maybe you're right. I don't think I am, but what I'm trying to say is that God is able and has demonstrated both justice and mercy. And I know that you're going,
I
nope, nerd, stop
agree.
right there.
I agree with you, Ryan, but that's what I'm saying. If God demonstrates that he has moments where he can be merciful, meaning he can suspend the justice, that means he can do it whenever he wants to. Nobody's making him do anything. Part of being omnipotent, part of getting to choose when I suspend justice and when I don't suspend justice means that he could suspend justice anytime he wants to. The death of Jesus becomes unnecessary.
I see where you're going with that, and I don't know that I have a great answer for you right now. I'll have to think through that one
Right. Well,
more and try to figure out how to answer that in a better way for you. So go ahead, keep going.
I spent a long time thinking about this when I was a Christian. I'll give you one answer that you can mull over. It might be a bad answer, but when I was a
Okay.
Christian, I was of the mindset that Jesus' sacrifice was a symbol of love and mercy, not a satisfaction of justice. Meaning, God did it as like I don't want to use the word Hail Mary, but it was like, what's the one thing I can do to demonstrate my love for humanity? I will
Mhm.
sacrifice myself. And that makes a lot of sense if you're looking at it as this is an act of love. But if you're not a Christian, it's a really weird, gory act of love. I didn't ask him to do it. I don't find it to be loving. And now you're saying like, well, Jesus died for me, so you have to act accordingly. I didn't ask him to die for me. He chose to do that stuff. Don't put that on me, right? So
Uh-huh.
I think that's one way to look at it. But we've been at this for almost 3 hours. I want to do one more topic on God's justice since we're on it, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Totally
Um,
good.
I've had a lot of people complaining that the conversation has gone long, but the reason why the conversation has gone almost 3 hours is because you're pleasant to talk to. And everyone here should know by now, even those that are complaining, that if we have nice, polite guests, we have long conversations about many topics because we don't rarely get pleasant people to talk to, especially people that are like knowledgeable on the topics. But on the topic of God's justice, I this is something that I struggle with a lot as like a deconstruction Christian, because when I'm reading the Bible and I'm saying, okay, what if God is just, he's just in all of his ways, and I'm reading these stories about things that God did, I'm having a struggle to say what he did was just. So for example, we've talked about David. We'll do David for the last time. David, when he committed adultery with Bathsheba and then had Uriah the Hittite killed, there were two different punishments. You probably remember one punishment at least. What were the punishments?
The child that was conceived died.
Right. And so to
Is
me,
that the
that's
one?
sorry, go ahead.
I was assuming that's the one you're driving at, probably, right? Yeah, go
I
ahead.
I wasn't actually, but that
Oh,
is one problem in the passage, which is that the child actually takes the wages of David's sin rather than David taking the wages of the sin, which to me is injustice. But there's a second punishment in the passage, which I think is even worse.
go ahead.
So it says in verse,
Family consequences you're driving at, right? Go ahead. Yeah,
yeah, it
keep
says
going.
in verse 11 and 12, as punishment for what David did. it says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And you're familiar with the story. In chapter 16, Absalom storms the palace under the advice
Yep.
of Ahithophel and uh, sexually assaults 10 of David's concubines on the roof of the palace in front of all Israel as a display of force that he's now supplanted his father. Which, for me, this is something I don't know how we rationalize a God that is just making 10 of David's wives get sexually assaulted for the sin of David. How is that justice?
hmm I can see why you're struggling with that. And the only thing that I would say is it's justice in the sense that God said, "I'm going to do this thing," and in Absalom's sinful pride in what he did, he went and committed that, and that God is saying, this is the natural consequence. This is where this is all going to lead. I know how this is going to play out through the choices that all of you are going to make. This is where your family is headed. And so in that sense, you're going to get, you made your bed, you're going to lie in it. And in that sense, it's not that God was saying, I'm going to do this thing and call it good. I'm going to do this thing and say this is the perfect justice for you. I'm going to go ahead and let the consequences of your actions and the choices that each of these people will make play out. And that's how I would answer that. I'm not sure that's probably satisfying to you, but that's how I would answer it.
Uh, that's an answer I hear a lot, and I think the problem with that particular answer is that it ignores the text. The text explicitly says, "I will take your wives before your eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor." Right. So
hmm
the trouble that Absalom raised up, God takes credit for. He says, "I will raise up trouble against you," meaning this thing happened as a punishment to David because God caused it to happen. And even if you go into the Hebrew, and I don't know what your level of education are, you can see that the Hebrew vowels for like Natan for or lakach for take are
hmm
in the causative stem. They're in the hifil verbal stem. He's literally saying, "I'm causing this thing to happen," which
Sure.
means it's hard for me to then walk away and say, "Well, God didn't cause it to happen. He just allowed it to happen." Well, he says he caused it to happen.
Sure. Yep. And that goes to, I want to cut this short, and for the sake of all the people who are complaining that I'm taking too much of your time on this. So I'm feeling that acutely right now. And
It's okay. I'm enjoying. I listen. I think you've been the most enjoyable guest we've had in a very long time. So don't worry about the chat. The chat likes to see people get annihilated, and when we have pleasant conversations, annihilations aren't happening. So they're just getting a little bit of ants in their pants.
I gotcha. I feel like the world goes a lot further in advance if we can have positive dialogue with each other, even when we disagree, right? That's at least my viewpoint. It sharpens me to have a good conversation with you. So thank you for that. And anyway, I feel like we would be opening a whole new conversation into the realm of God's sovereignty and human free will and how those two things correlate and go together. And it would all relate back to justice and where we're at. But then I feel like I can't give you a good answer to that next piece without diving into there. And then I feel like, oh man, we need another hour. So I want to be sensitive to all your other listeners. Anyway, I just think that would probably be a good spot to stop for them. Otherwise, we'll need to dive in longer. What do you think?
I mean,
Appreciate your thoughts.
I don't mind if it kind of puts a bow on this particular topic, like the idea that David's wives would take the punishment for David. Um, so like if we want to finish up this topic, I don't mind going a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well, maybe let me try to wrap it up in one statement I'll make, and then feel like you can put the bow on it however you want to. It's your show, so I want to give you the respect of you've got the last word. It's your show, right? Always feel that way. So the way I would say it is in biblical theology and Christian theology, the way that the Bible does that, God often takes credit for all kinds of stuff that are going to happen in human history that are not necessarily good, in the sense that he will tell Israel what's going to happen when they are invaded by the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and God's gonna take credit for that. I am going to do this,
Yeah, he says
right?
he's raising them up. Yeah, I'm raising
Yep.
up the armies. Yeah.
He says of Nebuchadnezzar, he's like he's the rod in my hand,
Mhm.
right? So God takes a very active responsibility, if you will. He doesn't shy away from that for the movements of human history, um, even as big as raising up nations against nations. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm taking your example of David even to a bigger level. If you want a worse example, um, think of the atrocities that were done in those things, and even
Yeah.
then, God says, "I'm going to take credit for that." So somehow, if we're gonna if you're going to be a Christian and follow this God, we're going to have to reconcile a God who is big enough to say, I I am over sovereignly human history, and the mystery that we don't have time to go into right now of the views of human freedom and divine sovereignty and how those two things work together, so that even things that humans choose to do that are sinful and wrong and atrocious and awful still somehow fall under the scope of a divine sovereignty. There's a mystery there. Um, and we don't have time to get into it. I would take a view of human freedom that's a view called compatibilism, if you're familiar with that, Dr. Bruce
I'm
Ware and
yeah.
such like that. I would tend to say that that's the best understanding of human freedom that I understand personally. So I'll end it with that, because we'd open up a whole nother kind of big can of worms if we dived into that more. But take it away, Justin. Feel
Yeah,
free
I
to put your vote.
I think the question I would ask then is, like, I'm familiar with the compatibilism. So in the passage at hand, 2 Samuel 12, when God says he takes credit, just like he did for the what the Babylonians did, he talks about how he's going to have the women's raped and have their skirts lifted above their heads and so on and so forth, right? Um, just like he takes credit, right? We can focus in on this where he says, I'm going to do the thing, I'm going to make the thing happen. And obviously, because it's a punishment, right? Now, the question I would have is, what part did God cause to happen? Like, if it's some sort of interplay between human free will and between God's causation, what part was free will and what part was God's causing?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure. Yeah.
Um, well, in a compatibilistic viewpoint of that, then we always do what we most want to do. And so in that sense, the idea of human freedom is that we choose to do, under whatever given circumstances there are, to do what we most want to do in that case. And so the uh, the choice is ours, and we freely choose it, and we do it. However, we are choosing in those things to do these things that God has determined that we would do. And that's the mystery of that, because is God causing us to do it? Well, no, not in any sort of sense of like arm twisting. There's no, this is not God determining it in robotics type sort of ways or any of these things. It's that given all the factors present, the way that the complicated interplay of all the myriad factors present in any moment, then we still freely choose to do what we most want to do. And unwittingly, we do what God said we would do, what God said would happen, and in fact then does happen. And the mystery of all of it is that, and I think where we'd really ultimately land, if we keep walking this regression back, is, then why did God choose to create the world that he did, that had both good and evil come out in it? Because how in the heck is God sovereign over evil in
Right.
that sense? Why did God choose a universe and permit there to be evil at all? And ultimately, we would land back there, I think, philosophically. Would you
But
agree that that's where would end up leading?
We could go that route, but I think we'd lose track of our current conversation, right? Which is, if in fact we always do what is in our greatest desires to do, then what that means is God can't take credit for what we do. So if God says, I'm raising up trouble, I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. But in fact, it's just Absalom acting out of what's in his heart. That means God's not actually doing it. He's taking credit for something he didn't actually do.
And I guess the way you would counter that would be to say that God is somehow at some level, and we don't know the exact level because we're not God and can't pull back that curtain and see, but has orchestrated circumstances of the world in such a way that then we, given that set of circumstances, make those choices that we do. And
Which,
so,
if he constructed the precondition for the circumstance to happen, that means he is responsible for the wives being raped. Then, not Absalom.
and that's the mystery of compatibilism and that view of freedom.
Thank
If
you.
you get into that,
So,
And
so Ryan, I just want to not to interrupt you.
take it away.
When you're in Christianity, there's talk of mystery, right? And so when I was a Christian, I would talk about the Trinity as a mystery because it defies the laws of logic, right? But I
Sure.
came to realize when I label something a mystery, I'm admitting that it's either a contradiction logically or it's irrational. So when we get to the point where God says, I'm causing this, but then we want to say, well, God didn't actually cause it. And then we say, well, it's a mystery. What we're basically doing at that point is affirming a contradiction. And I don't think that contradictions actually exist.
What I would say slightly differently, if I could add really quickly into that, would be just to say that I would say that instead of it being one or the other of those two, when I speak of a mystery, it's to say there are some things that we simply cannot know, and we don't have enough evidence to say that. So that's where I would land in the place of mystery, to say that the things that I do know seem to be logical and consistent and evidentiary. But then I run into things, some places, that don't strike me that way. They seem illogical. They're not fitting. But it's not that they couldn't be logical. It's that I don't now have enough information to be able to understand how they fit together. So that's the way I would say it.
Well,
I look at it and I say, if God is a God who I can completely understand, then he's not very big at all because I'm really small. I don't want to God. I would never want a God. I wouldn't want to worship a God. He wouldn't be worthy of my worship if he was a God I could understand. And in that sense, when I look at the complexity of the universe that I believe he created, every human cell or every cell of every living thing that I believe he's created, I look at that and I say, wow, if he really is wise enough, big enough to do all of that, to understand all of that, then that gives me some sense that I could maybe trust him in the moral realm when I also run into things that I just like, wow, I don't know. How does that all work together? What is the end result of this justice and mercy thing? And what about hell and all that stuff? I'm not sure I can fully get it. I come back to saying, I think I've seen enough of him to know that I I'm willing to trust that he knows more than I do. And that's a lot of how I find solace in those places that where I do struggle. I think we all do, if we're honest, with things of you know good and evil,
right. But I
that
think
type
the
of thing.
problem with dealing with this narrative is it seems like you're affirming a contradiction that God is both responsible and not responsible, which makes it a direct violation of laws of logic. So if you're saying that God is doing something that's illogical, well, I agree with you, but I don't believe in contradictions. I don't believe something can exist and not exist at the same time. I
Yeah,
don't
neither do
believe
I.
that God can be responsible for something and then also not be responsible for something. And I think we've got good precedent in the Bible for God doing things and intervening in people's free will to cause them to do it. I'm thinking like the king, the Pharaoh of Egypt, God hardened his heart. King Sihon of Heshbon, we read in Deuteronomy 2, where God hardened his heart or hardened his spirit to cause him to go out to war. We see also in Joshua some of the people that came out to fight against the Israelites. It says God hardened their hearts so that they would come out and fight. So God is constantly intervening in people's free will to accomplish his goals, to cause the things that he wants to happen. So when I'm reading 2 Samuel 12, I'm saying, yeah, God obviously went in the same way he did to King Sihon, the same way he did to the Pharaoh of Egypt. He hardened someone's heart and caused Absalom to do what Absalom did, which makes sense because God is taking credit for it, right? But if God's taking credit for it, whether it came through heart hardening or not, if God's taking credit for it, then we can't call it justice. If David's punishment is that God is causing his 10 wives to get sexually assaulted on top of the palace, that's just not something a just God would cause to happen.
I'll let us sit with that and let you, make that the last word, I think, just in respect for your audience. Cause yeah, I feel like we would just keep going for a long time. I know my own brain.
That's all right.
I'm slow. My son would say, Dad, you take forever to work through these things. And so I apologize to any of your audience who feel like I've taken too
No,
much of
you've
your
been
time.
great. Ryan, thanks for talking to me. I had a blast. I know there are people in the queue that are bored with the 3-hour conversation. I wasn't bored. I had a great time. I appreciate you coming up and being cordial and having a good conversation with me.
Hey, thank you too. And I appreciate the cordialness back because I know that there are times when I'm sure you feel, right or something, making a point, and you could be like, you idiot, you fool, let me, but you don't do that. And I appreciate that. Thank you
I
for
only do that to
being
guests
respectful.
that have it coming.
Well, maybe there's some justice in that, right?
Maybe. All right, Ryan. Great to talk to you. Do
Thank
come
you.
back soon. See you, bud.
Appreciate it. Bye now.
Well, W. Ryan for being polite. I liked him. Listen, guys, I'm sorry I bored you. I apologize. But I was having a good time with Ryan. And sometimes you just need a good, long, thorough conversation with an adult who can think through in real time some of the things. And he was thinking through a lot of these things in real time, like using his actual brain, which I appreciated, right? I'm sure it killed view count. That happens sometimes. Every once in a while, you have to have good conversations. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We got a super chat from our friend Albino. Says, "Buy yourself some breakfast, lunch, or dinner on me." Hell yeah, Albino. I appreciate that. I'll definitely make that happen. This will go right into the coffee fund. I really appreciate that. And El Trevioso says, "Hey, Justin, living according to the Bible apologetics. IRS, I don't know what IRS means. Oh, the IRS, Internal Revenue Service, called me, told me I owe $2,000. I told them I owe 20. If they read my returns in the right context, we'll keep you updated." Well, L, let me know how that works. Tell them you'll pay your taxes spiritually and just see what happens. I want to see what happens. Tutor Ed says, Psalm 82, "Ye are gods and ye shall die like men." Isn't Yahweh saying immortals will become mortal, meaning there's no afterlife for a human soul? Do Christians ever read this psalm? So they do. The traditional interpretation from scholarship is that Psalm 82 is referring to the divine council, where they actually were lesser gods. And what he's saying is, listen, even though you are gods, you're going to die like these mortals over here because you're not doing your job. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. You are supposed to dispense justice and judgment over the nations, and you've failed. Therefore, you're going to die just like these mortals that you're watching over. So that's how that's typically interpreted. Astronova, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, "I'm loving the horizontal YouTube channel. Hey, TikTok, come on over. Thanks for helping people decolonize their minds, Justin." Well, thank you, Astronova. And I do, I'm glad I started the horizontal stream. There's benefits to both. The vertical stream gets pushed out into the shorts algorithm and gets a lot of new viewers. whereas the horizontal stream doesn't get as many new viewers, but it retains viewers longer because it's a better format. But I don't know. I think there's benefits to both. Anyways, Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's very generous, my good buddy. I appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. I hope you're recovering okay. Chambermaid, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Robski Bullet Movement has been a little bitch baby for 2 days in chat, just calling out their cowardice for not calling in. Thanks for indulging me. Also, welcome back. Hey, thank you, Chambermaid. And listen, I'm used to cowards in the comments crying day after day after day and never requesting. It happens a lot. George Nelson, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, and thank you for being a member. George says, again, please ask the hypocrite why he does not obey Yeshua's communist commands, anti-private property, Acts 2, Mark 10, Matthew, camels, eye of the needle, rich man, obviously. Why does he not trust in lard like lilies and birds? So we haven't done that argument in a while, but we should. Eventually, we do have to do a topic and point out the hypocrisy within Christianity, how they don't follow their own teachings. Jesus didn't care if you had a dime in your pocket. He just did not. MRG, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge, my friend. I really appreciate that. And also, Rock Hard for Doug. Great to see you. Says Ryan is way too smart for all of this and will be a Dougite. And in the Discord community within a year. Prophecy, Rock Hard for Doug. That's possible, actually. He sounds like a really smart guy. So I hope he goes through the process of deconstruction. Adele, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for the super chat. It says, curious if you're familiar with Bible Says What with Michael Wiseman. I'm actually not. My Spotify started playing podcasts last week. I can't stop listening. He's incredible. As always, great to see you, friend. Well, thank you, Adele. Appreciate that. I haven't actually heard this podcast. I apologize. I don't podcast as much as I could, but I'll have to check that out. Don't let me forget about that one. Our friend Dr. Joe is with us as well. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, the would you believe if questions ignore that it doesn't solve the violence, misogyny, endorsing slavery, not protecting people from SA. I could never again worship this God. So I'm with you, Dr. Joe. Thank you for the super chat. I'm with you. Like, believing that the God exists is one thing. Worshiping the God? That's an entire separate thing. That ain't going to happen. PK, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I think I have found the perfect business. Selling bandages and band-aids to excuseologists. You cannot flood the market and they are cheap to produce, particularly the spiritual ones. Doug is too tough to need patching. Amen. Doug needs no patching. He's the grounding of all grounding. But yeah, I listen, I will invest in this business model. Let me know where I can send my money. And Beto, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge, my friend. Big W, Beto. So literally describes an arbitrary reason for the death of Jesus. I agree, right? In order to make the death of Jesus not arbitrary, you have to start limiting God's power and saying that God couldn't do it another way. And the minute you say God couldn't do it another way, you've got to do all kinds of gymnastics about why God couldn't do something the way he desired, despite the Bible saying he literally can do it any way he wants to. And Red Shrek, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I think Ryan is nice the same way many mega voters are nice. You start to see the real picture when you get into the details. So I know exactly what you're referring to. There are a lot of nice people that have horrific ideas. I don't know yet if Ryan is one of those people. I think he might not have been pressed on some of these horrific things from the Bible. But I think he's genuinely a nice guy. I could be wrong. All right, last one from our friend Goddess Rebels. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I have had an ASD fixation. What's ASD? Autism spectrum disorder. I've had an autism spectrum disorder fixation with crystals and rocks for the past year. It has been revealed to me through your channel that I am just a prophet of Doug. He has been calling me for a while now, and I'm finally paying attention. That is it. You are a prophet of Doug. Doug called you to him through the process of crystallization. That's why you're into crystals right now. It's because you are, in fact, a legitimate prophet of Doug. Welcome Hey, welcome to the club, friend. Welcome to the being a prophet of Doug. All right, we're going to get our next guest in here. We've had a couple people waiting in our TikTok queue for a long time, so we're going to get our first TikTok guest in here, and then we'll go back to our YouTube queue and grab our next YouTube guest after that. So we're going to grab Billy Elliott from our TikTok queue. Welcome in, Billy. 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 Okay. Billy's not here, apparently. How you doing, Angel?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Angel, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes, 35 Christian.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I think in life we make assumptions in science and in faith, right? Science is based off of assumptions, so is faith. And
I think
I can-
assumption is doing a lot of heavy lifting when you use it in regards to science. I think when we make scientific hypotheses, we're drawing on prior knowledge. Like, for example, the idea that dark energy exists is not necessarily proven, but we have a big body of evidence to suggest that it does exist. Does that make sense? Like, we're not assuming that it exists. We're using evidence that we have to point towards its existence.
I agree. I agree with that part. But here's why I said science is based on 4 core assumptions. First, it assumes the universe is real and orderly, right? So because if the universe
it doesn't. It assumes the universe is real. The orderliness of the universe is not a scientific assumption.
Well, if there's no order in the universe, then how do we know? How can we rely on laws of nature?
Order is a subjective term. Like, we look at something and we describe it as either orderly or not orderly, but it's inherently subjective.
But there's an order to the season. There's an order to time, right? The universe is generally considered by most scientists.
Process?
Well, the universe in general is considered orderly by science. That's just an intrinsic.
No, it's not. The universe is pure chaos.
It's described as both order and chaos, but there is order.
I disagree.
The laws of physics operate on the fact that the universe operates according to consistent, predictable laws. Right?
I agree. Yes, there are laws of physics that describe how the universe behaves. Yes.
Yes. So with physics, that's a governing tenet of physics, but also we use patterns, right?
What do you mean by governing tenet? The laws of physics aren't governing; they're descriptions.
No, I'm saying there is a governing tenet, right? It's order. Like, how can you have?
No, it's not. We already covered this. No. Order entails that a mind ordered it, right? Like, when you say order, you're smuggling in the concept of an orderer.
Well, yes. Absolutely.
I know. Yeah. Begging the question. Now you're just begging the question. No, I don't believe that the universe is ordered.
Okay. I mean, I'm saying that I can point to scientists that agree that order is.
I can point to scientists that say it's chaos. That's not a relevant talking point. Well, what do you think order is? Because in your worldview, order is something that was put into a particular sequence by a mind. So unless you can demonstrate that there was a mind that put it in the sequence, you would have to do something other than beg the question.
So the laws of physics don't inherently describe and reflect the fundamental order in the universe?
No, they don't. They don't describe the order in the universe. They describe the behavior of the universe. This is why all these philosophical talking points are useless, because what you do is you misuse words in order to smuggle in different concepts that aren't originally part of what science teaches.
I think you see that just the opposite, right? Because order is about pattern, method, sequence, and that's what science has, right?
Yeah, and the universe is largely not patterned or sequenced. It's largely chaotic.
It's largely chaotic. So is there order, or you just believe more towards the chaos side, and so is it chaotic and disorderly then?
Almost all of it is disorder. The
Okay.
vast majority of it is disorder.
The vast majority of the universe is disorder.
Not all of it.
All right.
I said the vast majority of it. There are pockets of orderliness, but when we say orderliness, we're inherently describing what we would say is orderly. Not that somebody ordered it, but just that it has something that we would describe as orderly. Like, for example, if I dropped 10 rocks and they just happened to be in a line when I dropped them, we would describe that as orderly, because as human beings, we recognize a line as some kind of an order. But that wouldn't be orderly when we're talking about like the formation of the universe, because that still requires a mind to determine what orderliness is. Without a mind determining what orderliness is, you can't determine that the universe is orderly.
Okay, I mean, I guess to close on that claim, right? So we have constants
We
like
do.
gravity, nuclear forces, etc., and that speaks to an order, right? There's a balance. There is an
No,
order.
we'll just try this again. No, it doesn't speak to order. That's why most of the universe is not orderly.
All right. We're just going to have a difference of opinion there, but that was the first assumption, though. I mean, that's so universe is real. Would you agree with that assumption that science makes?
I mean, does the universe exist?
Well, I mean, that's the assumption we make to base all of our sciences. I accept that as true.
I mean, I accept that the universe exists. You accept that the universe exists. Now, can we prove that the universe exists? No, because theoretically we could be brains in a vat. I don't believe that to be the case. Neither do you.
Correct.
Nobody behaves as though that is the case. So it's kind of a silly discussion. So we do agree, at least for the point of discussion here, that you and I think that the universe does in fact exist.
Yeah, no, I think it's more likely than the universe is real that it does exist, and I definitely accept that.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
And so then the other, just to do a rapid fire here, another assumption science makes is that our minds can reliably understand it, and just like we saw with the universe is real, I think that kind of proves that. Then there's truth
Wait,
exists.
Why do you think that's an assumption? Again, this is what I talked about when you smuggle in ideas. When we say our minds can understand the universe, that's not an assumption.
Well, that is an assumption by definition.
It's not an assumption. We witness our minds understanding the universe. We observe it, we make predictions, and the predictions come true. So our understanding of the universe is not an assumption, it's by experience.
Well, how can we prove that our minds can reliably understand something? How can
we
prove
can
that our minds
observe it, make predictions based on the behavior, based on the pattern, based on the science. And when the predictions prove to be true, we can say that obviously our minds must comprehend what's happening because we're able to make predictions.
Yeah, but how can we falsify? How can we prove that it can't reliably understand it? We can only compare it to one another, right?
Because our predictions come true. Like if we didn't understand the universe, the falsification for the claim would be that our predictions don't come true.
But if we were to compare, you would agree that the universe is probably, there's so much, we're probably like a speck in the universe. There's thousands of universes out there.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, that's just, I mean, I can pull up the scientific articles. That's what they've observed. Whether they're
We've not observed thousands of universes. Do you mean galaxies?
or galaxies. Yes, that would be the correct term. You're right.
Yeah, I agree. There are many billions of galaxies. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's plausible. People have theorized that they could have life, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's very plausible that there's life in other places of the universe. In fact, we've got good evidence of life self-assembling even in places that would be unexpected. Like we've got proteins, at least one protein has been found on 2 different meteorites, as well as self-assembling amino acids. So it seems pretty
Yeah.
likely that the building blocks of life that we find even within our universe that are self-assembling are doing that elsewhere.
Yeah, so I guess it goes back to, right, science, and there are a lot of scientific textbooks, right, with this as a preface, and I could provide a list, but it does assume a couple things, like one, that natural laws are consistent, assumes the ability of humans to perceive and understand the universe. I'm not saying that I don't accept those. Of course I accept those, because I'm immersed in this world. I'm prone to these senses, right? This is what and most people are immersed to. We're immersed to this physical world with our senses, and we accept these things as true, because if we didn't, I think we'd be a little lost. Would you accept that as true?
Again, I don't call them assumptions. The only assumption so far that you've listed that I would agree with is the assumption that we are all concluding that the universe is real and that I'm not imagining you in my brain right now. That's the only assumption I've seen so far. So, I mean, we could
Okay.
change the word. You can change it to something other than assumption.
All right. The only reason I say that is, even without even going into books, right? Just basic Google search. It's just cornerstone of science. Is, even if you were to ask it, does science make assumptions? Or better question is science based on assumptions? They will go through those 4. I mean, it's widely received. I understand that assumption may not be the opportune word, but they're still noted and cited as assumptions that we make. I mean, I accept them as true.
Yeah,
But
so in common
it's so
vernacular, an assumption is something that is accepted without proof. Like we believe it without proof to believe it. And what I'm saying is that the 4 things you listed aren't assumptions. The only assumption we've made so far of the 4 that you've listed is that we're not brains in a vat.
And here's where I differ, because going back to the first assumption, the universe is real, it could be an illusion.
That's brain in a vat. That's the one assumption I've said we're making.
Yeah.
So the other 3 aren't assumptions.
So then truth exists and is discoverable. What if
I don't think truth exists.
Okay, so
this is
plus
where
1
like you're gonna run into a brick wall between like your Filbro argument and the real world, which is truth is not a thing that has an independent existence. There's no ontology of truth. Truth is a description of when statements match reality. That's it.
And interesting that you say that. So, I mean, you would agree 1 plus 1 is 2, right? I think we can accept that.
Only when we've defined 1 plus 1, only when we defined what 1 and 2 is. We've defined what 1 and 2 is. It's a language that we created.
Yeah, it's okay. No, that's
so
fair.
Just to be clear here, if you're gonna try to get to some sort of transcendental categories, you're gonna have a big uphill battle to fight. Because I've talked to a lot of philosophers, not a single one of them can ever validate that transcendental categories exist, like truth.
I mean, look, it's
you can try it. I'm not saying you shouldn't try it. I'm just saying, just know I've had this exact discussion a lot of times. So I want you to bring your best argument for why truth exists transcendentally.
By why truth exists transcendentally. Okay.
I assume that's where you're going. You're going to run some sort of a tag argument, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
Of course you are.
I'm gonna go like parallel, right? Because I don't want you to hear something you probably heard before. But you would accept, for example, like in math. Math is known for its concepts. We rely on math, maybe not believe in math, but we rely on it. So, like in physics, we use imaginary numbers, right? Some people may not know the exact reason we use it, but in the most in quantitative mechanics and physics, we use imaginary numbers in the most complex things. But why do we do that? Because it's not an exact science. It's something that is plausible. So we know that things imaginary, an imaginary concept, is a concept that science has relied on. We also know that undefined is a concept that science relies on. What we see over what we don't see is known as
Concepts are
defined.
just derivative of the brain. That's it. They
Well,
don't
it's
have a
derivative of the
transcendental
brain, but-
existence.
But it's how we understand and communicate how things work. But it's also man's admission of saying that, hey, we don't know how exactly something works, but let's try to explain it through these concepts like imaginary, undefined, infinity. So that's man admitting that, okay, there's something else to there. But there's a reason that something we see over something we don't see, 1 over 0, is considered undefined and not 0.
Because you can't divide by 0.
Oh, well, you can't define by 0, but it's not 0, right? Well, why can't it be 0? What does undefined mean?
You
If we're gonna
can't
go to-
divide by 0.
we can't. But here's the thing: the concept is undefined. What does undefined mean? If we're going back to like what assumptions and what things mean to be, assumptions.
Well, undefined in
Undefined-
which field of study? Undefined has a lot of different meanings.
Yeah. So undefined means that it's not clear, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it lacks definition.
Yeah, it lacks definition, and it lacks definition to us, to man. We can't understand it, but is it plausible?
No, understanding and definition are different. Something lacking definition has nothing to say on whether or not it can be understood.
Okay, well, if something was understood, would it be defined?
I would imagine if you understand something, you have some definitions established, even if you don't have all of the definitions established.
Yeah, but if you understood something, you would at least be able to define what that is.
No,
right?
I agree. If you understand something, you should be able to define its characteristics, or at least some of its characteristics.
So, and if you don't understand something, then the opposite would apply.
Nope, because it can
Right.
have defined characteristics that you just don't understand, but somebody else does. So understanding is independent on whether or not something has characteristics and if those characteristics are known. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't know it.
No, completely agree. Thank you. That leads me to the fact that undefined is a universal concept. So, like 1 over 0 is always going to be undefined. It doesn't matter if it's you, me,
No. It's
person.
a category error. 1 over 0 is a category error. It's not undefined. It's an impossibility. You cannot divide by 0 because 0 is nothing.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying
That's
to
like
make.
saying, find me the start of the circle. It's paradoxical. You can't find the start of the circle because there is no such thing. You can't divide by 0 because 0 is no such thing. You can't divide something by 0 parts.
Yeah, and you can't divide something you see over something you don't see, right?
No,
Without
the seeing it is irrelevant. You can't divide something into 0 divisions because at that point you're not dividing anymore.
Yeah, but then if you're not dividing, then why wouldn't it just be 1?
1 divided
1
by
over
0 isn't a solution. It's not even
Yeah.
it's not even a problem.
Yeah, well, but why isn't it just
You
1?
you can't do it. It's the definition of a singularity.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is this, right? Just because you see something, and
You're
don't
trying to
see-
smuggle in some weird stuff with the word undefined, and I'm not going to allow it. When we say that the answer to 1 divided by 0 is undefined, it's not saying that undefined has some sort of like mathematical truth value to 1 over 0. So then you can't define an answer because there is no answer because you're asking to do an impossibility. The answer isn't undefined. The answer doesn't exist.
Well, the answer doesn't exist within that system of operations.
No, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but that system,
It's an
right?
impossibility. You can't divide something 0 times because then you're not dividing anymore. It's an impossibility. It's not something that's undefined. It's something that can't exist.
Within the system of operations.
That's all we have. All we have is
Yeah.
the system of logic. If there's another logic, let me know. Where is it? Where can I find it?
Yeah, within the system of operation. I'm telling you, like, what the mathematical concept is, right? That's what it's called, right? You can't define it within that given system of operations.
No, you can't define it because it doesn't exist. Anything that doesn't exist is going to be undefined because it doesn't exist. It's saying, can you define nothingness? No, because by definition, nothingness has no definition. But that's a silly. You're doing really dumb category errors. Trying to smuggle in weird nonsense using the word undefined because 1 divided by 0 doesn't exist is a silly argument.
Okay. I mean, and look, I can move past it. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But all I was trying to say is that if you don't see something, it doesn't mean that it's not there. And oftentimes,
But why would I believe it unless there's evidence for it?
well, because here's the thing. What if I could tell you that I have evidence for it, but then
That's
the
what I'm
argument
interested in. What's the evidence for it? Because what you've said is you should believe in things that you don't have evidence for. But I think that's silly because you don't believe in any of the other gods that you don't have evidence for. You believe in this God. And the God you believe in, I assume, is because you have some kind of evidence.
yeah. So
Right. So what's the
Okay.
evidence that points towards the Christian God and not towards Zeus?
yeah. So do I start with God first, or do you want me to jump right to the Christian God?
I mean, either one, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. So
But
with God,
just be sure you can lay out an argument for like a generic God, but the minute it contradicts the Bible, I'm going to bring you right to the Bible and show you where the God you just described contradicts your religion.
okay. I mean, fine. So it starts with the fact that, right, I believe the universe is real.
Mhm.
I believe it has order. I see order, I see design. So it starts with that basic framework that, okay, if there's order and design,
Right, but I
think it's
don't.
plausible. I understand. So I think it's plausible that there's an order and designer. Now, yes, I also assume that laws of nature are uniform, that truth exists is discoverable. I think in life, if there's no meaning, no purpose, and if truth can't be found, then what is the meaning of life? And then faith has assumptions too, right? God exists. It's a creator. Humans are made in God's image. World reflects God's character and order. And truth exists because it comes from God's nature. So then I look at the how, which is the science, and the
But-
why, which is the faith.
You haven't substantiated any of these ideas yet. I literally disagreed with almost everything you said. Are you going
Yeah,
to
but
support
you
any of
said-
these claims?
Yes, yeah, but here's the thing: we walk through the science, and you're like, oh well, the world is not orderly; it's more chaotic and
I agree.
disorderly.
Yes, I disagree with the premise that the universe is orderly. Yes,
Okay,
so, but you
this is
can't
the
substantiate it.
problem
You already tried.
No, well, here's the thing. I told you I could provide you a list of scientists that would disprove you. The majority of scientists,
And I can provide you with a
disprove
list of scientists that agree with me. That's irrelevant. Saying some scientists agree with me is not a real argument.
I mean, it's a fundamental, building block of science that
It's
the
not.
universe.
Saying the
orderly.
universe is orderly assumes that somebody set it in order, and I don't make that assumption. And are there scientists that believe in God that would say the universe is orderly? Yeah. Are there scientists that don't believe in God that would agree with me? Yeah. Right. Just saying some scientists agree with me is a meaningless argument.
So, even if atheist scientists believe that there's order in the universe, it's still, you would still pause the same.
Yeah, I'm saying there are huge lists of scientists on both sides. And if you actually press them on what they mean by orderly, they're going to end up saying that orderly is subjective. What I think is orderly is not what you think is orderly. So we're already way back at the beginning of this conversation. How many times do you want to have this orderly conversation?
That's crux. That's critical, because
It's
if we don't
not critical. It's a
believe-
failed premise.
Well, I would disagree, because I know quite a few people who don't believe, and they would at least concede that the universe has order in it.
I know scientists that would disagree with that. That's these appeals to scientific authority aren't helpful.
But the seasons have order. The days, nights.
No,
have
they
order,
don't.
right?
They have
the
a
seasons don't have order?
dependable sequence of events.
But that's
So
But that's
again,
an
you're
order.
smuggling in concepts with the word order.
You're basically using that is by definition order. There is order to that.
It's a sequence of events. I agree. Events can have a particular sequence. Orderly requires that something is in a particular configurement that was placed there. It had intention, and I don't agree with that. That's why I keep rejecting this idea of orderly. Does the universe behave sometimes in repeatable patterns? Hell yeah, it does. But guess what? The sun's not always going to be at the center of our galaxy. Eventually, our galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy, and then where's the order?
Here's a question.
No, answer my question. When our galaxy collides with the Andromeda galaxy, is it still going to be orderly?
Is it still going to be orderly if they collide?
Yeah, when our galaxy collides with the Andromeda galaxy, will it still be orderly?
Will it still be orderly? I don't know. I'm assuming it's going to be more chaotic. There will be some.
Yeah. And the majority of the universe is that chaos. The fact that there's like small, goes all the way back to the beginning of the conversation. The fact that there's small pockets of order within our universe has nothing to say as to whether or not our universe is majorly chaos or majorly order. When I look out, the majority of the universe is chaos.
Okay. Here's where
So
maybe close. I'm gonna go back and forth.
You're kind of making like a failed, like you're bordering on like almost like a fine tuning argument when you start trying to bring in order. So if you believe that God ordered everything, like God created this earth, God fine tuned the earth, you've got a lot of assumptions that you have to take account for. For example, why did God order the earth in a way in which there are natural disasters that kill 100,000 people on average every year?
Sure, and I can speak to that.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I close the last thing you said? Well, before I just want to say that there's a science exam that says the 4 seasons occur in a specific order due to the Earth's tilt and what around the sun.
I know. A sequence of events is an ordering of events. I agree.
Okay, so so there is order.
I told you at the beginning of the conversation that most of the universe is not orderly, but there are pockets of order within the universe. We happen to live in one of them. At no point in time have I ever said there is zero order in the universe. What I said was that you're smuggling in concepts when you use the word order, and I won't let you do it.
Okay, I'm smuggling in concepts. Okay.
Yeah, you're smuggling in an orderer. When we see things behaving in repeatable patterns, like the Earth revolving around the sun, you're smuggling in, when you use the word order, that somebody ordered it.
Okay, I mean, it's I would agree that the universe is more order than chaos, but
I disagree. The majority of the universe is not order. The majority of the universe is chaos. The repeatability of anything in the universe just happens to be because of the way the laws of physics work. There's laws of physics that are constant and repeatable. Some of them are not. I mean, there are items in the universe that don't behave in a constant manner, but none of that's relevant.
Okay, sure. I mean, it's I guess it's a difference of opinion there. But all right, that's
Right.
That's what I wanted to- now your last question about
if the earth is orderly because God made it orderly, then why did he create it so that there are natural disasters that kill 100,000 people a year?
yeah. So I think so by design, and here's what I mean by that. So I don't believe I'm just a physical person. I think we're two sides of a coin. We have a physical side and a spiritual side. And I think at the end of the day, it's whether we believe that God created the heavens and the earth. So the creation story speaks to the fact that when they ate out of the tree of fruit and evil, what happened? It's like, oh, you shall surely unalive. Well, what does it mean? That's a spiritual death, but also
Well, it doesn't say spiritual death. It says in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die, using the Hebrew word mot or moth,
Yes.
Referring to a physical death.
Yes, I completely understand that. I know Hebrew. What I would say to that is this, right? There's nothing that says that they weren't going to live forever in the world. So whether you view it as a physical or spiritual contact,
in chapter 3, it literally says that the living forever is a result of eating from the tree of life.
that the living forever, God said you were going to live forever if you ate from the
tree of life. Yeah. It literally says it in verse 22 and 23. In fact, I'll put it on the screen. So says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever.
The tree of life or the tree of knowledge?
The tree of life and live forever. There are two trees, the tree of good and evil, the knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life.
Yeah. So they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? Not the tree of life.
No. We have no reason to believe they didn't eat from the tree of life. The tree of life is the thing that gives them the immortality. It's not permanent immortality. They have to continue eating from the tree of life. That's why God removed them from the garden so that they can't eat from it. Because if they do eat from it, then they'll continue on living.
Yeah, but they disobeyed, right?
I agree, yes, and they disobeyed, and God said, because Adam and Eve disobeyed, I'm going to, remake the earth so that tornadoes, volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes exist? You think that's why he did it?
Well, why? Say that one more time. I don't know what the question was.
You're clearly trying to say that God caused the natural disasters to come into existence because of the disobedience of Adam and Eve. So I'm asking you to verify that. Are you saying that the natural disasters exist because God created them as a result of Adam and Eve's sin?
I don't think so. I mean, it could.
Then why did he create them? Because if you're all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then it's entailed in your omni properties that you're not going to cause unnecessary suffering.
No, I don't think that's it at all.
Do you believe in God's omni properties? Do you think that he's all good?
Yeah.
Do you think that he's all knowing?
I think he's all knowing.
Do you think that he's all powerful?
And yes, all three.
Okay, so it's entailed then, if you have the triomny properties, as part of being all good, that you don't cause unnecessary suffering. You can only cause necessary suffering.
I don't think it's entailed, and here's why. Because at the end,
you think you can be all good and then cause unnecessary suffering?
Well, that's where the duality of humans comes into play, right? If we don't believe in that.
That was a yes or no question.
Well, so repeat that one more time then.
Do you think all good entities can cause unnecessary suffering?
Can all good entities cause unnecessary suffering? Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So
yes.
Then what do you think good is? So you're saying it's good to cause unnecessary suffering. So like if I take my child in for a vaccine, and the doctor punches my kid in the nose before he gives them the shot, that's good. It's unnecessary suffering.
Good.
This is a crazy bullet to bite, by the way. I've never heard anyone bite this bullet yet.
Oh, no. And I'm going to stand with it. And here's why. Because God is not physical, right? God is spiritual. So what matters, the physical or the spiritual?
Are you saying that all suffering is irrelevant because God is spirit?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just like...
Does suffering matter? And if it matters, is it good or bad?
Suffering does matter, and it can be both.
Is suffering good or bad?
Both. Suffering
is there such a thing as bad suffering?
Yes.
What is bad suffering?
Bad suffering is if you living a life of if you've done nothing wrong in life, or you're a child and you're suffering from the plague, and that's a bad suffering.
I don't think you've described it. Bad suffering, I think what you're trying to say is when you take the punishment for a crime you didn't commit.
I mean, that's another way of looking at it, but
so for example, if my child came to me and said, Dad, can you make me a sandwich? And I said, yeah, but I'm going to break your knee first. Is that good or bad suffering?
I mean, that's bad.
Why? Why is that bad?
Because you're inflicting, physical harm, which goes against.
But why is physical harm bad?
I would hope that we would all know why physical harm is bad.
I don't think you do, because you think natural disasters are good.
Well, hold on a second. I said that the natural disasters are bad, right? I'm not saying that they're good.
Natural disasters are bad now.
No, I never said that they were good. So,
are they good or are they bad? I need an answer.
There's a difference between man on man or
Angel, you can say anything you want to say, but I need you to answer on whether or not you think natural disasters are good or bad.
I mean, I think they're bad for us, for our physical selves.
No, I'm not asking you if they're bad for us. I'm saying in the world we live in, when we look at natural disasters, are they a good thing or a bad thing?
They're a bad thing. I mean,
that's what that is obvious, isn't it? Okay, fantastic. Simple. Do they need to exist?
Do they need to exist? They don't. I mean, I guess they don't need to exist, but I'm not the designer.
Okay, so they're an unnecessary bad thing?
No, not necessarily.
Hold on. You just contradicted yourself. If they're bad and they don't need to exist, that means definitionally they are unnecessary badness.
Absolutely not. And here's why.
That's the definition of being unnecessary is not needed.
Absolutely not. I'm a cancer survivor. I learned a lot from my cancer.
Then it would be considered necessary. If you need it, then it's necessary.
No, but here's where it's nuanced, right? So I'm a cancer survivor. I used to not be.
I know you learned something through suffering. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the difference between necessary and unnecessary suffering. I need you to not get rabbit trailed on this idea that I suffered once and something good came from it. Okay, so what we're asking right now is whether or not a particular suffering is good or bad.
I mean, it could be suffering. The way we see suffering is usually bad physically, but it could be good spiritually.
Okay, so you're talking about necessary suffering then, not unnecessary suffering.
I mean, it depends, right? Because
okay, you're saying that good things come when people suffer sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do good things always come when people suffer, or do they just result in bad things sometimes?
Good things don't always come when people suffer.
So sometimes bad things happen, even though there's no good outcome for them. Fantastic, or at least there's not one that outweighs the bad part, right?
Yeah, true. It might not be
Okay.
good
And
for them. It could be good for someone else.
and does
but yeah.
that have to be the case?
I mean, it's not up to me to decide.
Well,
So,
the answer is no if you believe in an omnipotent God.
well, here's the thing. I mean, here's where I disagree. So it's almost like saying you take a J.K. Rowling novel like Harry Potter. It's like, I really didn't like the way the ending turned out. Well, who are we to say what the author, wrote or chose, right? So it is what it is. So I do think that suffering can definitely be for our good. Look at the story
Nobody
of
asked
Job.
that. I never asked you if people can't find benefit through suffering. We're talking about the non-beneficial suffering right now.
Yeah,
All right,
and
so
I think I answered it. But I can.
just try to stay on track. I'm not asking you about whether or not good things can come when people suffer. I'm asking you about whether or not there's such a thing as people suffering for no benefit or for a benefit that doesn't outweigh the downfall. Right. And you already said there is. And I think one example of that would probably be, say, a natural disaster or like the earthquake in Haiti, where was it like a crazy amount of people died, like 200,000 people died or something? Let me look that up.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I agree. It was a lot. It was too many, of course.
But if you believe in the triomni God, it's not too many. It's exactly the right amount for God to do what he wanted to do. For example, there was a minimum of 220,000 people killed. The high estimate is over 300,000 Haitian people. And remember, about 97% of these people are already Christian. The Haiti's largely a Christian island. So God, if you believe he created the earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis, right? If every person that died or was injured in this earthquake, if every single person needed that to happen, it was critical to their development, then you can say that the earthquake was necessary. God had to send this earthquake. Otherwise, every single one of these individuals involved wouldn't have had the critical development that they need. The reality is that's a nonsensical answer. You have to assume that there was some unnecessary suffering within this earthquake, right?
Oh no, of course there was unnecessary, suffering by human standards. But with God, that's why we use the term "pass away," right? I don't believe that I will die. I believe I will pass away. So this is my vessel. I will pass
But
away.
we're not just talking about death. We're talking about people that have their legs ripped off, people that are vegetabilized, people that get their brains crushed in, their heads crushed in, and get brain damage. Just trying to solve it with, oh, I'm going to die, therefore it's okay, doesn't really solve the problem. There's an unending list of horrors that come along with natural disasters.
I agree, and I'm not here to say that I have all the answers. No one does. So it's not. We're never going to fully comprehend everything. We can get we can get a gist of how things work, but we're never going to fully comprehend. Just like with science, we're never going to fully comprehend. So
right.
That's
So the problem I have is if God causes unnecessary suffering, meaning he's causing suffering that is not needed, that means one of two things. One, the dude's capricious. He's just doing things because he can. He doesn't actually have a purpose behind them. And number two, he's a barbarian. If you just randomly create natural disasters knowing it's going to cause a litany of unending harm to humanity, you're evil.
I mean, look, that's we're worlds apart on this. I think at the end of the day, right? It's we believe in God, and we don't understand, why things are the way they are. Just the fact that we believe in God and to believe that He has a plan and gift of salvation is suffices. So
Yeah, the gospel doesn't really get you out of the problem here. Like this logical problem of unnecessary evil is not fixed by Jesus's sacrificing himself to himself to satisfy his own bloodlust. That's not fixed, right?
Not for you.
You
For
can,
me, it
and
makes sense.
you can appeal to mystery, but the minute you appeal to mystery, what you're suggesting is that there's something radically unexpected in your worldview. The idea that God purposely causes unnecessary suffering is unexpected. It's contradictory even to the worldview that says that God is all good and all loving. And by all loving, you would imagine that includes not doing unnecessary harm. In fact, I would say Paul would even say that in 1 Corinthians 13.
You're equating that to physical. You're saying that if God is all good and loving, then he would make sure that you have no physical harm afflicted
No, I didn't
to
say
you.
that at all. Nope. I said
Well,
he wouldn't cause unnecessary harm. Listen, you can't take away all harm. Like, in fact, there are people that are born without a nervous system to feel pain, and a lot of them die. You need some level of pain. There's some level of harm and pain in this world that is necessary. I'm talking about the unnecessary harm and pain caused through natural disasters.
Okay, so it's just nearing the scope. Yeah, I get it, but at the same point, I don't think it really makes the argument, right? So if I got caught up in a natural disaster, and look, I have a grandparent in Puerto Rico. They get slammed pretty often by hurricanes. So I mean, I get it. I've been there, experienced quite a few, lost a few homes, but it's.
Does God have the power to not do natural disasters?
Yeah.
Would he prefer that the pain caused by natural disasters not happen?
Would he prefer that the pain? I'm not too sure about that.
Would God? Do you think it's a better state of affairs for people to not have pain and sorrow and unnecessary suffering?
No, not in some cases.
So Revelation 21, when God brings down the new heaven to earth and the new Jerusalem, and he says there's going to be no more pain, no more sorrow. He's going to wipe away every tear, and death will be no more. That's not a better state of affairs?
Well, I mean, that's the end goal, but that's not right now.
I didn't ask if it was now. I asked, is it a better state of affairs?
Oh, I mean, yeah, that of course would be better.
Okay, so it is more desirable to not have pain, suffering, and sorrow.
Yeah, no, I've never disputed that.
Okay, so
Correct.
If it's more desirable and God recognizes that, then what's the explanation for all the unnecessary horrors?
Well, when you're referring to that particular passage, right? That's already kind of like an endpoint reconciliation where you have your physical state and your spiritual state feeling that kind of like the same thing, right? No more suffering, no more pain, physical, spiritual. So in the interim, it goes back to original sin creation story. It goes back to the fact that we live in a fallen world. And if we don't believe that we live in a fallen world, then it's kind of hard to really.
The fallen world doesn't fix it, because you are still admitting that, fallen world or not, God causes unnecessary suffering when that's not the preferred state of affairs.
Well, he can prevent it, from
He
happening.
caused it.
So, but I mean, look, it's
like, we're not talking about what he can prevent. We know he can prevent it. We're talking about what he causes. He causes natural disasters to exist. If it wasn't for God, they wouldn't exist.
Well, and if he causes something, whether he causes something or not, the fact that if he does exist and he has, rules, to live by, then at the end of the day, that's what I'm going to adhere to.
Yeah.
So,
like, if you believe that he's all good, like he's triomni, he does have rules to live by. And one of those rules you would expect is that he doesn't cause unnecessary suffering that seems to be entailed in being all good, unless you think that suffering is good in all cases.
No, I don't think suffering
is good in all. If it's not good in all cases, then you have to assume that God causes bad things unnecessarily.
I think we're going to go back and forth on this, but let's just say that he causes this, and let's put every single bad label on him. The fact that he exists, says something, right?
Well, we don't have the fact that he exists. This is actually an argument for his non-existence, because if he is a triomni God, then the fact that the horrors that we observe on the earth are here demonstrates that one of two things is true. This God doesn't exist, or you have to abandon the idea that he has the triomni properties.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, right? So I'm hearing about physical affliction, and that's it. I
Does
mean, there's
physical suffering matter?
and yeah, I mean, it does matter. It can
Okay, then stop
helps
trying to
us
brush it
spiritually.
under the rug, like the person that has the building collapse on them and they turn into a vegetable for the rest of their life. Stop trying to sweep that under the rug like it doesn't matter. It does matter. This suffering is horrific.
Yeah, no, it does matter. I think no one's saying that it doesn't matter. So, I
Then
mean, I've got
stop trying to say, well, it's physical. Yeah, we know it's physical.
yeah, but here's the thing: the whole entire concept of God and believing in Christ is eternal life. Not that
So what?
you're.
What does that have to do with unnecessary suffering? Just me, Angel. I already know where you're trying to go with this. You're trying not to do it. You're trying not to make the direct connection. But I already made it. I've heard this argument. You're trying to justify the horrors of this world by saying there's some sort of greater spiritual, eternal reality awaiting us that makes up for all the horrors. But it doesn't.
I mean, maybe not to you, and maybe one day.
But it doesn't, because
No.
first of all, not everyone goes to heaven, which is the first problem. So problem number one is that not everyone gets that justification for the horrors that they were put through. Number two, even if there was a heaven and even if everybody went there, it still wouldn't justify the horror show. Like if I had something really good planned for my child this weekend, that doesn't justify me treating them like shit during the week. Like, just because you're going to do something astoundingly awesome later doesn't mean you can do something astoundingly horrific in the meantime.
Yeah, but you see, when you're using an analogy, human on human, with the parent and child, it's love thy neighbor, right? I mean, that just goes against a fundamental golden rule, commandment.
But
So
God disobeys it then. If God causes unnecessary suffering on his creation, then he is not loving the neighbor like himself.
I think love is what he promised, right?
And then he
Everlasting
failed.
life. One everlasting life, one with him. I mean, that's so. Hey, we don't know if this body is gonna, once we pass away, be reincarnated like in a different world, and we don't know. We don't know. So that's all I know is that my soul's gonna live on forever, right? It's the gift of eternal
We
life.
certainly don't know that. We don't even have evidence that souls exist.
Well, just by the same assumptions that we use as a baseline of science, I make assumptions on faith as well, and then I accept this to be true because I see consistency throughout the scripture. I see that the founding fathers.
Consistency in what? They can't even agree on whether or not you should follow the law of Moses forever. Like, that's
What do you-
a huge point of theology, and whether or not you should follow the laws of Moses. God says in the Old Testament like a dozen times that these laws are perfect and eternal. Jesus reiterates it in Matthew chapter 5 that the laws are in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and whoever does them would be called great in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever doesn't do them will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. And then later, Paul comes along and says, "Oh, fuck all that. You don't have to follow the law." That's a major theological contradiction.
Oh, no. That's a major distortion. The
No, it's
law of
not.
Moses is relatively consistent, but the whole entire point and the reason why Jesus came is because we fall short of fulfilling the law of Moses. The law of Moses is going to be that gold standard, but it's like when we
So
see
should you follow the law of Moses or not?
yeah, we should follow the law of Moses, but the point
Then
is
why don't
that
you? Why don't you follow the law of Moses?
well, we fall short, and that's why Jesus
I didn't
came.
ask you if
That's
you fall short. I said, why don't you follow the law of Moses? Why don't you do what's written in that law?
well, the moral law, the Ten Commandments.
The
Right.
entire thing.
Okay, so you're talking moral, ceremonial, and civil law.
All of them. That's called the law of Moses.
Yes, no, I understand that's called the law of Moses, but okay, well, civil, right? We're not living in a society that has that the law of Moses, at its home. So that's out the window. So then you have
Well,
more on
the civil laws can be followed right now. There's no reason why you can't follow the civil laws of Moses.
Which one?
All of them, all of the civil laws of Moses. If a priest has a wayward daughter that sleeps around, execute her by fire. If a child curses their mother and father, execution by stoning. Like these are easy laws that you can just enact.
Well, hold on a second. So moral law, right? The 10 Commandments. It's
No.
God's standard of what's right.
There's hundreds
what's
of
wrong.
moral laws in the law of Moses. The 10 Commandments are just 10 of them.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the standard.
It's
right?
not the standard. There's hundreds of moral laws. In fact, the two greatest laws, according to Jesus, neither one of them came from the 10 Commandments. One of them comes from Leviticus 19:18, and one of them comes from Deuteronomy 6:5. Neither one of them part of the 10.
The moral law, right? There's civil, ceremonial. Civil and judicial is what? It looks at the moral law and it says, okay, this is how we interpret the punishment for those individuals, or this is how we enforce those people who fall short of the moral law. The ceremonial law, sacrifice to priest, that's been abolished with the coming of Jesus.
So then you shouldn't follow the law. This is exactly what I said.
No.
Because
absolutely
if
not.
any part of the law was abolished by Jesus, that means you don't have to follow the law anymore. And just to be clear, Paul says emphatically in Galatians and Ephesians that Jesus did in fact get rid of all of the requirements of the law.
Because, okay, again, Jesus came because we fell short of the law.
You can
Right.
say that all you want. That doesn't fix the problem. The question is, should we still be following the law?
Yeah, I mean, we should be following the law. We should be following
Okay.
the 10 Commandments.
No, that's not the law. The law of Moses are all the laws in the Torah. It's not just the 10 Commandments. You want to arbitrarily cherry pick the 10 Commandments because you think there's nothing objectionable in there. But there actually is. The 10th commandment says not to covet your neighbor's slaves. So enshrined in the last commandment of the 10 Commandment is slavery. So again, the question stands, should people follow the laws of Moses?
I think the laws of Moses. I mean, I feel like I've repeated myself multiple times here.
Because you haven't actually said yes or no yet. I'm still waiting for you to clarify, because the first time you said, well, yeah, we should follow the law, but we fall short. And now you're saying, well, we don't have to follow all the laws. We only have to follow some of the laws. But you haven't given a single reason why I would believe that to be the case. Because the minute you say that you don't have to follow all of the laws, you've contradicted the lawgiver and you've contradicted Jesus. Jesus is not a jot or the tittle will pass from the law.
Absolutely not. Again, Old Testament, 3 laws. Moral, civil,
is the ceremonial part of the jot and tittles?
The ceremony on the priestly was fulfilled with the coming of
is the ceremonial laws part of the jot and tittles that don't pass away?
I don't know what you mean by John. I'm not acquainted with that term.
Jot and tittle is?
No.
That's like the what you cross your T's and dot your I's with, like a jot and tittle. In the actual Greek, it doesn't necessarily use that verbiage. It refers to like really tiny Greek letters, but that's not important. What he says in Matthew 5:17 is, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, right? So until heaven and earth actually pass away, he says, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So based on Jesus' own words, we should, if we want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, we should be following the laws, correct?
We're spicing and dicing. Okay, it's very important to understand the distinction between moral, civil, and priestly.
Jesus didn't make a distinction.
Yeah, he was the distinction.
He didn't make a distinction. In Matthew 5, he didn't say anything about some of the laws. He said not a single letter will pass away from the law. Not a single letter, which means the minute you say, well, he didn't mean all the laws, you're lying on Jesus.
No, Romans 6:14. You are not.
Jesus didn't write Romans 6. Paul wrote that. All you're doing is demonstrating the contradiction between Paul and Jesus.
It's not a contradiction.
We can read Paul next. I'm wanting you to address Jesus's words.
Yes, and I'm going to try for the fifth time, right? Priestly or the ceremonial.
Jesus didn't make that distinction.
Okay. He was the distinction, and I'm trying to tell you how
Jesus didn't make that distinction. Others who lived after Jesus claimed that he was the distinction. We're examining the words of Jesus. What did the words of Jesus say?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrangle some verses.
Don't tell me what Paul said. Tell me what Jesus said. We can address Paul next. Tell me what Jesus said about the law.
Okay, so I tried explaining this 5 times.
Angel, again, I don't know why you're having a hard time with this. I'm demonstrating to you a clear contradiction between Jesus, his Father, and the rest of the New Testament. Jesus and God both agree that all of the laws are literally forever until heaven and earth pass away. Everyone else in the New Testament disagrees, which means you can't fix Jesus's words by running away to the people that contradict Jesus. I need you to first address Jesus's words and tell me what Jesus meant, not what other people believe is happening.
All right. Then you know what? Since you're not going to listen to that partition, I'm going to have to go with Mark 7:18 through 19. Jesus.
I love Mark 7. He didn't. He did not. You're not going to like this at all, Angel. This is going to be painful for you.
Let me finish. Right? You want me to explain, and I'm trying to explain here. Right? So my contention was that he was referring to moral because he already fulfilled the priestly ceremonial, and then with the civil law.
Did Jesus say that?
He said that to these words, right?
No,
Jesus
he
declared
didn't.
all food clean.
Jesus didn't say that.
The ceremonial food
Jesus
law.
didn't say that.
Well, but here's
Angel.
So
Angel, I want to make sure. I want to make sure that you're actually following along. I asked you about what Jesus said, and you're bringing up a commentary by Mark. Mark is claiming that Jesus said something, and this is what it meant. Right? So Mark is interpreting the words of Jesus as being a declaration that all foods are clean. Mark said that, not Jesus. Jesus did not say that all foods are clean for you. Jesus actually was doing something completely different. Mark interpreted it as Jesus having that intention, because Jesus said the opposite in Matthew. Jesus said to follow the laws forever.
Well, the moral law, and I already explained why.
He
but
didn't
you know what?
say the moral law.
Of course, he's not going to distinguish between moral, civil, and priestly in the way.
Yeah, because he's a Jew. Yeah, thank you. He's not going to make the distinction because there's no distinction.
Well, this is the moral law.
There's no such thing as the moral law. All of the law is a moral action. Not following any part of the law is an act of immorality.
Well, here's another one. John 4:21 through 23. Jesus said true worship would not be tied to Jerusalem or the temple, but in spirit and truth, which goes against, right, the civil law. So this goes against my point. You're saying Jesus said something, and then I'm telling you,
So,
yeah, the
Jo-
moral law. You're
to be
saying
clear,
absolutely
Jesus in John is not talking about the current time period. He's talking about the new heaven and new earth.
okay. Jesus' kingdom is not on earth, right? It's in
No,
heaven.
the new
right?
heaven and new earth hasn't appeared yet. The time
Okay.
period which people don't worship in the physical, where they are worshiping in spirit and truth, as he's talking to the woman at the well, that's Revelation 21. The ending of heaven and earth is when the law finally is no longer necessary.
The civil law, which governed Israel as a nation, ended with Israel's theocracy. It
Not
wasn't bound
according
to
to
church.
Jesus.
Definitely according to Jesus. This is
No,
what he preached.
not according to
Like,
Jesus.
saying his disciples didn't know what he said or what he did. Which again, you're going against
So,
the grain.
so Angel, you're trying so hard to ignore what he said in Matthew. You're trying so hard to not address what he said in Matthew. In Matthew, he talks about the law and a prophet, the law and prophets. The law, the Torah, are the 5 books of Moses, all the laws of Moses. And he says, whoever does them and teaches them will be great in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever doesn't do them will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, which means it's good to follow the law of Moses.
Yeah, the moral.
No,
Yeah,
he didn't
exactly.
say that. You have to add that to the passage. He didn't say the moral laws. He said the law. The law is the law of Moses.
We're just
You can't address Matthew 5 without changing what Jesus said. Just be honest. You can't address it unless you say Jesus said something he didn't say.
And I already explained it, and it's very clear in the text. And not only do scholars accept
It's
that as
not
true,
clear in the text, and scholars agree with me.
no, absolutely.
There's entire books from New Testament scholars that agree with me that Jesus is a Judaizer, because Jesus tells people to follow the law of Moses. And that would be expected, because if Jesus actually did read his Old Testament, he would know that the God of the Old Testament says to follow the law forever, for all the days that you live on the earth, every single day that you're alive. Perpetual. Leviticus 16, the Day of Atonement ritual, that is a perpetual statute for all of your generations forever.
In Acts 15, Colossians 2:16,
Yes.
no longer under.
Yes, it's a contradiction. Thank you, Angel. You're pointing out the contradiction when God said that this law is forever, and then somebody comes along later and says, no, it's actually temporary. That is the definition of a contradiction.
No, because he wasn't for the rituals, right? He
Wrong. The ritual in Leviticus 16 is forever. It's perpetual.
No, he went against the Pharisees.
Leviticus 16 is perpetual. It's forever.
Why did he go against the Pharisees?
Leviticus 16 is forever.
I mean, you sound like a broken record. Why did he go against the Pharisees?
I'm still waiting for you to stop pivoting and address the passage we're talking about.
Everyone that's listening can
everyone,
look it up.
Everyone that's listening can actually address Leviticus 16. They've heard me do it 1,000 times. How long does the sacrificial ritual Leviticus 16 stand for?
He is the sacrifice.
How long in Leviticus 16 does God say to do this for?
To do what? Let me look up Leviticus 16 because
that's the Day of Atonement. That's the scapegoat ritual, the Day of Atonement, cleansing of the temple. How long does he say to do it for?
I don't know. I don't have it on top of my head.
It is a perpetual statute throughout your generations. Verse 29, Leviticus 16:29.
Leviticus 26.
Nope.
29.
16:29. This shall be a statute to you forever. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall humble yourselves and shall do no work, neither the native born nor the alien who resides among you. Was God joking?
Okay, so 16:29.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. 1629. Okay. Looking that up right now. All right. All right. The Atonement. Yeah, okay. So what about it?
Okay, so if he tells the Israelites, you must follow this ritual forever, when someone comes along later and says, no, you don't have to follow that ritual anymore, that person is contradicting the words of God in Leviticus 16:29. That's a contradiction about the law of Moses. Exactly what I said.
No, absolutely not. You're misinterpreting what that means.
What does it mean to
So,
follow a
Israel,
ritual forever?
it commands Israel, right, to
To do
humble
what?
themselves, to fast, to
do
repent, right?
Yep. On what day?
The Sabbath,
No, on the
the Day of
7th month,
Atonement.
on the 10th day of the month, not the Sabbath.
The Day of Atonement.
Okay, so on this specific day, they're going to do this ritual forever.
All right. Well, what about it? I'm where does this disprove?
Does forever have an end?
Well, if we're with Jesus, then
Does
then
forever have an end?
forever doesn't have an end.
Okay, which means if somebody comes along later and says, no, you don't have to do this anymore, that's an ending, which means it's a contradiction. If God says do it forever and somebody says don't do it forever, it's a direct contradiction.
No, absolutely
Yes,
not.
yes, it is.
Misunderstanding.
It's a direct contradiction. If somebody says this is forever and somebody says this is temporary, it's a direct contradiction. Just admit it. Stop lying.
No, it depends what you're referring to.
It's crazy how you're not capable of being honest right
Oh,
now.
No.
I've
So-
never had anyone lie to me more than Christians. I've never seen a single demographic of people on the planet that will lie more than Christians.
You know, and I'm sorry you say that, but
You've
I'm
already
trying
admitted that the
Yes.
text says
It's
forever.
okay.
So if forever
Okay,
doesn't
but
have an
you
ending,
understand?
then the person that comes along later that sends it has an ending is wrong.
Okay. So verse that says ending is wrong. I'm trying to understand what you're saying in that regard.
This is very easy. God said in Leviticus to do this ritual for literally ever, which means if somebody comes along and says, no, it's not forever, you don't have to do it anymore, that person is contradicting God, which means either one, you're affirming God is contradictory, or number two, one of those two statements is untrue.
Well, Jesus is. I mean, this is all about Jesus, right?
So Jesus contradicts himself?
No. The ritual speaks of Jesus.
No, it doesn't. It speaks about two goats that are going to be sacrificed, or one sacrificed, one sent out into the wilderness.
He is the sacrificial lamb.
He's not the sacrificial lamb. There's no lamb in Leviticus 16.
Oh my goodness! This is
There's
the whole entire.
There's no
of
lamb
Christian-
in Leviticus 16, Angel. Pay attention. I know these talking points sound good to you because you've never tested them in the real world. There's no lamb in Leviticus 16. The scapegoat ritual is completely lambless. So God said to follow this ritual forever, which means if somebody comes along later and says don't follow it, it's a direct contradiction.
I mean, if you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and He's a sacrificial
It would
lamb,
still
then
be a direct contradiction.
forever. That's absolutely not a direct contradiction.
It actually is a contradiction. Saying to do something forever and then saying don't do it is a direct contradiction.
No, absolutely
It
not.
is.
I mean,
No, it absolutely is. It absolutely is a direct contradiction. You can lie to you never lie to me. A contradiction is simple. If you're saying that forever is unending and then you say it ends, you're affirming a contradiction.
whoa. Where did I say it ended?
With Jesus.
Jesus is the sacrificial lamb. So
There's no sacrificial lamb in Leviticus 16. Every time you say it, I'm going to repeat the same thing. I don't care if you say it 100 times. I'll tell you 100 times. There's no sacrificed lamb in Leviticus 16. I'm talking about the ritual of the scapegoat. Should they practice that ritual forever, according to Leviticus 16?
Okay. The scapegoat, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I'm looking this up. All right. I'm just trying to see what the contention is. That's what I'm looking up. So
The contention's really easy. God said, do this forever, which means anybody who comes along and says, don't do it forever is either wrong or creating a contradiction.
Okay. 1 second. I mean, I'm trying to explain it a different way now because I want you to understand it. So
No, I want you to understand it. You're here because you're not able to be honest, not me.
no, I'm sorry. I've spent decades, reading this.
You have not
text and
spent decades.
studying.
You sound like you're
Oh,
24.
no, I have. So I'm 35. So
Okay, maybe 2 decades. It sounds like you haven't studied it because you didn't even know what was in this chapter. This is like one of the primary chapters of the entire Old Testament law. This is the highest day. The Day of Atonement is the most holy day.
there's a difference between knowing what it is and knowing how to explain it in the context that you keep refuting. So
No, I
there's-
give you the context. God said to do this thing forever.
Okay, let's see.
So show me the context in Leviticus 16 where it doesn't mean to do this thing perpetually.
Okay. Let's see. Racial covenant. All right. I mean, my initial response, I think, stands right. This is the old covenant that you're citing, right?
It doesn't matter if it's the old covenant or not. I'm asking you about the phrase forever. That's what you need to deal with right now.
Yeah, but if here's the thing: if we believe, or if I believe that
Words have
Jesus
no
is the
meaning.
Son of God,
Yeah.
yeah. So
We're
if
not asking
Jesus-
about Jesus. I'm asking you about the meaning of forever. What does it mean to do something forever?
I mean, it's for infinite, but something can change
Okay.
that, right?
No.
Yes.
Forever. No. Forever means forever.
Well, you can create a new covenant.
If it
but-
doesn't go on indefinitely, then it's not forever.
Okay, and something can be superseded.
Then
we
it
see
wouldn't be
that-
forever.
Okay, but
It
someone
would be
could say,
temporary.
"Hey, okay." But
So
there's
is this temporary or is it forever?
Well, it's forever.
Okay,
But
that
it's-
means it can't be superseded or replaced because then it wouldn't be forever. It'd be temporary.
Well, how you practice it, right, can change.
No, it certainly can't because he tells you literally how to practice it. This
With
will
a
be a
sacrifice,
statute to
right?
you forever, and then he tells you what to do. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall humble yourselves and do no work, so on and so forth. He tells you this is what you must do forever.
Okay. I mean, that's we're splitting hairs. We're going back and forth.
We're
but-
not splitting hairs.
Oh,
You're trying to
you
lie to
are.
me.
No. You're saying I'm trying to lie to you. I
You
explained
literally
it
are
about
lying to my face
7
right now.
times.
So forever means forever. Anything that is not forever is temporary. So either this statue is forever or for temporary.
Well, here's the thing with that knowledge or with that understanding. So the Old Testament, Old Covenant versus New Covenant, Old Testament versus New
Not going to
Testament.
fix it.
Well,
The covenant has nothing to do with the laws going away.
Well, hold on. So if the belief is that Jesus Christ came because we fell short of the law, right? And I just finished explaining
But
the
if
moral
Jesus
civil.
died because he fell short of the laws, it has nothing to do with whether or not you should follow the laws. That's different. If Jesus died to take on your punishment for not being perfect, that has nothing to say about whether or not you should still follow those laws. They're completely different concepts.
Not different concepts, because there is, again, moral, civil, and priestly law. The moral is,
Again, no, there's not. You make that up because you want to find a way to get rid of some of the laws.
Let's take a step back.
We're
Priestly
talking
law.
about a ritualistic law right now in
or not?
Leviticus 16. I'm still waiting for you to deal with it. A
Did he-
ritualistic law in Leviticus 16, God says to follow this law forever. And then he tells you how to follow the law forever. So what you need to do now is be truthful and just affirm
Hebrews
that the
7:11,
New Testament contradicts Leviticus.
No, it was replaced. It was fulfilled.
Then
by
Leviticus
Christ.
is wrong. If it was not forever, then it's a contradiction.
Oh, so you're saying if hold on.
I literally cannot believe that this is over your head. If God said to do something forever and somebody else comes along and says don't do it forever, those are contradictory statements. You can't do something forever and not do something forever. It's a direct contradiction.
Well, look,
You're
all I was saying-
incapable, literally incapable of being honest. You're not capable of doing it.
I was being honest, but
You're not
it's
capable of
okay.
doing it.
I'll
You're
have
not
to
even
come back
not even
some other
remotely
time
capable
and
of being
to
honest.
better explain it to you. So, but I'm reading this pretty clearly. So
No, you're not.
Well, I mean, you can have that opinion. That's fine. So
Yeah. God says that his law is perfect. Psalm 19. If
you have a
God's
change of
law
covenants and
if
change of
God's
ritual.
law is perfect, why would it need to go away? Bertram, thank you for the jellyfish. Does something perfect need to change?
Well, man's not perfect.
Does
So-
something perfect need to change?
Does something perfect need to change?
Yeah.
I mean, it can change. It doesn't need to change, but it
I
can.
said, does it need to change?
It's not up to me to decide whether something needs to change.
If something is
So,
perfect,
got it.
can it change and still be perfect?
Yeah, it could change and still be perfect.
Then it wouldn't be perfect. If it changed and became perfect, it wasn't perfect prior.
I don't agree with that whatsoever. So
If an arrangement of something is entirely perfect and then you modify the arrangement, it's no longer perfect. Unless perfect has no definition anymore.
no, I mean it's because perfect can vary from time to time. Something could be perfect for you for one
Is
time.
perfect
and
on
then,
a scale?
perfect could be relative to the day and age.
I'm not asking about relativity, like if you think it's perfect or if I think it's perfect. I'm talking about objectively perfect. When the Bible says that God's law is perfect, that's an objective statement about the law. Well, technically, it's a subjective statement about an objective fact. So, if the law of the Lord is perfect, again, it's a direct contradiction of the book of Hebrews that says the law wasn't perfect.
No, I guess I get what you're saying, right? So you're saying that the old covenant law was deemed to be perfect, and then it had an intended purpose of revealing sin, and I believe pointing to Christ. but a new covenant is classified to be a greater perfection. So you're saying, okay, now there's a difference there. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, not even close. What I'm saying is that if the law is perfect, not only does it not need to change, but also it directly contradicts the book of Hebrews. Book of Hebrews states that it wasn't perfect.
Well, something could be perfect, but it could be incomplete. So you can have perfect.
No,
and
the
incomplete.
definition of perfect entails that it's complete.
No, it could be perfect in nature, but if someone's not following something that's perfect, then it doesn't complete the person.
No, something that is perfect is having all of the necessary elements or qualities or the attributes.
Something could be perfect for its time and then change, just like.
Well, then it's not perfect.
I mean, in times things can change. I mean,
so do you think objective morals are they change?
I mean, morals, like,
do you think God's law code is objective?
Morals have been consistent throughout, right? That's what I'm saying.
But in Deuteronomy, when God says, if you follow these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God, you're saying that that's temporary? It's only good and right sometimes?
No, I'm saying that the laws were civil laws, and they were grounded on morality, but the civil laws change depending on.
I don't know why you keep saying civil laws. That verbiage does nothing for you. It doesn't do a damn thing for you. Paul literally says that all of the requirements of the law are done. Trying to make these arbitrary divisions will never help you. So the law is the law. There's just the law.
Then there would be no need for Christ or a new covenant.
Yeah, I know there's no need for it. If the law is perfect, there's no need for anyone to change it.
The law is perfect, but man is not.
I never said man was. I said the law is. The law is perfect. That's why in the Old Testament, when God talks about the new covenant, he doesn't say I'm giving you a new law. He says I'm giving you a new heart so that you can obey my law. The new covenant is about a new heart, not a new law code. Jeremiah 31.
So, I mean, the difference is, right, the perfect law that you're referring to refers to a kingdom here on earth, right?
No, the perfect law doesn't say anything about a kingdom. The law has nothing to do with a kingdom. God says, be careful to obey all these words that I command you so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So if following the law code of God forever is good and right, and the law code of God is perfect, then when somebody comes along and says, no, you shouldn't follow this law, that person hasn't read the Old Testament.
No, I wouldn't say that, because I believe that there are a lot of people who, for example, who are Jewish that would go to heaven. Why? Because they're
I'm not asking you if they're going to go to heaven.
Well,
I'm asking you to focus on the contradiction at hand. The contradiction at hand is whether or not you should follow the law and whether or not it's good to follow the law.
I mean, it's good to follow the law of the land, but at the end of the day, it's
the law of Moses.
The
law of Moses. Stop trying to obfuscate. When I say law, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, it's moral law, right? Because we already
we're talking about the law of Moses. We're not talking about the laws of men. The law of Moses, is it always good to follow them? Because God said, by following these laws forever, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord, which means following these laws should always be doing what is good and right. Do you not agree with God's words?
Again, I mean, we're just we're splitting hairs here.
Did God not say that following this law code forever is doing what is good and right?
Well, God said that.
It's crazy. Yes, he did say it. And if God said that doing this law code forever is doing what is good and right, that means it's always good to follow this law code.
I mean, we're going back and forth. So I
No,
mean, I pointed
because you can't be honest. That's why we're going back and forth. I'm going to do this until you say something honest. So according to the Old Testament, it's always good to follow this law code. Always. And not only that, God says you can do it. Deuteronomy 30, he says it's not too hard for you.
I mean, I already spoke to the ceremonial part, right?
Ceremony doesn't fix it. When God speaks through Moses and said, this law is not too hard for you, he's not saying the ceremonial laws are not too hard for you, not saying the moral laws are not too hard for you. He says, this law code that I gave you is not too hard for you. It's a singular law code. And every time you try to break it apart into different divisions, I'm going to say the same thing I've already said 10 times. God did not divide his law code into divisions. You're doing that because you want to be able to get rid of some of these laws that you don't like. You did that, not God.
No, I mean, it's not about that. It's just about you're basically discarding like half of the Bible.
No, I'm showing you the contradiction in the Bible. This has nothing to do with what I accept as true. None of the Bible I accept is completely true. I'm showing you that the book has a fundamental contradiction on whether or not you should follow the law of Moses. The lawgiver and the entire Old Testament says that, yes, you need to follow this law. Jesus said that you should follow the law until heaven and earth pass away. It's not till after Jesus dies that people start saying, no, maybe you don't need to follow this law.
Okay, the day of Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement, right? And
Yeah,
that was about atonement.
Back to Leviticus 16. Yeah.
Yeah, forgiveness, all that. Jesus came for that, right? So
no, you didn't fix the problem. It's still a contradiction. It doesn't matter if you say Jesus got rid of it. It's a contradiction if you don't have to do it anymore. He says you will do this ritual forever, which means if Jesus came along, no, you won't do it through Christ because it says you will do it on the 10th month. I'm sorry, the 10th day of the 7th month. Do you do anything on the 7th month on the 10th day?
Do I do anything?
What do you do? What do you do on the 7th day or the 7th month, 10th day? What do you do?
Me personally?
If you don't do what this ritual says, then you're not doing what this ritual says to do.
Yeah, here's the thing. So
just keep lying to me. It's okay.
No.
I mean, I'm here for it all night. I got plenty of time. You can lie to me all you want. I'm going to call you out every time.
Sure. I mean, until you understand it, I get it.
No, until you understand it. A statute forever has no end. And what you want to do is say, oh, no. It's still going on, but it's going on spiritually. That's bullshit. Doesn't say anything about a spiritual ongoing. It says you're going to perform this ritual on this day in this order of events.
I mean, I already explained it with the ceremonial laws. I mean,
you didn't explain anything. You keep running away to the phrase ceremonial law like it means something, and it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. All you've done is created a contradiction. By saying the ceremonial laws have been done away with, you're contradicting Leviticus 16. Leviticus 16 tells you to follow the ceremonial law forever.
Here's where this falls short. So you're saying...
Okay, we'll try this again, Angel. Angel,
civil law. Let's look at the civil part, the property restitution. So you're saying, by your account...
That's not a division in the law. You invented that right now.
Okay, fine. Let's just say it's not, right? So you're saying that, according to you, since you can't divide it, then now we got to say, okay, adhere to the property restitution, adhere to the servitude laws, adhere to the inheritance laws that were in Israel, but guess what? We're in the freaking United States. So are we saying that now all of a sudden we have to adhere to laws that we're not subject to?
Yeah, that's actually.
Short.
Thank you. You
Absolutely
find
not.
you
That's
finally
the law
you
of the
finally
land.
you no wrong again, because if you actually
That's the
read the old
law.
if you actually read the Old
What about
Testament,
the
the law,
Caesar things that are Caesar?
if you actually
And
read
unto
the
God
Old Testament, the
their
law
honor.
is going to be for everybody. When the Messiah comes in Isaiah chapter 11, the law is going to go forth from Zion. The law of Yahweh is going to go forth from Zion when the Messiah comes. It's not going away. It's covering the earth. Again,
And
all
it's
you're doing is affirming the contradiction. The
oh no,
contradiction
I think
is
I just
the
made my
contradiction
point quite
is that
well.
God said to follow this law forever. Now you can make a silly claim like, well, it doesn't include the non-Jews, but you're still going to affirm a contradiction.
Oh, okay. So during the time, if someone stole, an ox or a sheep, they had to repay 5 oxen and 1 ox for 4 sheep and 1. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You
The
don't have to
fact
like
that
it. God said to do it.
no, that's where you fall short. That's
No,
because
God
that was
said to
the
do it.
law
Show me a
of the
passage where
land.
God said not to do it.
That was the law of the land. It's
No, that wasn't the law of the land. God said to do that.
that was.
That was
I mean,
not the law of the
absolutely
land. Do not lie in what the Bible says. I'll
I'm
crush you every single
definitely
time.
not.
The Bible
And
does not say that was the law of the land. That was a law
very
given
foolish
by
of them.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
You want me
There
to
was
show
refuge.
you?
There was refuge cities.
Do
Hold
you
on.
want me
According
to
the
show
law-
you?
Oh, I'm gonna look. We're gonna tackle. This is gonna be the nail in the coffin. According to what you're referring to, since you can't separate it, there's refuge cities. So God designated 6 cities of refuge
Mhm.
where someone who
More than
unalive
6.
another person accidentally could flee. So the avenger, right, of blood, so a relative deceased, could not unalive them as long as they stayed in the city until
Yeah,
trial.
and that was
Now I have to bring up
part of the
refuge
law of
cities
Moses.
because that was
Yes,
part.
thank
That's
you.
ridiculous. That's what.
You don't have to
I'm
like
sorry
it.
to
That's
say
part of the
this.
law that God says to follow
No,
forever.
that's freaking
So all
ridiculous.
you're doing is crying that you don't like the law of
Disingenuous.
Moses. That's not an argument.
That's because it's a
You
moral
listen,
law.
you
is
can
what he's
cry
referring to.
that
And
you don't like the
understand
law
it,
of
and that's
Moses,
okay, and
but
I
that
will
doesn't
pray for
get you past the
But
contradiction.
here's the thing: you're just not understanding it.
No, you're
And
not
I can't
understanding that
tell
you're
you so
affirming a
much,
contradiction.
and I'm sorry. No, absolutely
Your whole
not.
argument so far has been, I
How
don't like this
ridiculous
law.
that is. People, you're supposed to follow the law of that particular
Forever.
time. It's for those people.
That wasn't a law
right?
that was invented by
Now
the
we're
people.
in
That
the
was
United
invented
States of
by
America.
Yahweh. Yahweh gave that law. Do you not know
To
this?
the Israeli people.
No, Yahweh said to give the law.
Yes, we have
Okay,
refuge cities
so
here,
the
right?
cities
So
of
we gotta
refuge
apply
are
the
not
laws
laws of men. They're laws of Yahweh.
for those people.
It doesn't matter. You're still going to affirm a contradiction because the New Testament says that the law was done away with even for the Jews. You can't get around this by saying that it doesn't apply to Gentiles, although I can make a very robust case that it does, but I don't even have to, because even Paul himself says that the law was done away with and all of its requirements, even for the Jews. He himself in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 20 says, I, a Jew, am not even required to follow this law.
Yeah.
So it's still a
Judicial
contradiction, even if you limit
No.
it to the Jews.
Judicial penalty is eye for an eye. So although
Yes,
that goes against
that's
love thy
right.
neighbor,
It is,
absolutely
which means it's a
ridiculous.
contradiction when
Absolutely
somebody later who
ridiculous.
is a Jew says, I don't want to do this anymore.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean,
I know it's
you're just
ridiculous,
making
but
a
God
mockery out of
said
this.
to
But
do
I
it.
hope you're able to learn something.
You're
Reread
making
those
a mockery out of your own book.
Because
God gave the
this is
command.
ridiculous.
God gave the command. Have you not read the book where it
That's
says
why
God?
you have to understand.
Okay, so
reread it.
I'll read it for you. Stop crashing out and listen. I'm going to read the book for you because I know you haven't read it, because no Orthodox Philbro has ever read this book. These are the ordinances that you shall set before them. He's speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai. In this chapter, he sets out the ordinances for owning slaves, and then he sets out the ordinances for lect talionis, for the eye for the eye. That's Exodus 21, the eye for the eye. When a slave owner, when people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying so on and so forth. If harm follows, you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound. This was a command uttered by Yahweh to Moses for his people. This was not a law that was invented by men. Do you recognize that? I don't think he heard anything. I think he was still yapping the entire time.
No, I think you muted my mic. That's what it was.
I did.
Yeah.
Because you were in the middle of crashing out, and I didn't want you to crash out while I read the book to you.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
Okay.
Truth hurts.
So did you hear the book when God gave the command?
When God gave the command? So you're talking Old Testament. You want me to defend Judaism and not
Did
Christianity?
God give the command? Yes or no?
Did God repeat that one more time?
Did God give the command to Moses to do eye for an eye?
Eye for an eye? Well, I mean, that was part of the laws, right? The civil laws at the time for the Israeli people.
Did God say to do it?
With the Israeli people, that was the law. That was
I didn't
part of it,
ask
right?
who. I said, did God give the command?
I mean, that goes against what we're arguing.
Say yes or no. Did God give the
I'm
command
not gonna
to
say
do
yes
eye
or
for an
no.
eye? It's a yes or no question. Who gave the command, Angel?
You didn't answer my last question.
Who gave the command?
You didn't answer my last question. So
I didn't even hear your last question because I'm still waiting for you to answer my question because you stated that these laws were silly and came from men. Now I'm demonstrating to you that they didn't come from men. They came from God. So do you agree that when the book says that God spoke to Moses these commands, that God gave the commands?
And I agree when he spoke to Moses.
Then why didn't you just say yes, that God gave the command?
Because
why are you incapable of saying yes or no?
No, absolutely not.
Verse 1 in chapter 20 literally starts out the section, God spoke all these words. And then God speaks to Moses on the mountain, which means you're literally wrong. These commands that you said were silly and were laws of men, they might be silly, but they're laws of God.
That disregards the New Testament.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the New Testament. I'm addressing the point that you made. You said that these were silly laws of men, and they're not laws of men. They're laws from God. Laws that God said are perfect.
I never even used the word silly, but so
you did.
Go ahead.
You referred to the law of eye for an eye as ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it is ridiculous.
Not according to God. God said his laws are perfect.
Well, hey, look, it's ridiculous because
they're ridiculous and perfect.
Hold on a second. So it's ridiculous because the people are not going to. They can apply it, but in the time of the New Testament, what happens with the New Testament?
If the law is ridiculous, is it also perfect?
Just because someone can't follow,
he can't say yes or no. If a law is perfect, is it also ridiculous?
If a law is perfect, I mean, it could be deemed perfect for the people at the time, but
so was this a ridiculous law or a perfect law?
Was it a ridiculous law or a perfect law?
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous the fact that people.
What's ridiculous about it?
Well, I already pointed that. I mean, it's
no, you
like
didn't. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. What's ridiculous about it?
Well, applying that to our society, eye for an eye, with the new covenant, it's just ridiculous.
Why? Why is it ridiculous?
Because Jesus, right, with the new covenant, Son of God, love thy neighbor right? So
That's in Leviticus. The same God that said
you're
to
talking
do
Old
eye for an
Testament.
eye also said to love your neighbors, which means loving your neighbor is compatible with eye for an eye.
We're talking two different things.
The love your neighbor passage isn't originated with Jesus. Please tell me you know this. Do you not know this? This is your first time hearing this?
We're talking two different things.
Where do you think it comes from?
We're talking two different things.
Where
So,
do you think that command comes from?
what command?
To love your neighbor as yourself. Where do you think that comes from?
Probably from.
You think Jesus invented it?
No.
Okay, where does it come
absolutely
from?
Mosaic law.
Okay, so the Mosaic law says to love your neighbor as yourself. The same exact law also says to do eye for an eye, which means there must be parsimony between doing an eye for an eye and loving your neighbor.
Well, here's the thing, right? They're talking about consequences and adhering to the law at the time.
He
We're
can't
not
stop
under
himself.
that
You can,
law.
I just say things and you
Are
run
we
away from
under
them. You
that
never
law?
actually
Are we
you never actually
under
address
that
the words that
law?
I say. I need you to address the words that just left my mouth. Is
Well,
it
I
is
already
it
did.
parsimony that you can love your neighbor as yourself and still follow the law of Moses?
And still follow the law of Moses.
Yeah.
And love thy neighbor.
Keeping in
Is it-
mind that the law to love your neighbor is part of the law of Moses.
Well, an eye for an eye is what? A consequence, right?
It's not a consequence, it's a law. The law includes consequences.
Laws have exactly.
Right. So the law that says to do an eye for an eye, that law must be agreeable with love your neighbor as yourself, or else God is literally contradicting himself.
Right? To love thy neighbor, do not seek revenge or bear a grudge, but love thy neighbor as yourself. Right?
Yeah. Which must be agreeable with an eye for an eye justice system, or else God contradicts himself.
I mean, Jesus told us to go beyond justice to mercy.
But
Right?
I'm not asking about what Jesus said. I'm asking you about whether or not there is harmony between Leviticus 18 and Exodus 21. If God said to do Leviticus 19:18, and then he also said to do Leviticus 21, that means they must be compatible.
No, I agree.
Okay,
I think eye for an
fantastic.
eye is
Okay,
about
so an
fairness.
eye for an eye is not ridiculous. So try again. You said it's ridiculous.
Hold on.
Hold on, Angel. You pay attention. Pay attention, Angel. Follow along. Follow along, Angel. Follow along, Angel. Follow along, Angel. So you said an eye for an eye is ridiculous because love your neighbor as yourself. But love your neighbor as yourself doesn't make eye for an eye ridiculous because they're from the exact same law code, from the exact same lawgiver, which means you need to find another reason why an eye for an eye is ridiculous.
Well, an eye for an eye, if someone takes out your eye and you take out their eye, that's ridiculous because
Why?
we are told to go beyond justice to mercy.
Why is it ridiculous?
Because you're causing harm to the other person.
Then why did God tell people to cause harm to your neighbors?
Well, he was speaking about the judicial system, which must be
why
fair.
did God instruct them to cause harm to each other if that was bad and the law code is perfect?
Again, it was about justice and fairness.
Was the law good or not?
Yeah, I think the law was...
Was it just?
Yeah, I think the law was just. Yeah,
Is justice good?
Justice can be good.
Is it good though?
Yeah. For the most part.
If justice is good, an eye for an eye is justice, that means it's good to do an eye for an eye. It's not ridiculous.
Literal eye for an eye?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is where we yeah.
This is where you try to pivot to a different topic or
No.
run away from the actual contradiction.
No, because here's the thing. It didn't require physical mutilation, right? It
An
just
eye
spoke
for an
to
eye is not physical mutilation.
no, well, eye for an eye was just, in Jewish tradition, that was like a saying, right? That was in the Talmud too, right? And
It's
even
in
the
it's in
rabbis do not
a number of
equate it
legal
as physical
codes. It wasn't.
mutilation.
It's in a number of legal codes. I'm asking on whether or not the law code is good. If the law code is good, that means an eye for an eye is good and just.
Well, if it's
Go-
not literal,
No, it is
then yeah.
literal. Yeah, an eye for an
No,
eye. Yeah.
absolutely not. Eye for an
No,
eye.
it literally is
Read-
literal.
Read the Talmud. You can even read the.
I've-
I'm even quoting Jewish.
I've read the
scholars, too.
Talmud.
Eye for okay. Then is eye for an eye literal?
It depends on who you ask. The rabbis can't
Oh.
agree. So you
No,
haven't.
eye for an eye was
You'll
not
never.
meant to be carried out
You'll never help
literally.
yourself by appealing to the Talmud, because the Talmud is a giant book of rabbis disagreeing with each other. So that's not going to help you.
I don't need to be helped because I know what the consensus is.
No, what's the
So-
consensus?
The consensus is that no, it's not meant to be literal.
And you'd be
So-
wrong.
Absolutely not. Because
Who gave you
we
that
have-
consensus?
I mean, I can, from a quick Google search to scholarly articles on and everything. I mean, you can look it up. It's wide.
I have.
information.
I've actually done the history. I don't know if you know this, but I actually have 2 degrees in biblical studies. I've done the history. My primary field
Well,
of study
only
was,
that's
in fact, the
really
Hebrew
good.
Bible and the ancient Near East. And I've read the ancient Near Eastern stories, law codes, and war annals and things like that. People did literally lose an eye for an eye. People did literally have their hands cut off for stealing. People literally did get physically castrated for committing adultery. These are things that actually happened in history.
Well, I mean, things like that could have happened, but the consensus is that
No,
one,
it's not a consensus. You're lying. You make that up.
no, absolutely not.
Then
So-
quote me a scholar that says this is a metaphor. It's not real.
Sure. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and look it up. So, Rabbi Jacobson. Let's see. Who else?
From the Talmud.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on one second.
But I told you that the
What
Talmudic
source?
authors don't agree. That's the problem with quoting the Talmud. If you quote enough of the Talmud, you can and ignore other passages. You can get to
No,
a point where Moses didn't even exist.
The Talmud sages
I said-
generally do not
I said
interpret.
quote
Hold on.
quote a
Hold on.
scholar, not quote the Talmud.
I understand the phrase, and I literally, they understood it as a guideline for monetary compensation to the victim for damages rather than a call for physical retaliation. This interpretation is supported by the Targum, a Jewish Aramaic translation of the Hebrew Bible. Okay.
Yes, I know.
All right.
I've got the Targums.
All right. So
I've
so
got
I don't
I've
know
got
why-
the English and the
Yeah,
Aramaic
you
Targums,
do.
which is
So-
why I know that you're using a spurious argument right now.
Absolutely not.
Because
Here's the problem.
all you're doing is saying that there were some rabbis, and you're quoting the Talmud, that didn't
Well,
believe
it's-
that Leviticus 19:18 was literal.
popular
But if you
interpretation.
bothered to actually read the Talmud, you would find that there are rabbis who think literally none of them are literal laws, and some of them who believe the opposite, that they actually are literal laws, and you have to follow them to a T.
No. You see, it's just parsing. All they're saying is this: that if someone did physically gouge out the other person's eye, that technically it would be justice, but you should always adhere to love in thy neighbor and show mercy. And so that way, and that's why that wasn't that common. Were there cases of people the eyes getting gouged out? Absolutely. But was that common? No. And that
No one
that,
asked if
that's
it was
just
common. And first of all, it
You
was
don't have
common
to-
in the ancient world.
Well, in the ancient world, but not in that particular area.
We can
So, I mean,
quote
that's-
from
that's-
from the Talmud. It states in the Gemara, says, an eye for an eye, Exodus 21:24. You might say that this means the one who caused an injury shall lose an actual eye rather than pay money. Like, again, like, if you want to quote from the Talmud, we can quote from it. There's hundreds of quotations in the Talmud about the law being literal, being metaphorical, about being word for word, about not being word for word. If there's one thing you can learn about the Talmud is that the rabbis don't agree on the meaning of anything.
And all I really have to say is this, right? I just quoted something from you, but if we're like talking like two different ends, and I'm over here reading from primary sources,
You're
and I'm
not reading
telling
from
you,
primary sources.
I just read from one.
That's not a
And
primary
you're
source. I
saying
don't know what.
something-
I don't think you
you're
know what a
saying
primary
something
source
different.
is.
Then when you tell me that you're well versed, that you've read, I can't believe that if we're unable to agree on some facets of scripture that I have right in front of me. So I mean, it's a very disingenuous conversation because
It's
anyone could say that.
disingenuous. I just read you a piece of the Talmud that says it's literal. So this illustrates the point that I was making earlier, which is that the Talmud doesn't have an agreement on
And if there's no
nearly
agreement, then how can
anything.
you
Like you
debate me
can't
on it?
say that this law wasn't literal because there's one guy in the Talmud who think that this is more of a principle than a literal idea.
Well, if you can't say that it's literal and you can't say it's not literal,
Yo, you
because people
can.
want to agree on it,
No, you
then
can.
why the heck are we having a conversation about eye for an eye?
You can, because if you read the actual ancient literature, not the rabbinic literature, this type of law was common in the Levant and the ancient Near East. And many people literally did have this type of justice enacted to them. This law isn't even original. It's literally copied from the law code of Hammurabi, and some of the others in Leviticus 21 come from the Middle Assyrian law codes. First of all, they don't come from Moses, because we can show where they're directly copied from other law codes in the same damn order. That being said, if you read the literature from those cultures who had the same law code about an eye for an eye, they literally were doing that. They were taking people's eyes and hands and genitals
Well, some
and
people
feet.
were. I agree with you. Some people were doing that.
So,
but it's not
so
the
I'm
common-
reading an eye for an eye in context of the actual ancient literature, not what some rabbi said hundreds of years later.
Well, here's the thing. I read when I was talking to you about the law of Moses, and I was talking to you about the fact that there's civil, moral, priestly, and you're like, oh no, we can't view it that way. You can't parse it out. Well, here's the thing. You're saying, hey, argue this from the stance of a Jewish person who doesn't believe in Christ. That's exactly what you're saying. So
That's not at all what I said. Not even
exactly what
remotely,
you're
not
saying,
even remotely
because-
close to what I
Okay,
said.
All right. Then let's test this theory. So I just finished saying that ages ago that Jesus fulfills the priestly ceremonial law.
Keep in mind,
You're gonna refute
keep
that,
it
right?
before
You're
you
gonna
do this.
refute that?
Before you do this pivot, Angel, keep in mind that
Oh,
you
it's not a pivot.
you
The crux.
started
We're
the
still talking about the law
conversation.
of Moses, right?
You started the conversation on Exodus 21:24 by saying that it was ridiculous. So if it was ridiculous,
gouging.
if the
I
law
stand
was
by that.
ridiculous, that means the interpretation that it's literally an eye for an eye is the appropriate interpretation.
No.
Yeah, that's what that means.
said
Because
that
if
an
the
actual
interpretation,
eye for an eye-
if the interpretation of the passage is not that you should take an eye for an eye, then it's not ridiculous. It's no longer ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if it's a literal translation of they actually gouge the person's eye out, that's ridiculous because that goes against love thy neighbor, and that goes against the law.
No, it
of
doesn't go
Moses,
against the
right?
law.
So, well, here's the thing. Then I also said that yes, it was acceptable. Some Asians I can understand because at the end of the day, it was about appropriating, justice, right? And that's an extreme form of justice. But then I also said that the love thy neighbor was about, hey, leaning towards mercy, right? As
I'm
opposed
going
to
to read you another passage in the Talmud that I know you've never read. This is another passage on Exodus 21. Let me put it in the right browser real quick. I've never seen someone invent arguments as much as
No,
you.
it's not an invention. You just don't understand it, and I'm trying to.
No, I
educate
do
you.
understand it, and I'm the one educating
clearly not.
you,
That's
and
why
you're
we're going
not.
back and forth.
You're not actually bright enough to know that you're being educated right now.
It's okay. You're still
So,
entertaining me. So for a reason. So apparently you
not
like.
only
you like
not only
listening to
are
drunk-
not only are you not being entertained, you're being literally cooked right now. So if you go to Bava Kama, it literally
think
talks
I'm
about how
self-centered.
this is going to
That
be
much.
carried out. It says an eye for an eye refers to the removal of an actual eye from the one who is injured, the other. Then, just as it is so that the injured party has pain from the loss of his eye, the one who caused him injury also has pain when the court removes his eye. This is a physical law to remove people's physical eyes according to this entry in Talmud, which tells you exactly what I told you before, which is that appealing to the interpretation of the rabbis is not a good interpretation because the rabbis don't agree on the meaning of almost any passage. The only thing they ever actually agree on is typically like how a difficult Hebrew word should be understood, like how the grammar of a particular Hebrew word should be used. The interpretation of the various passages are just a giant argument.
I didn't dispute that.
Okay, so if an eye for an
conversation.
eye doesn't mean an actual eye for an eye, you can't demonstrate that by pointing to the Talmud, because I just read you a direct passage from the Talmud that disagrees with you. So you need something else outside of the Talmud that would lead one to believe that it didn't literally mean an eye for an eye.
I mean, I still don't know why we're on eye for an eye.
You
but
brought
I think
it up, not me. This is your talking point, and now you're desperate to pivot away from it. Now that I've debunked your ridiculous argument.
No, I'm going to restate exactly what I said before. I said eye for an eye, right? It was a ridiculous concept, right? Because gouging a person's eye out is ridiculous. I said that.
What's ridiculous about it?
Eye for an eye said, hold on. And then I said eye for an eye referred to fairness of justice. Then I also said...
is it fair?
I'm landing my plane there. Hold on.
No, is it fair? You're not landing the plane yet. Is it fair?
Well, let me land it so that
is
you
it
can understand
fair,
why.
Angel?
Angel,
the reason why this is so painful is because I ask you simple yes and no questions in the middle of your yapping, because I need you to clarify things before you land your goddamn plane, because you can't land your plane if we're talking about two very different things. So if you're in the middle of a diatribe and I ask you a yes or no clarification question, I will never let you continue until you say yes or no, because where you go from there is contingent on your answer to my yes or no question. So I need you to say yes or no to clarify a statement you said before you can move on. You said in passing a statement that I don't think you agree with. You said that it's fair. And then I asked you to clarify, is it fair? Yes or no? Because I don't think you think it's fair. I need you to say yes or no before you move on. I need clarification on your position. You can't land your plane if I don't know what your position is. So yes or no, is the law eye for an eye fair? Because those words just left your mouth.
Again, I was muted. How many times am I going to be muted as I'm trying to answer?
You're going to be muted as many times as I need to mute you until you answer the question. You can't land your plane until you clarify your position.
Well, that's just it. When people say they're going to land their plane, is they're getting ready to clarify.
Angel, no. I asked you a clarification about something that you already passed up. You can't continue until you clarify the thing you already said in the past. I'm not going to let you move forward. You said in passing in the middle of your statement that eye for an eye is fair. I don't think you believe that, which is why I asked for say yes or no, motherfucker. If a yes or no doesn't leave your mouth, I'm going to mute you again. Was the law eye for an eye fair?
Well, you just cursed me out. So
I know, because you're being dishonest. I'm asking you to clarify your position. No, stop it. Stop it. Shut up. I'm asking you to clarify your position. I'm not asking you to make a new argument. I'm asking you to clarify your position because we're talking about your position right now. We can't debate your position until you clarify what your position is. I asked you about your position because you said something that seems to contradict something you already said. So until we move forward, you are going to say yes or no to my question. Did you just say, and do you agree that the law eye for an eye is a fair law?
I'll answer it after apology.
No, you're going to say yes or no.
So now you're telling me what to say?
Yes,
I mean,
I'm literally telling you what to say. You're going to clarify your position or not moving. You're going to say yes or no.
That comes from someone who lost. So I
No,
can't.
it
debate
comes from
with you.
someone who's too much of a coward to
No,
clarify their own position.
disingenuous.
So you got caught
cursed me
saying
out.
something. You got caught
okay.
saying something and you don't want to admit that you said it.
No, it's okay.
You got caught saying something and now you're too afraid to admit that you said it. Did you just say that it's a fair law, but
I would have responded.
and then I'll do it. Then I'll do it again. I'll curse you out 10 times. You're a coward every time you don't clarify your position. Clarify your position. Is the law eye for an eye a fair law?
That's a trait of someone who lost.
You're going to say yes or no. A trait of someone who lost is someone who's too afraid to clarify their own position. So clarify your own position. Clarify your own position. Clarify your own. You're not landing your plane until you clarify your position. It's a yes or no question. Is the law eye for an eye fair?
That is my clarification. I'm not going to answer
It's a
it
yes
the way
or
you
no.
want me to.
It's a yes or no.
just gonna-
It's
I'm
a yes
gonna
or
answer your
no.
question,
It's a yes or
not the
no.
way you want me
You're
to.
not saying anything until you say yes or no.
All right. Well, I wish you the best.
It's a
but
yes
this
or
is just
no.
very disingenuous.
Did you not just say that the law was fair? Of course. Yeah. Rather than admitting that he said, he has to admit it. He has to say that the law is fair. He has to do it, which means it nullifies the whole bullshit talking point about how it's ridiculous. It can't be fair and be ridiculous. That's why he couldn't answer the question. That's why he refused to answer the question like a coward. Okay. Well, we got a little spicy on him, but to be honest, he was being a coward the entire conversation, and I regret none of it. X-A-Million, thank you for the $50 super chat. I super appreciate that, buddy. Big W. X-A-Million says, first superheat got lost? I don't know what that means. What do you mean by superheat? Censored? Well, you're worth more, Prophet Justin. I have no idea what a superheat is. I'm selfishly glad you're back to enjoy your content, but I'm so very grateful that you were able to spend a wonderful vacation with your son. What a treasure. Super rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I super appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words and for supporting the channel. But I don't know what a superheat is. Or what got lost. I don't know what that means. But thank you. And Skeptic Quest, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, we wouldn't appeal to mystery to assuage a murderer's act. I know, we never would. Were we to find a killed body and no suspect or motive, to accept it of a deity would be to demand less of heaven than a psycho in the woods. Actually, that's such a good point, right? Like we would never look at the atrocities of murder and say, well, it's a mystery. But when God does horrible, murderous, vengeful stuff, I'm like, well, it's a mystery. Yeah, sure it is. Aaron, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, give me 1 second while I find a way to make it work. The cult effect. Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. Let me just pause and think about how I can lie to move on from this point and not get caught in my own words. That's basically it. David, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. It says, great, you are back. Wait, great, you are back. Watched Dr. Carol today. What in the actual fuck? Ignorant of the plain meaning of the words, and a horrific human if he knew what a human meant. Yeah, I agree, actually. That was the guy yesterday that doubled down in front of his wife, that he would be okay with his wife being sexually assaulted if he committed adultery. So bad. It's so bad. And Trumpfield says, I like how they will call rainbow people F slurs, but when you say fuck, they lose their minds. I know, like when you cuss at them, like when you say bad words to a Christian, they lose their minds. Like you're the one being dishonest in the conversation, but they say horrible things about other people. And Fierce Interaction, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I think Angel missed the nail in the coffin and punched a hole in the lid instead. I think so. The funny thing about the dialogue with Angel, we spent like an hour and a half of him getting literally roasted. But I know right now he thinks like he won. Like he saw me curse him out and was automatically like, oh, I finally won. No. You got cooked on every single point you brought up. Absolutely fire roasted from beginning to end. I encourage you to watch this back and see how you had no actual points that landed. If you think that getting the other person to elevate their voice and curse at you is a win, never is. I can do that. I can be dishonest in a conversation for 2 hours until I annoy the other person so much that they raise their voice. That's not a win. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I'm going to get one more guest from the TikTok queue, then we'll go back to the YouTube queue. We've got Flower Goddess coming in. Maybe, if they can connect. Flower Goddess? Can you hear me?
Hmm?
Flower, are you with me? Flower?
Oh my God. Am I on there live?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I did not press the button, so I apologize. I love your show. I'm listening in the background.
No worries. I'll take care of it. Thank you for
And
being here,
please
Flower.
use as much profanity as you want to, because I enjoy when you cuss those damn Christians out.
Goddamn right. Sometimes they need it.
Yeah, they
But
do.
thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, it's crazy that he'll spend an hour lying to my face that like actual plain as day contradictions don't exist, and then tell me that I'm the one that needs educated when he couldn't be honest about a single thing we talked about. And then when I call him out for his dishonesty and give him the treatment he actually deserves, he loses his mind. All right, let's grab our next in line. I think the next in line was maybe Micah or Prima. I don't know which came first because I know they came in at roughly the same time. But in my guest queue, Micah is listed as the first in. So I'm going to assume that that might be the case. How you doing, Micah?
Hey, how's it going, Justin? How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wanted to call in because you said that my God is imaginary and that I should prove you wrong.
Yeah. Well, first of all, which God do you believe in?
So I believe in the hold on, sorry, 1 second. I have a kid here. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the sovereign entity responsible for forming the world and life on Earth, and here to prove that to you.
Does it have a name?
It could go by many names, but in our church, we refer to it as the sun. Praise be unto hydrogen.
So you have a church that worships the sun.
Yeah, we're called the Church of Modern Heliolatry.
All right, seek professional help. I think Primo is next. Let's get Prima in the box. Although it looks like their connection might be failing them. I don't see them coming up. Prima, are you with us? No? All right, Prima is not with us, so we'll move on to the next. I think it's going to be Vassal and then David in the queue. And then after that, unveiling the eyes of truth. All right, let's get Vassal in here. How you doing, Vassal?
Not bad, man. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Vassal, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes, sir. I'm 28. I don't believe any type of God.
Oh shit, so you're an atheist.
Yeah, I am.
Oh well,
So
congratulations.
So listen, so I just stumbled across the page. I was scrolling through like YouTube reels. Yours popped up. I was like, shit, I'll tune into this. First off, good on you for just kicking the dude off that believes in the sun god.
Yeah, he was
I don't know
trolling.
what that was. Yeah, I don't know.
That
That's
dude's not for real.
But so this might be a little switch up for you. So I'm an atheist.
Well, this is a debate.
Well, yeah, I understand, but here's my point though. So I'm an atheist, very against organized religion, institutional religion, Catholic Church.
Cool. All right, we'll get Dave in here. Guys, if you're not a theist, you don't need to be up here. This is a debate. How you doing, David? Dave? David? No? Okay. Take care of that. And we'll get the next in line, unveiling.
Yes, that's me.
How you
Wait,
doing,
hold on.
unveiling?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can hear
Can
a
you hear
baby in
me?
the background.
Okay, I'll move. So I'll move out of this room. You can hear me fine though?
Yeah,
Or maybe
yeah.
it's the other.
So,
it's the other phone.
what's your name? I missed it.
My name's Leah.
Leah. All right, welcome in, Leah. Leah, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah.
Yeah, and which god do you believe in?
I just believe in God. I don't know.
Do you have a religion? Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hindu?
I don't have a certain particular religion. My life has been pretty strange. Like, I ended up finding out, like, my so-called biological father was called, like, the devil before he was even born.
So you're a child of the physical devil?
Oh my gosh, that's so hard to, like, say. No, like, I mean, I don't acknowledge him, but that is what it is. Like, they, that's not who I call my father. My father is God. Like, I haven't had
Is your
no
father
one
God or
even
the devil? I'm having some confusion on this. Also, you said you didn't have
my
a religion,
biological
but the devil is a part of a religion.
my earthly father that I was born on this earth to. His name is Johnny. Okay, and so Johnny has been called the devil before he was even born. Like, it started at, like, a haunted house. Like,
Is
my
he the
grandmother's.
devil, or did someone call him the devil?
Okay, everyone calls him the devil, and I've been having a hard time, like, letting it sink in. Like, even through the
But
music
I'm
and
asking you about reality. Is your father literally the devil, or do people just call him the devil?
he has very much embodies the devil. Like, his dad was called a giant.
Right, but is
And
he literally the devil is my question.
I don't really. I guess he is. I mean, he's just a person, though. I don't understand
So
it
you're a
really, but
child of the devil.
I am a child of God. I don't. I don't. I wasn't raised by
But
him,
you were
but he
physically
kind
born of the devil.
of. That's what they said. Okay, like, okay.
So it
Let me tell
sounds like
you.
you're a Christian in disguise.
Yes, I believe I'm not in disguise. I mean, I'm just, like, dealing with the truth of things. I've been in spiritual warfare. I've seen angels and stuff before. Like, I know God is real, but I also know that the devil forces are real too. And the thing with Johnny and stuff, like, even in the bad part of music and everything with the murders and all of that, that is all him. Like, and then there's a part of me that, like, God brings into the music. And yeah, it's
Is the
really
devil
nuts.
evil?
Yes. Like,
Did God know the devil would be evil?
yeah.
Did God create the
Like
devil?
he created him.
Did he have
Yeah,
to
he
create the
was
devil?
he didn't create him as the devil. Like
No,
he
try this again.
became
Hold on. I didn't ask that question. Focus on the words coming out of my mouth. Did God
all
have to
right.
create the devil?
He didn't create the devil.
Did
He didn't
who
have
created
to
the
create
devil? Is the devil eternal?
the devil. We had I get free will, and the devil decided
But
he
is the devil
wanted to.
eternal?
Yes, he's eternal.
So nobody created the devil. He's co-eternal with the Father.
I didn't say he didn't create him. He was created. Yeah.
Well, then he's not
Yeah.
eternal. If God created him, he's not eternal.
Eternal. If you're created, you are eternal. He was not
No,
born.
no. Things that are
Born.
eternal have no beginning or end.
Yeah. But
So
they're created.
if Jesus
Angels
is,
are created.
I'm sorry, if the devil's created, that means he's not eternal because he has a beginning.
Well, we have eternal life. That means that we're gonna live
Fuck.
forever. We wasn't created. Like I mean, so like I feel like
Okay,
I'm gonna
well, so let's
have.
try this again. Does the devil have a start point? Was there a period where the devil didn't exist?
Okay, the one I'm talking about, like
Was there a
Johnny.
period in time where the devil did not exist?
No.
So that means the devil wasn't created, it always existed.
Okay, he didn't exist before the fall. He was
Oh,
not the devil before the fall.
no,
He was
I'm
an
not
angel
asking about his
before.
characteristics. I'm asking about his being.
And
The
he wasn't the
existence
devil when he
the
was an
existence
angel.
of the being. I'm not asking about when his character changed. I'm asking, did this individual always exist?
He always exists. He changed, but yes, he was.
That
He
doesn't
was
answer
eternal.
my question. My question is not if he changed. My question
Where
is,
he
did this individual always exist?
It always existed before this world. Yes.
That means it wasn't created. If the individual that we call the devil or Satan, if that thing always existed, that means there was never a point in which it came into existence, which means it wasn't created.
God works out of time. Before he even made us and stuff, he made the angels first. That's his first kid.
This has nothing to do with time. It's not even remotely related. If there was never a moment in which the devil didn't exist, then what that means is that the devil wasn't created, the devil always existed. Where'd she go? I cannot believe, you know what? Sometimes I think to myself, maybe we should bring back forced sterilization. I know it was a horrible practice. I know we did a lot of harm. I get it. But sometimes you run across some people that are like, do they need children? Do they really need children? I don't know if that's necessary. Okay. Hashtag pray to Doug. Hashtag, there we go. Pray to Doug for her children. I'm going to grab 2 super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Bryce Aroni, my friend, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat. Says Angel does not think he won. He knows he lost. He was using you, cursing him out as an excuse to get out of the lie he told and the trap that you set. That's an escape tactic where he pretended he won. Actually, you're right. It was. He was trying to escape the fact that I trapped him in his own words and he ran from it and he just needed a reason to run from it, you know? I agree with you. Thank you, Bryce Roni. And Atlas, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, got myself a nice little pebble and epoxied googly eyes on it. Hell yeah. Now I have a portable pocket dog. That guy from last night that was okay with his wife getting graped for his sins was vomit inducing. I know. And he's going to get clipped and he's going to be seen in a lot of places. I hope his friends and family see that video. And I hope like friends of his wife will see that video and be like, you need to get out of this marriage. You're not safe. This is not a good place for you. You know what I mean? Although, for those asking, this is not cologne. This is holy water. I mean, I've never tasted cologne. I assume cologne doesn't taste good. This tastes delicious. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I can tell you it tastes identical to 1800. So is that. Prima, welcome back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Prima, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, I've been here before, man.
Oh, I think I talked to you, but you had a big like helmet emblem on the screen. It was Prima something. I forget what your full name was.
Yeah. A lot of your fan trolls come hit up my channel after that.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sorry about that. That does happen
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, it happens. They come and they hit me up. But here's what I came for. I've been here like 4 hours. So
Yeah,
I
you've
know
been in
you
the
said,
queue for 4 hours?
yeah. Actually, I didn't do the settings on the mic properly. That's why I dropped when you didn't hear me. So I had to come back in and
Yeah, sorry
edit.
about that.
Yeah, that's all right. No problem.
I mean,
So,
waiting in queue does suck, but I started the live with a pretty full queue.
yeah, I was here all through the first guy, you and him bonding, talking about. So what I wanted to bring to you, I don't know if we'd have time. I saw 2 of your videos that dealt with Antiochus the fourth in terms of the prophecies of Daniel 7, 8, and 9. And I also
Yeah,
saw the
you want to
interview.
disagree with my interpretation of Daniel? Which chapter?
Well, first of all, you in your video, I pulled out 3 items that I wanted to take a look at. That maybe you have a discussion on it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's why I asked you. Yeah, which chapter you want to
Okay.
look at? Because my
Oh, it would
videos
be
are
7, 8,
dissected
and 9.
into chapters.
No, 7, 8, and 9. That's what I said.
You want to read all 3 chapters?
No, not read it. I'm just going to point out the arguments based on one video presentation that you did on it, and also an interview on another guy's channel that you had concerning the same prophecies in Daniel.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first point would be, was Greece the 4th kingdom of Daniel? That's one.
The Macedonians. Yeah.
Yeah, was Greece. Yeah.
Mhm.
Second, was Antiochus
But that,
Epiphanes, the
just to be
little
sure,
horn of
that's
Daniel
Daniel
8.
chapter 2, not 7.
I'm dealing with 7. So two
my
is the
video
statue.
about my video
is the
about the
statue.
4 kingdoms
Mhm.
didn't touch Daniel 7. It was on Daniel 2.
Right. You dealt with the kingdom, but you also spoke in Daniel 8 as well. You referenced that.
I did. I read directly from Daniel chapter 8. Yep.
Right. Cool. But that's the issue. You didn't read from 7.
Okay. Well, give me
Okay.
the final kingdom in Daniel chapter 7 by all means.
Well, you know the argument. It is as we would interpret it to be Rome.
Why? Why would it be Rome?
Because in your discourse from Daniel 2 and Daniel 8, you were using only the reference in Daniel 8 between the ram and the shaggy goat
No.
As the basis for the identification that Greece was the 4th kingdom.
No. The identification of a 4th kingdom is easily identified in 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay. So you still hold that it's Greece and it's not Rome?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying, well, that's where we would disagree on.
Right. Then demonstrate why it would be about Rome.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that in your discourse, you use 8 to substantiate that the Grecians are the fourth kingdom, and I'm saying that on the basis of Daniel chapter 7,
Right.
the
Yeah.
fourth
I'm
kingdom,
asking you in Daniel
yeah,
7 to demonstrate that the fourth kingdom is not Greece, it's actually Rome. I'm asking for that.
right. So that's what I'm alluding to. So if we read Daniel chapter 7, verse 23 and 25, 23 to 25, it gives a description of the fourth beast,
Mhm.
right? If you want, you can pull it up. I can
I'm
read
doing
it.
it. Yeah, yeah. Give me a second. I'll put it on the
Okay.
screen.
All right. So that'd be 23 to 25.
Yep. The fourth beast. There shall be a fourth kingdom on the earth that shall be different from the other kingdoms, and it shall devour the whole earth and trample it down and break it into pieces. As for the 10 horns, out of its kingdom 10 kings shall arise, and another shall arise after them. This one shall be different from the former ones, and shall put down 3 kings. That's Antiochus Epiphanes the fourth, who put down the 3 kings. He shall speak words against the Most High. Antiochus Epiphanes literally does that in the book of Maccabees. Shall wear out the holy ones of the Most High. Literally does that in 1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 30. Shall attempt to change the ritual calendar and the law. Literally does that in 1 Maccabees chapter 1, 2 Maccabees chapter 4. That should be given over to his power for a time, 2 times and a half. That's the period of 3.5 years. The court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away and be consumed and totally destroyed. His kingship and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. Their kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Now, I can make a really good case for why this is referring to the events of Antiochus Epiphanes. Why would I believe that it's not about Antiochus Epiphanes?
What's the description of the fourth kingdom? It says it has what? 10 horns.
Yep. And do you want to know why?
The horns represent what?
You want to know why?
The horns represent the
Wanna know
kings,
why?
right? No, I'm reading the text literally for what it says.
Horns represent kings.
Right.
And how
10
many
kings.
and how many stars were on the Roman coin, or sorry, the Greek coins at the time this would have been written, representing the prior kings?
That has no relation to the
Yeah, no,
prophecy.
it literally, they had literal coins. They had 10 stars on them, referring to the 10 powers, the 10 previous kings, leading up to the current king that was on the coin. You can read about this in like most commentaries on Daniel.
Right. So here's what I'm saying. In the description of the fourth beast here, it says that it's going to be a makeup of 10 kings, 10 kings, right?
Yeah.
And one is going to replace 3.
Yeah.
And
That's
so then
Antiochus
we have
Epiphanes the fourth. The fourth Antiochus Epiphanes.
Right. We will get to Antiochus as yet. We're just identifying based on the Daniel passage here that the description of this beast is that it has 10 horns. In Daniel chapter 8, the shaggy goat has 4 horns, correct?
Hold on, I got to change my earbud out.
Okay.
All right, say something, make sure it works.
Yeah, I'm here still.
Okay, we're good. Okay,
cool.
So the shaggy goat in the next chapter refers to the 4 divisions of the Macedonian Empire.
Right, 4 horns, and does the horns also represent kings?
No, they refer to the 4 divisions of the empire under the 4 different generals that took over after Alexander.
So could we read what it says if it is that the horns do represent 4 kings?
No, it doesn't. It represents the 4 kingdoms. 4 kingdoms.
So
obviously
the goat,
there were kings that led these individual kingdoms.
Yeah, that's something. So
here's what it says, there was more than one. Like the Seleucid Empire had more than one ruler.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm sticking to the text of what the text is describing the goat as. The text actually identify the ram and the shaggy goat who it is, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't designate. It doesn't
it says it's
designate if it's
Greece.
the. Yeah, I'm saying it identify who the kingdom is, right? I'm saying
The
that the
kingdom
horns,
of Greece. So this is
right?
the problem you're going to run into. What you're attempting to do
Well,
is make a
well, let
really
me
bad
finish.
argument about the word
Mm,
king and kingdom, and it's
mhm,
not a good argument because the semantic range of the word kingdom in Hebrew can mean many things.
mhm,
In biblical Hebrew, it just refers to some dominion that is under control. It
mhm.
doesn't specify what type of a dominion. It doesn't specify if it's a division within another kingdom or whether or not it's a whole kingdom. It's a generic term. So when we talk
Well,
about the
can
four
we read?
different kingdoms,
Mhm.
we're referring easily to the four different divisions, the breakup of the Macedonian Empire.
Okay, so if I read Daniel chapter 8 and verse 20, it says, "The ram which thou sawest, having two horns, are the kings of Media and Persia." So it's
Yeah,
identifying two horns,
two
right?
kings.
Right, two kings. And the rough he goat is the king of Grecia.
Yeah,
And
which
the
is who?
great, and the,
Which is
what's that?
who? Which is who?
Alexander the Great. We
It is. It's
interpreted.
Alexander the Great. You nailed it. Yep.
Right, right. So the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. So that's understood as Alexander. That's why he's the first, right?
Obviously.
And
Yep.
now that was broken. That was now that being broken, whereas four stood up, which is the horn, right? So the horn, the first one, the mighty one, represented Alexander. So we have four now, which would represent his four generals that took over, right? The spoils to the greatest, right? It says, "Four kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but
Yes.
not
Out
in
of
all
the
its power."
Macedonian kingdom. And
Okay,
those were the four divisions of the Macedonian Empire.
right. While in Daniel chapter 7, the fourth beast has 10.
No, it doesn't have 10 divisions.
So I'm saying, what does the horns represent?
It represents individuals, rulers that have already passed. It's not 10 breakups. It's not 10 divisions of the kingdom. You're trying to conflate kings and kingdoms, and you can't do it.
No, I'm not conflating. I'm literally just reading what the Bible
No,
says.
you're not. You're trying to say a kingdom and a king are the same thing.
No. Here's what I said. I read, it says here, "The ram which thou sawest, having two horns."
Why are you reading the King James? Why do you do this to yourself?
I use the King James. I'm accustomed.
Why? Why do you do this?
It doesn't matter which I use. If you want to use something else, we can actually go to the Aramaic.
The male goat is the king of Greece, and the great horn between his eyes is the first king. As for the horn that was broken,
so that's no wait. So
the horn is the first king. In place of the four others arose, four kingdoms shall arise. Four kingdoms shall arise. And guess what? In the Grecian Empire, four kingdoms did arise when it was broken up between the four different generals.
Okay, cool. So does this represent the same beast that is in 7 that has 10?
Yes, they're the
No, it
same.
doesn't.
Yes, they're the same. They're the same people group. Absolutely.
No, because one says 10, one says 4 here.
Yeah, because they're different. They're different metaphors. They're both using beast metaphors for a kingdom, but they're not saying identical things about the kingdoms.
Right, because it's two different chapters dealing with two different.
No, it's two different chapters dealing with the same people.
Well, two segments of it. I'm saying that the fourth, it doesn't say this is the fourth, and you're making it seem that
it literally. In fact, I'll just give you the consensus view on Daniel 7 from literally a Catholic study Bible. Says the 10 horns represent the kings.
Catholics, not cutting you, but the Catholics are going to say that eventually that they're not the little horn.
Listen, I know you're going to cry because you don't think Catholics are real Christians, but listen, it says
no,
the 10 horns
I
represent the kings of the Seleucid dynasty, the only part of the Hellenistic Empire that concerned the author. And why would that be the case?
How many kings?
Why would that be the case that the Seleucid Empire is the Macedonian part that concerns the author?
Right. So here's the thing, right? There are the breaking up of this.
Why
in Daniel chapter 2.
would it be? You're going to answer my question, Prima.
But did you answer my own? You didn't.
I'm answering it right now, Prima.
No, but I'm saying that you use.
So
what I'm saying is
I'm giving you an explanation that I agree with from a study Bible that was written by a guy with a PhD, and I'm asking you to demonstrate why this would be an invalid interpretation. The 10
because the book of
horns
itself
representing
says
the
that it's 10.
Seleucid kings that came prior to Antiochus Epiphanes. Why would
What
that
number was
be?
Antiochus again? That's not. What number was Antiochus?
He was the
on the
fourth
list?
Epiphanes.
No, what number king was he?
He I actually don't know exactly what
Okay,
number he
good.
was, if he
So
was 10 or
he
11, but he
okay,
was
so
the fourth
I think he's number
Antiochus.
9. I think he's number 9, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know that
So
to be the case, actually.
you can look at the list and you can see he's number 9, I think.
No, you would be literally wrong because
Oh,
literally,
I'm no
literally
problem if I'm wrong
both
in the number.
because
I got no problem with the number. What I'm saying is that
because in the actual empire, in the Seleucid Empire, they literally
there are
issued
29
coins. They literally
29
issued coins
kings.
representing the 10 kings prior to Antiochus.
No, and that's what I'm saying. If we look at the list, he's not number 10.
Again, it depends on how you divide the kings.
But then the number is either going to be lesser or greater. Which one you want to pick?
It's going to be 10. If Daniel thinks that Antiochus Epiphanes is the 10th king, then he's the
Daniel
10th
didn't think that.
king.
That's your interpretation.
It is. You can't demonstrate Rome exists
I'm
anywhere.
literally demonstrating.
You're
it to
literally
you right
not. What you're doing is you're trying to say, listen, the description in chapter 7 and 8 aren't identical descriptions because they're talking about two different parts of the kingdom. They're talking about the breakup of the kingdom into 4 different pieces in chapter 8, whereas in chapter 7, they're referring to the Seleucid kings that ends in Antiochus, which is why the description of the last king is a description of Antiochus.
And I'm saying that's incorrect.
It's not incorrect. It's identical to how Antiochus is described in the other literature written in the same time period. If you read Maccabees, the description given in chapter 7, chapter 8, and chapter 9 all exactly match the description of Antiochus, and it matches what he did. He was the one that changed the laws for a period of 3.5 years. He was the one who made the strong covenant with Jason for a period of 3.5 years after he executed Onias III. He was the one that did all the things that said was going to happen in these chapters.
It didn't. And that's what I'm saying. It's incorrect. Was this?
It's
was
not
the city?
incorrect.
Well, let me prove it to you. Was the city and the sanctuary destroyed?
Yes, it tells you in First Maccabees 130 that it was.
So here's my question: was the city and the temple destroyed?
Yes, it says in First Maccabees that it was.
So you're saying the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed by Antiochus?
Yes, it was.
So how many temples?
Just stop talking and I'll describe it to you.
Okay. No,
I'm going to read you the book that describes exactly what Antiochus Epiphanes did. In First Maccabees chapter 1, is 2 years later, the king sent to the cities of Judah a chief collector of tribute, and he came to Jerusalem with a large force. Deceitfully, he spoke peaceable words to them, and they believed him. But suddenly he fell upon the city and dealt a severe blow and destroyed many of the people of Israel. He plundered the city, burned it with fire, tore down its houses and its surrounding walls. They took captive the women and the children, seized the livestock. Then they fortified the city of David with a large, strong wall a large, strong wall and strong towers, and it became their citadel. They stationed there a sinful nation, men who were renegades, so on and so forth. And then if you keep reading in the same chapter, he says the same thing about the temple, how he destroyed the temple. And the problem that you're going to have here is you don't understand what the word destroy in Hebrew means.
No, the word there is desolation, right? The desolation, we have example of what desolation is. The desolation of the temple happened when it was destroyed. We have an example of that in Jeremiah, which gives us that the temple
the destruction
was the physical.
The destruction of the temple is a desolation.
Right. So I'm saying, was the temple, did Antiochus literally destroy, was there desolation of that temple?
Yes, there
No.
actually was. I'll read it to you. He took also the table for the bread of presence, and the cups for the drink offerings, the bowls, the golden censers, the curtains, the crowns, the gold decoration on the front of the temple, and he stripped all of it off. He took the
That-
silver and the gold and the costly vessels, and he also took the hidden treasures that he found. Taking them all, he went to his own land.
Right. Was the temple destroyed? I didn't ask if the
Yes.
so my brother, you
says-
literally lying with me now.
It says it
temple-
was stripped off.
Okay.
It was
the ornaments-
defaced.
The ornaments in the temple was taken. I'm not arguing that. I'm asking you if the physical.
I didn't say
building-
ornaments.
Well, you described from what you read. I'm just saying, was the physical temple in Jerusalem destroyed by Antiochus?
Yes, it
That's a lie.
was. It says so.
I'm asking you, historically,
Yeah.
is that temple destroyed? What number temple?
Yes.
What number
Yes,
temple?
it was.
So
It
when
was
Christ
destroyed.
arrived-
It was destroyed, and then it was rebuilt in the Hasmonean period. It was rebuilt and rededicated.
Right. So
First
so
in
they-
516, and then it was desecrated by Antiochus Epiphanes in the 2nd century, and subsequently rebuilt
165
again
by
in the
165
Hasmonean
we have
period.
Hanukkah. No, but what I'm saying is by 165, the temple, right, is rededicated, and that's why you have
Yes,
the-
it was
so how does the
rededicated.
temple. So how does
Not in
the
165. The temple wasn't
in
rebuilt in 165. So first of all,
That's
you're
my point.
so first of all, you're missing the timeline, Prima. Pay attention.
No.
The
No, that's
timeline
not.
is Antiochus
it.
comes in at the beginning of the war, not the end, the beginning of
Okay.
the war. So
The period of 7 years.
prior to the 7 years expiring, Antiochus
Mm-hmm.
Epiphany comes in and desecrates the temple, lights fire to the city,
date- what
carries
was the date
away
he comes in?
carries away the captives, and does everything that's described in Daniel chapter 9, Daniel chapter 7, and Daniel chapter
What was
8.
the date? What was the date that Antiochus arrived?
The date is actually given if you read Maccabees. I
No,
can give it to
tell
you.
me the date, the physical BC date.
I can get. There's no such thing as BC dates in the Bible.
Well, that's just my reference. I'm just saying.
Well, I can give you the fact that
Okay,
it
so
happened
he arrives,
prior.
So that's no. He arrives
prior-
in 171. Well, let me answer,
prior-
since you don't know.
It
He
happens
arrives in
prior to
171.
the Maccabean revolt.
That's no. He arrives in 171.
Prior? No,
You-
no,
you-
no. Wrong again.
but let me-
It doesn't
but
say
let me-
171. It just says it happened prior to the Maccabean revolt.
Well, you allow me. I don't interrupt you.
I'm not going to allow you to lie.
You're the one who literally lying. I'm telling you, the date is 171. Hanukkah, the temple is
No.
rededicated
How did you
back in
come to
165.
171? Prove it. Prove
It's
it that
literal-
he. Prove it.
historical data.
Prove it.
There's no temple.
Prove it.
Just Google it. I don't
Prove
even
it.
have to go that with you. It's literally, if anybody Google it, it will tell you Hanukkah was 165.
I know when Hanukkah was, and I already told you that
Then if it
Antiochus
is they
Epiphanes
yeah, but that's
went
not, if they rededicate
yelling into the
temple-
microphone doesn't make you louder than me. I don't know if you know that, Prima. So
But what I'm
no
saying
matter
is-
how loud you yell into your microphone, it won't make you louder than me.
no
So
problem. If I'm
the-
coming off
the
too loud,
question-
no problem.
you're not coming off too loud.
Okay,
The
all right,
question
cool.
at hand is, when did Antiochus Epiphanes entered? And he entered and
Saying it's
plundered the city
171.
prior to the Maccabean revolt. The
I'm giving you a date.
it
171.
doesn't it
That's my
doesn't
date.
it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't
I am
matter if it
giving
was
you the date.
170. Well,
Google
I,
it.
I don't care.
No, you have to care because
It's
you're wrong.
not relevant to the argument.
You're wrong. You're
You're-
dead wrong and you're lying.
We'll try this again. It's not relevant to the argument. The argument
Yes,
is,
because that's the
Prima,
7 years you have to
pay attention, Prima.
Bro, you're crashing already.
Pay attention. So, in the timeline given in Maccabees, is that sometime prior to the Maccabean revolt, and it
Give
does
us the
actually,
date. Give
it
me
does-
a date.
there's no BC dates in the Bible, not a single one.
I don't care. Give me a date.
There's no such thing.
Give me a date.
The date
I'm
is
not moving. Give me a
the
date.
date is after
Give me the
subduing Egypt. That's the
Give me
date.
the date. Give
That's
me
the-
a date.
That's the date,
Oh,
jackass.
you're lying. I'm not
The
showing
date-
you you're lying.
The
You're a
date is
liar.
verse
Give me the
20.
date.
The date is verse 20. After subduing
Give me a
Egypt,
date.
Antiochus, there's
Stop
no
your
fucking
bullshit. Give
there's
me
no
a date.
fucking date.
Stop your bullshit.
There's
Give me a
no
date.
date.
I'm challenging you. You've been
There's
talking
no
nonsense all the time.
date,
I'll
you
challenge
coward.
you every time I come back up here with
The-
your lies.
The date is after subduing Egypt.
Give me
That's
a
when it
date.
happened. After
Give me
he
the date. No.
after he
Give me the
subdued
date. Don't
Egypt,
fuffle. Come on.
Antiochus turned back in the
Fuffle. Give me the
140th
date.
year.
Give me the date.
The date is the 140th year that he went up.
Give me
After
a date.
I just gave it to you.
Give me
The
a
one
BC date.
There's no BC
We're
date
not
in the
gonna move
Bible.
from here until you give me a date.
We are going to move from here.
You're a liar. Give me a date.
We are going to move from here because there's no
me a
BC.
date.
There's no BC dates in the
I
Bible.
don't care. Give me
There's
a date.
no BC dates in the Bible.
Give me a date.
There's no
I'm not
BC
asking you
dates
from
in the Bible.
Give me a historical reference.
There's no
date of when
BC. I just gave it to you. It's
Bro, you
it's
lying.
after subduing Egypt.
Give me a date.
It's after subduing Egypt.
No, come on. Give me a date.
I'm going to give you the same answer every time you cry. It's after subduing Egypt according to the text.
I had enough of you. You're a liar.
Prove me wrong. Or just leave. Okay. Okay. By the way, the dates are irrelevant. The point of argument that we were having was whether or not Antiochus Epiphanes went into Jerusalem and despoiled the temple prior to the Maccabean revolt. And the answer is yes, he did. He did exactly what the book said he would do. In fact, you can read about it in the chapter we were just reading. If you go down to 54. Now, in the 15th day of Kislev, in the 140th year, they erected a desolating sacrilege on the altar of burnt offering and also built altars in the surrounding towns of Jerusalem. Okay. I think it says the same thing in 2 Maccabees chapter 4, if I remember correctly. Let me double check 2 Maccabees chapter 4. He literally couldn't handle that Antiochus Epiphanes is the fulfillment of these chapters. So he had to run. All right. Yeah. Yep. Yep. There was a period of at least 3 years after the invasion where Jason was the high priest. About 3.5 years. Yeah, that's what it says. Okay. Let's see. I don't think we have any guests left. Prima was our last guest. So I'm not really sure. Not really sure what we're supposed to do with that. I was hoping we'd actually get to read a little bit more of Maccabees. There is actually a quotation in Maccabees where it directly references the lighting the temple on fire. Let me find that real quick. I don't know why it never comes up in like the Bible Gateway search. Like if I search for a word, it almost never pulls up. There we go. Let's find it in First Maccabees. Talks about rebuilding the temple, blah, 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 blah. Rebuilding the temple. First Maccabees, rebuilding the temple. I'll have to find it later. There's a really good passage that talks about how the temple was destroyed in either First or Second Maccabees. But nevertheless, what was happening inside the temple when they set up a desolating sacrilege inside of the temple, identical to what Daniel says. Says the temple is going to be destroyed. They're going to set up a desolating sacrilege inside of the temple. And that's exactly what happens, actually. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Second Maccabees might have it. Yeah, it gets raided in chapter 4. They take the gold vessels of the temple and give them to Andronicus. So they raid the temple. They wounded many and killed some and put all to flight. The temple robber himself was killed, blah, 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 blah. And then in chapter 5, Antiochus enters the most holy temple. Oh, yeah. So in 2 Maccabees chapter 5, it says Antiochus dared to enter the most holy in the temple in all the world, guided by Millennius, who became a traitor both to the laws and to his country. And then, obviously, what's he do inside the temple? He sets up the desolating sacrilege. He took the holy vessels with his polluted hands and swept away the profane hands, with profane hands, the voted offerings that other kings made to the entrance in the glory, so on and so forth. Okay, that's enough of that. All right, guys, I think I ran out of guests for the night. Prima didn't actually want to have a full-on discussion. He just wanted to shout at me. So I don't really have any more guests to debate. So what I could do then is go through the rest of our super chats, and then we'll close it out for tonight. So I really appreciate everyone being here. Let's see. Yeah, he burned the whole city with fire, according to 1 Maccabees chapter 5 as well. It says, killed every male by the edge of the sword, and then he seized all of its spoil and burned it with fire. Yeah, that's what you do in war. All right, let me grab our super chats, friends. Hey, thanks so much for being here. It was a hell of a night. We had a wild night tonight. I don't think we did any baby paste tonight, though, unfortunately. Brianna says, I saw a video about different heresies of the church, such as the Apollinarianism, iconoclasm, diocesan, etc. Do you know anything about them? Well, I know a little bit about the heresy of iconoclasm. That was a very serious heresy in the first, 3rd century of the church. But as for the other two, about Docenism and Apollinarianism, I can't say that I do. I can't say that these are heresies that I'm greatly familiar with, so I apologize there. I can't really add much to it. John says, I live near the institute that yesterday's fake PhD claimed to attend, and we'll check it out in the future. Probably a Starbucks with free Wi-Fi. Oh shit, I didn't know. John, let me know how that goes. Take videos, images, post it online. I can't wait to see the results. And Helping Mega Deconstruct says, praise Doug and Sharon for resurrecting Justin. I hope you enjoyed your time off. Well, thank you. I did enjoy my time off, and I appreciate the thanks, and I appreciate the super chat. And Nobody on Fire, thank you for the 666, says, the GOAT is live. Praise Doug for he grinds himself into the ground of our Philbro epistemology. Yes, Doug is the grounding of all epistemology. He's the grounding of grounding. He is the ground. And George Nelson, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, please hold the hypocrites to the blunt commands and curses against private property. The communist rules in Acts 2, the Lord killing Ananias and Sapphirina, Mark 10. I think you mean Ananias and Sapphira in the book of Acts. When he kills them for not giving all of their property, but lying about how much property. That's a pretty horrific act, actually. Handsome Act says, what are your thoughts on Marxism being an atheistic Christian heresy? Both seem to be utopian ideologies that lead to atrocities in practice. I agree. It's kind of identical. You have this utopian dream, but the only way to achieve the utopian dream is genocide. So that's the problem with the implementation of Marxism, right? In order to get Marxism, you almost have to do genocide, because you're taking a lot of people's rights and freedoms away, and they're going to fight you for it, right? And so that's the same problem we find with Christianity. For Christianity to spread and to do what Jesus said it needs to do, you got to commit genocides. You got to do all kinds of horrific shit. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. It's Just Me says, rock hard for Doug, Justin. I'm so happy that I have deconstructed thanks to you, sir. Stage 4 cancer and living life to the fullest. Barbecue Fest 2 to max. Well, listen, I appreciate the kind words, and I'm sorry that you're going through the cancer. It's a horrible thing to go through, and I don't wish it on anyone, not even on my enemies. So big condolences and huge grace going out to you for what you're going through. Obviously, the best wishes for you. If you need anything, the community is here for you. Bad Weekend says, be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. I agree, actually. I do agree. And Larry Beck says, this is a wonderful conversation with Ryan. I actually agree. I thought the conversation with Ryan was good. We had a 3-hour conversation, not because it was bad, but because it was a good conversation. And I know that people don't want to hear a 3-hour conversation with a nice guy. I get that. But we got to the cooking eventually. So thanks for hanging out with me. And Pat says, yo, Justin, the way I found you was this young way. Wait, what? The way I found you was this. Well, I don't know what a young way is, but Pat, I'm glad you found me. Thanks for being here. Dr. Joe says, a smart, informed, respectful discussion with a non-Philbo Christian is a great preheating to start a Sunday night of cooking. Yeah, I agree, actually. I thought it was a good way to start the live stream. Started off on a good foot. You know what I mean? Thank you, Dr. Joe. And Tariq says, apologists blame Earth disasters on the fall, but some planets, moons in our solar system formed prior to the Earth and have quakes and volcanoes. Good point. I always forget to bring this point up, but you're right. These natural disasters exist elsewhere. Right? So, suggesting that they're only here because of the fall is kind of a silly notion. If God only created them here as a consequence of the fall, then why did he put them on other planets? Why? What are they doing there? And Terrence says, I'm enjoying this civil debate. Yeah, I thought the debate with Ryan was civil. And Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super hype. I appreciate that. And Rock Hard for Doug, thank you for the super chat. Says the first caller, Ryan, reminds me about 3 months before my eggshell cracked and I studied my way out of Christianity. Actually, I could see that as being a good comparison. Yeah. He does sound like someone who's thinking critically. Whether or not he's prepared to question his beliefs, I don't know. But I like to hold that hope that he's willing to do that. Forum, thank you for the super chat, says the crucifixion was just a BDSM scene gone horribly awry. Jesus forgot the safe word. Ugh. Yeah, that certainly could be the case. Like, he's into some serious kink. I'm not kink shaming, but it seems like Jesus was. Anthem Cat says some American trans women believe in transubstantiation, where they become real women. Thai trans women believe that they're not real women, but ladyboys. This is actually a really interesting topic. The idea that like Christians will poo-poo on the trans issue because you can't assign a label to something that you're not, but like the Bible does that all the time, right? Like the idea that the Eucharist is the body, it just becomes something it's not, like is kind of silly. The same thing with like spiritual fulfillment. Something becomes something just because somebody gave it a label different from what it actually meant. But we wouldn't accept that in the real world as like an argument, right? So like the trans topic, I think, is one of those topics that I don't think a lot of Christians are prepared to really discuss it, because like when we're talking about trans people, we're not saying that they're born another way and then they're just declaring that they're not that way. But I think that's what they want it to be, but it's not really what the debate is. The debate is about whether or not you can identify the characteristics of an individual and how do we categorize those characteristics. Not are people agreeing that I have these characteristics, but I just don't want them, therefore I'm going to go by a different label. That's not what it means to be trans. It's just arbitrarily picking a new label. Terrence says, hey, Justin, would you lean more to being agnostic atheist or hard atheist? We bow to Doug's hardness. Well, I'm an agnostic atheist because I'm open to the idea that there could be a God, but I'm a hard atheist to all of the formalized gods, especially the God of Christianity. That God is completely illogical. Because Lou says, why is Jesus in heaven? Why not hell till he comes back? Seems like he would be a true sacrifice for taking our sins. So this is a really good point, right? Because if Jesus didn't pay for all of our sins, I mean, if Jesus did pay for all of our sins, he took 100% of the punishment, then that fucker should be dead still. Yeah, like, he shouldn't exist anymore. That's just the truth of the matter. But the fact that he does still exist can only mean that he didn't take on all of our guilt and punishment. And Scotty, thank you for the $10 super chat, says if Psalm 22 was known by Jesus and he knew the people below him would also have known it, then saying it on the cross seems pandering to them and even less prophetic. I agree, right? If he's quoting a Psalm of David merely because it's a really known cultural psalm that expresses his anguish, then it's certainly not prophetic. He's just quoting something that is self-identifiable about the human condition. And Brad O says, as someone who hasn't seen a live show before, this conversation with Ryan is great to see how these can go with someone who isn't in a pretzel. I so agree. If you have someone like Ryan, you don't have to do name calling, bickering, pretzels, arguing. You can just have a discussion. What you find is more people like our last guests who they have no actual argument, so they have to end up just like calling you names and running away. And Benjamin says, thank you for your donation. Thank you, Benjamin, for your donation. And Scotty says, so type scene is why Hollywood keeps making the same movie. Now it makes sense. Yeah, that's the fun about type scenes. It's not that they're prophetic, it's that they're relatable. And Xavier says, love you, brother. Well, thank you for supporting the live stream, and I love you back. And Gretchen, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says 90 minutes is too long to spend on Ned Flanders. Air quotes don't make some lies. True, Ryan. Someone ping me on Discord when it's over. Sorry, I mean, obviously it's way over now. But hey, thank you for waiting it out. I appreciate that. And Andrew says, I've never understood how Jesus sacrificed when he immediately got to peace out to the ultimate party in the sky. Agreed. He didn't give his life for shit. He should still be dead if he gave his life. And Kevin says, are there really no other people in the queue to come up and talk? This here is overcooked, dry, and chalky. No, there actually were people in the queue. But as you know, when we have good, honest, nice guests, I let them talk. That's just part of the courtesy. And Xamillion, thank you again for the super chat. Says, while I'm selfishly glad to have you back, I'm so very grateful that you were able to spend a wonderful vacation with your son. What a treasure. So fucking rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Xamillion. And guys, it is a treasure. Spend time with your kids. Just do it. It's important. Doc Pleromanot says, Teshuvah frames forgiveness as repair, not payment. Christianity freezes Judaism in its most primitive movement to make Jesus' death look inevitable. Such a good point, right? And like, that's the other thing. When we talk about forgiveness within Judaism, like Judaism at no point teaches, like it doesn't teach that you must execute somebody and spill blood for forgiveness. That's just not a Jewish thing. It's something that is more of a New Testament conception invented as a reason for why Jesus had to die. Nobody on Fire, thank you for the 666, says, to be honest, win some, win son, win dad for showing up, win debate moment. Great discussion. Hey, thank you, Nobody on Fire. I appreciate that. Yeah, you always win when you spend time with your family. Superhuman, thank you for the, oh, you're referring to the son that told him to talk to me. Yes. W for the son that said, go talk to Deconstruction Zone. I agree. Superhuman Theory says, why would a perfect God who hates sin create beings bound to sin, knowing most would end up in hell when he already existed in perfect harmony by himself? Just ain't adding up. I agree. The math isn't mathin'. The fact that God purposely created humans to not be perfect and then said, well, because you're not perfect, you have to go to hell. It's nonsensical. And Skeptically Queer says, new to the Kraken Crew Elite, enjoying the nice slow roast with Ryan. Can I be the official Doug's very, very high priest of consensual, vestual, unvirgins? Yes, I will now dub you the priest of Doug. You got it. And Sanzabark says, when the question and the answer make your God look bad, apply a little mystery. It's like a shrug, but in your mind. Actually, I agree. It's like when we debated the Catholic AI robot. Whenever you really cornered it in a logical trap, it said, it's a divine mystery. Yeah, it's illogical. Nucleo Tidal Wave, thank you for this 666. I'm enjoying the conversation with Ryan Ward. It's easier to learn when the conversation flows nicely and doesn't get too aggressive. Praise Doug. I agree. I prefer those conversations over the heated conversations that we had the remainder of the night. And Vinny says, Jesus Christ, Justin, what did we ever do to you to deserve this? Is Doug punishing us? No. Talking to Ryan's not a punishment. It's a reward. I'm rewarding Ryan for being kind and polite and having a good conversation. People who have good, honest conversations get rewarded for it. And Nick says, had an extra 10 minutes at lunch, so got my metaphysics PhD. Welcome back. Hey, thanks, Nick. That's about what most of these people have in terms of their credentials. Barulian says, Justin, I have released the goat for the sins we have incurred against Doug. I hope that's enough atonement. Listen, Doug doesn't even require that, but he appreciates that you care. He really does. Sai, thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, new member, if God is all-knowing and all-powerful, why did he create such a clusterfuck? Yeah, that's the crazy thing. You have to blame the clusterfuck on the fall. Otherwise, the omni properties of God are silly. And JMR says, finally, time to bottle feed mushy L's faster than the foreskin wizard and wind up ghost pigeon can trip over the payphone prayer hotlines and brand new expired rebuke coupons. Let's go, praise Doug. Hey, thank you, JMR. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. And indeed, let's put some L's on some mushy brain people. Snip, thank you for the super chat. Says, according to Doug's geology, I know he shall never tell us a lie, or faith is well grounded in Doug we crust. Rock hard for Doug. Amazing application of words. I really appreciate that. And Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says, I always say dividing zero is saying you're doing something no times, malformed. Yes, it's a malformed application. You can't do it because it's malformed to begin with. It's like a category error. Noah's Lions, great to see you. Says, in Haiti, after the earthquake, I prayed over a box of supplies for a box of gloves. A case of morphine would have been more miraculous. Yeah, actually, I agree. Did you go to Haiti as part of the relief efforts? Now I got questions. I'm curious to know. And Gene says, Angel, the difference is that scientific assumptions are conditional, not declarative. They get corrected if we discover exceptions or contradictions. True. Like all the assumptions and even the facts of science are conditional. They're all provisional. They're preliminary. One knee says the law was the entire 613 laws. It was always understood as 116. I agree. The law is the law, all of the laws, which is why he says, again, the law is the entire 613 laws. Could not agree more. And Space says Jesus is not the goat in either sense. Certainly not the case. Hannah, thank you for the $4.99. Hello. Big W to you. Great to see you. And Rusty says he brings out the pretzel. Love it. You have to. You can't pass up that opportunity. TM says the Bible doesn't sound like the word of a wise and decent deity. It does sound like stories that men of its time would invent to control others. True. It sounds like the invention of Bronze Age thinking. Red says Angel is a heretic. He believes God's law is not perfect. I know. We already covered Psalm 19 says it is perfect. And Fleming says, can you talk more about these different law codes, civil, judicial, moral, etc.? Is this just made up? Apologetic, yes. In the Old Testament, there's no division in the laws. God never says, here are a division of laws. You just have the law of Moses. By the time of Jesus, there were people that were classifying some of the laws, like here are dietary laws. Yes, but God doesn't do that. The people that came later made those artificial distinctions. And Nee says you are discarding half the Bible by ignoring 613 laws. Agreed. And Kahoto says, welcome back. Yesterday was wild. I've lived long enough to hear somebody say barley and wheat bleed. I know. That was baffling. Fucking pretzels you have to make. You have to turn yourself into knots to justify this nonsense. And Helping Mega says, Justin, I think you just put Angel in a cradle and how you twisted him up. He never learned to keep his head away from his knee when standing up. Yeah, he definitely got put into a pretzel. He had a hell of a time. Hannah, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, I find it funny the theists in the chat screaming to repent and accept Jesus in all caps with exclamation marks. I want no part of your sick Jesus. I know, isn't it crazy? I need to ask for forgiveness to a guy that killed babies and had women's raped. Yeah, I'll pass on that. That's not the type of guy I need forgiveness from. And they Braille says, praise Doug and his huge grace for our wonderful vacation and brilliant return. Some of the best calls in a while this weekend. I think we had a lot of fun on the calls, actually, personally. Jonathan says, was God in darkness or of darkness before he made light, hence the darkness or the dark Lord? So according to Isaiah 45, he created the dark, which is a wild thing to say because we know darkness is just an absence of light, right? So if God created darkness, that means God created nothing. Darkness is a definition that defines nothingness. So whoever wrote Isaiah assumed that lightness and darkness were two different things. They were two different ontologies. And Hera says, listening to the New King James Bible on Audible, Cast people. I got to try this again. Listening to the New King James Bible on Audible, Cast has people like Richard Dreyfuss as Moses. Oh, you mean they casted the voices by these people? Richard Dreyfuss as Moses, Marissa Tomei as Mary Magdalene. 90 hours of listening, no excuse, Christians. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. The fact that Christians don't read their Bible is crazy to me because they don't even have to read it. They could just put the audio Bible on and read the audio or listen to the audio Bible. Pat, thank you for the super chat. Says, when every response begins with again, you should interpret and say, no, not again for the first time. Answer the question. Bricked up for Doug. Listen, if we know anything about theists, is that they will not answer a question. Duke, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, when a mid and super local god claims three omnitude, them are the contradictions you get. Yahweh runs a millennia-long confidence scam. Millions of apes falling for it is the best proof of evolution. I agree, actually. Few things I agree with more. Dragos says, Pebbles, Sharon, and Doug, this angel guy hurts my head. He's a dense as iron. He's as dense as iron. So much puzzling. Yeah, that dude was not bright. It wasn't even honest. It's one thing to not be bright. It's another thing to just be dishonest. And Hannah agrees. Crazy how dishonest theists are. Yeah, completely dishonest. Hannah comes in again. Thank you so much, Hannah. Says, calling out someone in the chat who just told us to call out to God to reveal himself to us. Yet Gazan people are calling out and get nothing. Yes, these are empty things that we're being asked to do. Completely empty. Calling out to God is useless. 3 million children a year die of starvation while their parents are desperately calling out to God and they get nothing. Nee comes in again. It says they only agree on what the word tefillin. Tefillin? What? They only agree on what the word tefillin means. I think I need more context. I don't think I know what you're referring to because I don't know who they is or what they're agreeing on yet. I apologize. That might be my fault. And Wim says Matthew 23:23 has Jesus say the Pharisees shouldn't neglect mercy and justice, moral law, but should also still give a tenth of their spices, ritual law. A very good point, right? And we could add that not obeying the ritual law is a moral break in the law, because a lot of the ritual law is about your relationship with God, and not treating your relationship with God appropriately would be immoral. Tenador says, how is it that people can believe in something like the devil or God when there's no justifiable reason to think they exist or even possible? Well, Tenador, if we've seen anything, it's from wishful thinking. And that's it. Jason White says, tequila, can't wait for my swag I ordered. Well, thank you for going to the shop and ordering from the shop. We've got lots of good stuff actually in our gift shop. And in fact, I'm getting ready real soon. I'm actually getting ready to extract our first payout from the gift shop so we can donate it to the Deconstruction Junction. But we've got lots of stuff in the gift shop that I think you'll like. We've got stickers, we've got mugs, we've got desk pads that has like the deconstruction cheat sheet. Here's Doug's Pretzel Factory. This is the cup I've got right now, Doug's Pretzel Factory. You can get it in t-shirt, on mugs, on stickers. You can get all kinds of stuff. I love the cheat sheet desk mat that's got all kinds of cheat sheets, notes from my cheat sheet on it right on your desk. So while you're literally debating goons on the religion, you can talk about scientific errors, contradictions, and anachronisms in the text. And we've got slogans too, like the adorable slogan you can get in sticker form on a mug, all kinds of, we got all kinds of stuff in the gift shop. I think it's a great place to find some cool stuff. We're still adding to it. We just started adding stuff to the gift shop. I appreciate everyone who ordered from the gift shop. Beyond Belief says the Hebrew word olam means for a long time, not literally forever. An eye for an eye represents proportional justice, limiting revenge. I agree. Proportional justice is an eye for an eye. One eye is taken, another eye is taken. Now, on the word olam, this is an argument that comes up a lot from people that are like universalists or people that don't believe in hell, like the permanency of hell. But this is the problem you have. The word olam is used to represent forever in the majority of occasions in which it's used. It's an indefinite time period that doesn't have an endpoint, right? So when it says that, when it talks about God ruling and reigning for forever, uses olam. When it talks about God's properties existing forever, it says olam, right? The way olam is used in the Hebrew Bible almost always entails that it's an unending time period. There are very, very few occasions where olam is used to not be forever, and it's an idiomatic expression when it's being used. Like, oh, I've been here forever. It's an idiomatic expression typically, right? But even in Leviticus 16 and other parts of the ritualistic law, it doesn't even say olam. It just says, it will say things for like all of your days. It'll say perpetually for every generation, right? There's so many ways to say forever other than olam. If you pigeonhole the forever of the law just on the word olam, you're missing the other parts of the Hebrew verbiage where it talks about doing these things forever using different words other than olam. Libra says, listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Justin rambles nonsense. Leah, she doesn't understand or hear what's coming out of my mouth. Me. Wait, I need to read this again. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Justin. Okay. Then rambles nonsense. Leah. So Leah rambles nonsense. She doesn't understand or hear what's coming out of my mouth. No, she did. Listen, this is the problem. Like, people, when they're up here debating me, they don't typically respond to my arguments. They bring an argument, I debunk it, then they pivot to a new argument. They're not typically responding to things coming out of my mouth, except for Ryan. Ryan was listening to the words coming out of my mouth and then responding to them. Hannah, thank you so much again for the super chat. Says, calling out Metal Roofing in the chat for making hell threats at us if we don't believe. Do you feel good about yourself for worshiping a sick God? I bet he does. I bet he really thinks he's doing God's work, actually. And Design says, I'm certain we're close to seeing someone use religious hermeneutics to argue for the existence of 2I. This is new information. I don't know what 2I is. Does somebody know what 2I means? This is not something I'm familiar with. I apologize. But thank you for the super chat. Fierce Interaction says, too bad you couldn't give Prima a date. Because there's no date. Like, so all of the dates of what happened in the book of Daniel, like all of them are going to be soft dates, right? Like we can say 171. Cool. We could say that. It could very well be 172, 173, or 169 or 170, right? These are soft dates, right? That's why I was saying the exact year that Antiochus Epiphanes went in is not important. What's important is that he went in and then did a thing 3.5 years prior to the temple being restored and the law going back into effect. Because the prophecy says that Antiochus Epiphanes is going to come in, he's going to kill Onias III, he's going to end the practice of the law for 3.5 years, and then that'll be done away with, and they'll reinstitute it for the next 3.5 years, the portion of the 7 years. And Antiochus fits that perfectly. Doesn't matter if it starts in 171. Doesn't matter if it starts in 170. Doesn't matter if it starts in 169. What matters is the timing between Antiochus and what happens after Antiochus, because that's what the prophecy is about. Nobody on Fire says, Justin, give me a date. No, it didn't happen. Bean Dogs, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, welcome back. Question. Growing up, I remember how much church history I was taught. A lot of Protestant heroes. Same with you on the Catholic side. Guess my question is more broadly, any good recs on church history? That's a good question. So I'm going to give you, I got to tell you my bias. This is my bias. When dealing with events in history, my bias is always that you should read the primary source, right? So if we're talking about early church history, read the primary sources of people living back then. Read the writings of Irenaeus and Origen. Read the letter of Polycarp. Read the actual primary sources from people living there, rather than reading a history book that is reinterpreting those primary sources, right? Go read Eusebius's history, although he's doing reinterpretation himself, right? So are there good books on church history? Absolutely. I own some. I apologize. The names of the authors aren't coming to mind. I don't know if that's important. If you really want to do church history, if you really want to learn church history, read the primary sources, or at least skim them. Buy the primary sources. You get them for free on the internet, and just skim through the arguments and the stuff. And that's a really good primer on early church history. That being said, like if you go to Amazon and just type in, I'm going to go to Amazon real quick. And just type in something like early church history, you're going to find a lot of really excellent volumes written by legitimate scholars. So like it's when I was in school, like when we talked about early Christian history, like late Judaism, early Christianity, we might turn to somebody like F.F. Bruce, right? He was such a go-to character for that time period. But now we've got so many others, right? So, for example, you can do early Eastern Orthodox church history, right? And then you can do a Catholic church history. So here's just part of the Penguin Classics by Henry Chadwick. Henry Chadwick is a fine church historian, right? There's so many good books on church history that I would say just buy one and read it. Most of the information is going to be roughly the same information. They're quoting from the same authors. some of them are quoting different things than others. The church history book that I used in seminary, I think personally was too broad. It didn't do enough deep dives into the individual topics. It was more of a survey of church history. So, I would just go in and just read the actual church history primary resources. That's my recommendation. It's slow, but that's what I would do. Hannah coming again says Bible and metal roofing. You two should have called in instead of evangelizing the chat. Shame on your God. Yeah, listen, if you only have the guts to shout in my comments, but not to get into the guest box, you don't have any guts. Trude, thank you for sending up 5 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And our last super chat from Thy Braille says, I'm they Braille, the non-binary archangel. Oh, I see what you did. Rather than Gabriel, you're saying they Brielle because they would be a non-binary pronoun. Okay, fantastic. Funny joke, interesting. I don't know if it's slightly offensive, but it was interesting at least. All right. I don't normally do this. It's past my time to end, but we had one person that wants to come in and have a short moment with us. And so I'm charitable, more than charitable, to stay up late to hear what the guest wants to talk about.
Well, hello.
Yeah, how you doing, bud?
Nice. I guess this is important information for you. I'm over 18. I'm 26 years old, and I'm an atheist. And I just wanted to tell you that your videos actually brighten my day. Up till now, I haven't had like any good reference that I'd like to follow in terms of my understanding of Christianity and religion in general. So when I wanted to, well, I know it's kind of disrespectful because I know this is a place for debate, but I just wanted to tell you personally that thank you. Your videos truly brighten my day a lot.
Well, listen, I appreciate that, and the debate is over. I'm getting ready to end the live stream right now. That's why I didn't mind bringing you up. But listen, I really appreciate that. It sounds like you went through the process of deconstruction, and my content was helpful for that. And that's why I do it. You know, I do these debates not because I like to yell at people or I like to be yelled at. I do it because I think it's actually helpful. I think there are people in the audience listening that are like gaining information, and they're like, oh yeah, that argument makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't make my deconstruction in general because your videos. I've had a really long way before this. Like, I was a Christian or more like a Catholic for 17 years, but I truly didn't get how much religion or Christianity could affect people. I've been for a long time living with my mother. I had a few issues with her and everything. I but I had just saying, oh no, she just have a few issues and everything. But when dealing, but it wasn't until I watched one of your videos and I checked one of your comments that said something like, it's easy for a bad people to do bad things, but the thing that makes good people do bad things is religion. So
True.
That kind of opened my eyes a lot on everything, and that's what made me like watch your videos constantly. So I didn't make my deconstruction because of you, but you have truly opened my eyes a lot on this, and I'll be there for a long time. Keep working. I guess I won't be wasting much more of your time.
No, it's not a waste of time. Listen, I appreciate you coming in and letting us know. Big W on your journey, and keep in touch, okay?
Okay. Bye.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah, big W to him. All right, I had one more super chat come in. I'm reading this, and I've got to get to bed. Gabriel says, I'm actually non-binary and my name is actually Gabriel. So, oh, not offensive. Okay, I didn't know. Like these are pieces of information that I need to know in order to figure out if it is something offensive being said or not. That's where I was kind of like, I don't know if this is offensive or if it's not offensive. But thank you for the clarification. I actually really do appreciate that. So actually here's a reference I was looking for elsewhere. I wrote it down somewhere. So in the destruction of the temple, according to Daniel chapter 7, if you look at the Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, Josephus records it says blah 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 blah. Now it so fell out that these things were done by the very same day that their divine worship had fallen off and was reduced to profane and common use after 3 years' time. For it was that the temple was made desolate by Antiochus, and so continued for 3 years. This desolation happened to the temple in the 145th year, and on the 25th day of the month. So there you have it. The temple was desecrated, according to Daniel chapter 7, and according to Daniel chapter 9, as recorded in the book of Josephus and recorded in the book of Maccabees, because the word Malay in Hebrew doesn't mean that it's completely destroyed. And if I remember correctly, that's the word that's used in Daniel chapter 9. Now let me actually see. Daniel 9. Let me see what it says. I think is it 927? Abominations. He will make desolate. No, that's not the verse. 26? Oh no, it's shakath. Okay. The word shakath in Hebrew, similar to other words, doesn't mean to completely annihilate. It just means to despoil or to wreck, to make a mess of. So like if somebody put a puzzle together and somebody went by and moved all the puzzle pieces out of place, you could say that they destroyed it using the same Hebrew word, right? It doesn't connotate the absolute destruction of something, which is why I was trying to get Prima to that position, because what he was trying to do was say that the temple, what Antiochus did to the temple, didn't match what Daniel said was going to happen to the temple because it wasn't entirely destroyed. But Daniel didn't say the temple would be entirely destroyed. Okay, that's enough. Prima's not here to defend himself anymore, so I'm going to stop talking about him. Is anyone live right now that we can go raid? Who's live right now that we can go send a raid to? Is it Saturday night? It is Sunday? I think today's Sunday. Give me a second. See who's live. Oh, Daniel's live right now? Wait, today's Monday? Oh, fuck. Yeah, it is Monday now because it's past midnight. It was Sunday. Now it's Monday. All right. We're going to go raid Daniel Green. All right. Let me get Daniel up here. All right. For those who don't know Daniel Green, let me pull up his access denied. Why? How do I not have permission to see Daniel Green's live stream? Don't TikTok. Okay, well, apparently I can't view TikTok on my web browser. I don't know why that is the case. That's crazy. Let's try this again. Well, fuck, my web browser is broken. Okay. Apparently I can't go to TikTok on my web browser anymore. It says I do not have permission to access TikTok.com on this server. Is the website down for anyone else or just me? What the fuck's happening right now? Hold on. I'm going to try it on a different web browser. No, it loads. It loads on my other web browser. What the fuck's going? What is wrong? What is happening? Okay, let's see if I can copy and paste this live stream. Give me a second. Okay. No, it won't let me load. God damn it. All right, guys, if you're on TikTok, you know who Daniel Green is. Go search up Daniel Green. He's live right now. Let's send him a Justin and Doug raid. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I really love and appreciate everybody. Appreciate your patience with some of our long discussions tonight. Especially, I know Ryan was hard to sit through for 3 hours. I really appreciate you guys for being here and for supporting the stream. It really means the world for me that I have such a good crew behind me. So thank you for all the mods being here. Thank you for everyone who supported with super chats and all the members and everyone who purchased from the gift shop. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And we'll see you again